Alright, everybody, just doing the last couple minute things here real quick, and then we'll get the screen switched over here. Got the coffee made finally. So, made some Dunkin' Donuts medium roast. So we got some coffee made for the stream today. Fresh and hot. Yeah, that's hot. Ooh, that's hot. Ooh, that's hot. But also delicious. So, we'll be getting into it in just a few seconds here, guys. Okay, guys, just situate up. Situating up here really quick. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Well, afternoon. Boys, just about to do a dab real quick before we get into it. I got some autumn evening as usual, sitting in here, ready to go into the pipes. Let them rest long enough tonight. So we got the Peterson pipe ready to go. It's all cleaned out, dried out, everything like that. So we're gonna load up some of that. But I also think for today's video, especially with everything we're gonna be talking about, we gotta find a new world. You gotta have a new world for this. You know, breeding into the or the homage to the the conquistadors and the American or the British and all of them coming to America and meeting the the actual first sets of people here. You know, the indigenous tribes. They got these from A.J. Fernandez, and again, a fucking Hispanic person who could pay homage to American culture, who I would argue most like Cubans and actual Hispanic people are far more patriotic than most regular everyday Americans, which is kind of sad. We need to do a little bit better about that. So then we got a nice one right here. Then we also got the 10-year anniversary here as well that I got today. We might bust out the New World Destino 10-year anniversary. So absolutely beautiful construction on this cigar. Beautiful construction. Absolutely gorgeous looking thing. So I'm also going to increase my camera size. Whoop. But I'm also going to there we go. I wanted to flip it so that way I can be on the opposite side of Nux. So Nux has got that side, I got this side. So there we go. Because there is going to be a great deal in this video that I definitely want to cover and go over everything. A big portion of this comes from me kind of being disappointed in my home state, Michigan. Thankfully, I don't come from Dearborn. Thankfully, I don't come from that fucking shithole of a place right now. I come from the lovely Detroit, which is not a shithole as many people might make you believe it is. It is not a shithole. Detroit is actually a lot nicer and actually a lot better than Dearborn, I would argue. I would also argue that a lot of people have never truly been to Detroit. They've gone to bad areas. Oh, I just realized we got a fucking hold on. I had a what you call going on there? An echo going on with the music. Apparently, desktop capture and game capture apparently do the same things, which is a little weird. But whatever. I get why it's doing that, because I used game capture to capture the Microsoft Edge windows. Okay, that makes sense, but I have desktop capture on, so that way we can actually just do it that way. So I was wondering about that, chat. I am so sorry. We got that going, so good to see you there, Voodoo. Good to see you. Hope you having a good afternoon, brother. Got some coffee here, everybody. Cheers, everyone. Cheers. Yeah, that is good. I almost fucked up. I was pouring in the water into the pot, and it fucking splashed into the coffee filter area for a second. I was like, ah, shit. So it wet some of the coffee grounds prematurely, but it still came out just fine. Some nice medium roast Dunkin' Donuts coffee. Gotta have a black. Always drink my coffee black. I don't drink it any other way. I don't know if you guys can see it or not. Yeah, you can see it there. Black coffee. I very rarely will ever drink it with some creamer or sugar in it, chat. Honestly, I'm a big fan of just some plain black coffee. Plus, with a cigar or with some pipe tobacco, it honestly makes the morning go even better. So while we get into this, let's go ahead and load up the Peterson pipe and get into it. While we also let everybody kind of roll into the video and roll into the chat. Also, for those wondering, we won't be able to get the Kick chat on the stream, like the show up live. But we can get the YouTube and the Rumble side. But right now, anybody who types on Kick, I can see the chat. No problem at all. So feel free to type in on Kick as well. I know up above, as you can see on the view count up above, it says 210. We have people on Kick side watching. It's just that it never shows up. I don't know why it never shows up like that. It's kind of a nuisance that it does that. So I want to see my, okay, cool. My little emote wall. was still working. Little coffee, black coffee with a piece of cinnamon. That's not too bad if you're stirring it with the cinnamon. Yeah, I've done that before. That's actually not a bad trick to do. I also use like sometimes like as a creamer. You're recording here. I'll use like a couple pumps of like chocolate syrup and make like a very like janky fucking mocha in a way. Just kind of mixing the chocolate syrup with the coffee and stuff like that. Sometimes if you do it with the cinnamon stick there, that's also really good. A chocolate cinnamon kind of vibe melted into there. So that's also really good. Definitely dig that. A lot of times if I'm gonna have black coffee, and if I really add anything to it, I'll add a pinch of sugar to bring out the roast of the beans a little bit more, because that's one of the tricks of that. So before we get into that, I do want to take a quick hit here because I haven't smoked yet. So got 500 on the Dr. Dabber. Hey, how's it going, Miss Becky? Good to have you in here as well. Good to have you here. How we doing over on the YouTube side? So we got Fox, we got the Madre over on the Rumble side, we got Voodoo and Becky over on the YouTube side. Who we got over on the Kick side there, chat? Well, how we all doing, everybody? How we all doing? How's everybody's afternoon going for you guys? Yeah, at work, I mixed the coffee with hazelnut liquid. Ooh, okay, that's not too bad. I actually got some donut shop sweet vanilla, kind of a vibe of that in there in the coffee itself. It's actually got already blended in with the flavor. It actually is really good. I'm not usually a big fan of flavored coffee like that. Unless it's like Dunkin'. I like Dunkin's flavored coffee, like their the blueberry muffin, man. Ooh, love that one. That is my fucking all-time favorite by Dunkin' Donuts. Is their blueberry muffin coffee they made, which is it's super smooth. It's a light roast. So you can drink it all day long. It doesn't like get overpowering or anything like that. So you're okay. Why are you just okay today there, Miss Becky? Notifications we got for Rumble here. Oh, there's some other people going live. I should post on X. I will probably in a little bit here, chat, that we're live. Like I said, we're just kind of waiting for everybody to roll in here. Then, as I get finished up with this, we're gonna roll up some Autumn Evening pipe tobacco from Cornell and Deal. That is what I got for the fall time here. So. Fantastic smoke. Let's go ahead and open up the jar. Actually, no. I got some in the baggie still. I have a whole jar still full of it, but I usually take some out and I put it in my to-go bag, as I like to call this. It's one of those like foldable Ziploc bags. I tend to like to use these guys here, chat, for when I'm traveling around for the pipe tobacco. Let me grab one of my rolling trays. Grab the Rick and Morty one today. This is the tray we'll be rolling the pipe tobacco. Not really rolling, but putting the pipe tobacco on. Especially when it's a little bit too moist. A nice thing to do there, chat, is throw the pipe tobacco on a tray, let it dry out a little bit, and then when you go to load it into the pipe, it'll actually smoke more evenly all the way through. Put my phone over there. So, won't hear anything like that on this. Okay. Want to make sure there's no cat hair on that. Yo, appreciate you, Zara. Just because it's Thursday doesn't mean you can't be amazing. Got you lurked by Power 3. Yo, appreciate you, Zara. Appreciate you. Oh, can I do my commands to meld like this? Let me see here. Shout out Zara Mux. Yeah, score. Okay, so I can't copy and paste it though like I wanted to. So let me go over to my channel. Copy. And then we're going to go over to the studio. Boom. Alright, there you guys go. So anybody who hasn't followed Zara Mux over on Kick at all, Go follow him on Kick, whether you are over here on Rumble or on YouTube. Be sure to go make a Kick profile. Go check him out. Also, if you guys haven't checked out Flashy yet, be sure to go check out Flashy. Go check out the X account for them as well. Actually, let me go ahead and pull that up as well today so I can have that ahead of time. So this way I can properly drop these guys some love and shout outs. Oh, and look who's right there. What's your what's your dream creator milestone? Ooh, I like that. I was gonna reply to one of their messages, and then get their. This is their actual main social on X, guys. Now be sure to go and check out their Discord link as well. Be sure to get into the Discord. I know some of you guys are probably gonna be like, "Oh, dude, I'm not gonna jump on this just yet. I'm not gonna do that yet." Blah blah blah. You will regret it if you do not do it ahead of time. Trust me. Get on board on this stuff. This is not going to be like a live space bullshit. This isn't going to be like party bullshit. This is a whole different beast, okay? And I think a lot of you all are going to be really fucking happy that you joined if you do click on that and get into that link. So make sure you got yourself kind of a reserved account in a sense, especially as soon as the site goes live. This way you can make sure that nobody takes your username. Just in case I need a little bit more. Sometimes the Peterson takes more, sometimes it takes less, depending on how big the cuts are. Tobacco in there. So I got a tray loaded up of some Autumn Evening. I love the maple and vanilla smell from this. This is just so heavenly, guys. So heavenly. I absolutely love the smell of that. It smells so fantastic on the tray like that. Some pipe tobacco like that. Like I said, we let that dry out a little bit so we can load it into the Peterson system pipe we got right here. So definitely be smoking this when we go to the lawsuit court thing. Apparently we got a Zoom meeting, so I'm going to be smoking my pipe while we'll be in court technically. Because fuck that shit. If I don't have to go to the actual court place and I can do it here, oh dude, fuck yeah. You joined the Flash Discord? Good. Be sure to definitely keep an eye on it there, Voodoo. Now, I can't give out too much information, but I will let you guys know that there's a lot of stuff in the works, and it's coming soon. It's coming soon. So keep your eyes on the horizon, because on the lookout for anything from Flashy, because it's gonna be popping off soon. I'm just gonna say that. All right, we're gonna tweet out that we're live. Rumble. YouTube. Here, let's throw a GIF in there. Alright, boom. Alright, pop that out. Okay. So, we got that going there, chat. If you guys want to help your homie out here, go like the tweet, share it out, everything like that, guys. It'd help out. Make sure everybody knows we're live, so that way we can bring in as many people as we can to the video today. So, my main concern is that they have investors who stick with them for the long run, and that's something you need to ask them. But I will say that the only thing I can say is that the main owner of the site would be its main investor. Let's just put it that way. I don't want to give out more information than that. I've been privy to certain information that I don't want to, fucking lose that priviness, per se. Let's, more or less. So I want to be able to continue to get my, my inside scoops when I get them, so that I can help hype up this shit. So, just be sure that this isn't, like I said, this isn't like Live Space, as I just said, Voodoo. You completely missed what I just said, or misinterpreted that. As I just said, this is not like Live Space. Like, dude, fucking get the dick out of your ear, whatever the fuck is in your ear. Like, seriously, get that shit out of there, because, like, I just said this is not like Live Space. Live Space wasn't even an investor problem, it was a retard problem. It was called Spencer not wanting to fucking adapt with AI, and wouldn't sell his fucking baby at all. Because, oh, I built it in college. Who fucking cares you built it in college? You obviously give no fucks about it. It's like, dude, get the fuck out of here. And then all the code was broken anyways. It was code from, like, 20 fucking 14 and 2011 that was all completely obsolete. So again, like, I have no qualms about when I say shit like that. Like, when I say this is not going to be like, like Live Space, dude, I'm being honest, all right? This isn't just a quick pump and dump kind of scheme that would happen with, Live Space. In a lot of ways, that's kind of what happened. And then they left Todd to hold the bag. And I felt that was kind of shitty of Spencer and a lot of the other crew. It was like, certain members of the crew, I feel like, knew what was going to happen until he jumped ship just before it happened, leaving Todd and all the rest of the people that were actually decent human beings at that company to hold the bag and be like, what do we do? And it's like, yeah, it sucked. But an investor problem was not the problem for Live Space. That was one part of it, sure. The investor part was a part of it. But the reason why that they didn't invest, like I'm trying to explain to you before, bro, and like this is something that, C4, Fox and all of I went in and looked at and explored and actually showed live on stream. They were using obsolete code. And then they were taking that product and then sending it to people and saying, hey, would you invest in this? And they're like, well, are you going to use AI? Are you going to change the code? Are you going to do this? And then as soon as they would ask these things, Spencer said, no, we're not adding AI. No, the code's fine. The code's fine. It works great. No, actually, after a while, the more people you added to it, Spencer, the more it kept breaking. Like, there was days where we couldn't go live at all. Whole days. There was regions of America where literally they'd be like, how can you guys go live but we can't? Oh, we're on the West Coast. Because then, and them being in San Francisco and shit like that, that kind of helped. So that was a big thing too. So, so you got to take that into consideration, bro. And then you got to think about the fact that, again, like I was saying, this is not like Live Space. This isn't like Party, as I said, either. So, when I say that Flashy is going to be wholly different, I really can't begin to explain stuff harder about that. Like, for those that were like, oh, I'm not gonna do it because Sponge's name is attached to it, I will just tell you this: Sponge has done a lot to rebrand and rework. I don't even think most of you will even know who he is. If you do know who he is now, what he's changed his name to, please don't change. Put it in the chat. Please don't. I ask you guys not to do that. Just because I would like for him to have that unveiling for him. He still wants to unveil that. He hasn't done the whole rebrand announcement. Those that are close to him, we know who he is. So that's how we know who is talking to us, right? And he's done that because he knows that there's people who didn't like him, who they don't want to jump on board with this thing because of him. And he's like, no, don't let that be the reason why you don't want to come to it. Like, open your eyes. There's more things to this than just himself. And he's like, there's so many people that are behind this project. This isn't just also a streaming project. I will give you that little morsel, okay? This little morsel of goodness I can give you. This is not just a streaming platform either, by the way. Flashy will be a social media empire. That is the way I can describe it. And that, I think, I mean, and if you want a better context, that's what we're seeing Musk try to do with X, but he's not been doing it well. Honestly, Sponge is a really good-hearted, good-natured, yeah, he's definitely funny, dude. I will never take that away from him. He's funny as fuck. But there's more to his funniness, though. He is a really genuinely good person, and I think that a lot of people just expect either too much from him, or they expected something else from him that they did not see or get delivered on, or whatever the case is. And to that effect, I argue, give him another chance. The guy has been beyond an amazing friend and an amazing human being. Again, I truly consider him an actually good friend, you know. There's a reason why Nathan and I would go to bat for him, okay? There is a reason for this, so. Also, Nathan has said, by the way, that he misses everybody. Says hello to everyone. He has been working behind the scenes, and he's been watching behind the scenes. Don't get him twisted. I know that in some sites we can't always look at the viewer count or see who's watching the viewers. Nathan has been propping around, watching everybody, kind of seeing how things are going for everyone, things like that. But he's been trying to just take some time for himself, you know. And good on him. He's accomplished a fuckload in that time. So, again, he just wanted me to let you guys know that he does miss everybody. He loves everybody. And he can't wait for his also unveiling. So, get ready for that one, too. And that will coincide with the Flashy. I'm just saying. So, if you want to see Homie G, then you got to go to Flashy. Because it's going to be a big one. It's going to be a big one. Let me finish this guy up so I can actually load my pipe bowl. Also, so yeah, the first videos we're going to start with. Also, let me link these guys in here too. So this. Also, if anybody wants to start on these guys, let me know. So there's a bunch of these here. The main one I'm going to be going through are these two. Just because I feel like these have... This is going to be a refresher of everything he says, but it's more condensed down of this 2-hour-long video. But for those that want to jump ahead, if you want to be the overachievers, and kind of understand where this whole, like, the proof side of it, because we won't be able to get to that proof side till, like, much later in the video, because obviously we got to get through these two videos, which these are respectively about 3 hours in total right here. I only started this one, but starting this one, I was like, all right, it's already this close to the afternoon. I want to get going. We got to get going on this live. I watch too much Ducks, and he'll hook me in for the 2 hours that I'm watching here, and I'll be like, ah, shit, I should have reacted to the video instead. So, because I didn't do it to this one. Though I will say, it helps me kind of curb some of the words I maybe would have used during my reaction. We'll just put it that way, because definitely am disgusted with this colonization that is happening of the Muslim people. Okay, Islam is fake as it is. All right, the video that I just linked in both the Rumble and YouTube side over there, and over also on the Kick side, is a video that you can go look and watch. It is by an actual dude with a PhD, Dr. J. Smith. He actually does this stuff for a living. Okay. Back in the 90s and the early 2000s, when he would try to debate people about this, their biggest thing would be like, well, where's your evidence? And he goes, well, ladies and gentlemen, we finally have that evidence. So that is why I always reference this video whenever I am even educating, Christians about this, because, there's a lot of Christians that go, no, there's no way that that's true. And I go, no, let me show you. This is actually, physical proof that we can show you that this is the case. That Islam is kind of like the LDS, okay? I would argue that, funny enough, Muslims and Mormons have more in common than they would like to actually acknowledge. One just gave up polygamy. I'm just going to say, one gave up polygamy. One just keeps doing it. One also says it's still okay to marry your first cousins. Take a guess on which one that one would be. And if you think it's the Mormons, take another guess. Just all I'm going to say. Because it's not what you think. It's not what you think. So yes, these guys have done some great damage to themselves, I feel like. Just by how much they've exposed, themselves with the mask off, right? And no place better has that been seen than Dearborn, Michigan, okay? Fun fact, for those that don't know this, okay, when I lived in Detroit, and especially the specific, oh my gosh, English, fuck. Especially the specific area I lived in, we were the minority, and so like that it was predominantly a black neighborhood. And guess what? Never really had issues. I say really had issues because the only issues we had was just the shit that was going out outside the cul-de-sac. You would always like all the apartments. You'd open up the windows. You'd be watching everybody. You'd see all the windows with little slits in them, just every peering out, watching the shit go down. And somebody's like, fuck you, fuck, oh, no, 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 just yelling and shit at each other, pulling the guns out, doing whatever. Sometimes guns went off. Sometimes they didn't. You never know. By the time usually the guns came out, though, cops were there, and they were like, all right, on the ground, motherfuckers, get on the ground. And you're like, up, get on the ground. And then all of a sudden, all the blinds closed. We all just, I didn't see shit, officer. I didn't witness nothing. Of course, we witnessed the whole fucking thing, obviously. We ain't gonna say shit on that. That's just how it is. So yeah, that was growing up. We all, like, I felt safer growing up back then in the neighborhood I did. Okay? When we had, like, okay, so my mom was at one point going to try to be an officer, and then after having me, she was like, okay, obviously I'm not going to do that. So she had met a lot of the cops through going to school with them and stuff, and they all became really good friends. So they would come over and watch the Detroit Red Wings hockey games and stuff like that with us, and they would bring beer and everything like that over. But sometimes they'd still have like their badge and their gun on them. They'd be walking up there, and the guys on the stoop would be like, who the fuck are you here to see? And they'd be like, and they'd just say my mom's name, be like, oh, we're going over there. Like, okay, that's cool. Does she fucking know you? And they'd be like, dude, I'm a fucking cop. I don't fucking care who the fuck you are. Like, and this is like, okay, all right. You felt safe, though. These motherfuckers were making sure that nobody weird was coming up in your fucking apartment, man. That was the beauty of these guys, all right? That was like straight up like Italian mob days. And I fucking love being an Italian. I'm like, oh, love this. This is gorgeous. I love this. And so, yeah, there was days they'd be like, oh, yeah, I'm coming. And so they'd radio up and be like, yeah, it's good, guys. Just let them come up here. And I fuck the shit out of these guys. Be like, watch them as they walk up the staircase and shit like that. Because they don't care. They don't give a fuck if you're a cop or not. You are just anybody to them at that point. And you're at our stoop. You're now in our community. And now you must be checked. And legitimately, like, I remember the one time, the one cop asked, he's like, do you guys ever get, like, nervous? Or like, no, we feel more secure with that. And he goes, that's an actual thought. And then the more he got to know those guys, the more as soon as he walked up, they're like, yo, how's it going, bud? How's it hanging? Any new cop that came around, they were like, who the fuck are you? And they'd be like, dude, what the fuck, man? Why didn't you tell us or warn us? He'd be like, it's the initiation. You gotta let these guys bust your balls like that. But when I was growing up, though, we never had an issue, especially in Detroit, with, like, this Muslim bullshit. And a lot of us all grew up with the whole Martin Luther King vibe, right? We would judge you based on your character. Okay, we wouldn't judge you based on your skin color, your religion, or what the fuck ever. No. We judged you if you were a shitty fucking person. It didn't matter where the fuck you came from. You were a fucking shitty fucking person. That's just how we acknowledged it, right? So, I look at it this way, right? When you hear some of the shit like the mayor says, where he's all like, I don't like to use the term of melting pot because it means that, we would have to assimilate, we don't assimilate, more or less. Like, if you actually listen to the in between the lines, he's more or less saying we as Muslims will not assimilate to your culture. You'll assimilate to ours. We'll take over you. And then it's like, so what is all this leftists always bitch about the colonization shit when that is actively happening? Like, you realize the Crusades happened for a reason, right? They were an act against Islam, a fake religion that just blew up out of nowhere. Really, like, Islam, the best way you can describe this, right? In a lot of ways, it's kind of like how Joseph Smith was, like, upset because he thought none of the religions had it right. Which, I mean, hey, you can kind of argue that one a little bit. But the Ishmaelites were like, yo, man, we don't got the prophetic bloodline. We want a prophetic bloodline. Like, why can't we have all this cool shit? And they were like, you know what? Fuck it. We just gotta go make our own. We're just gonna go take this portion of this culture. We're gonna take that portion, and we're gonna take that portion, and then we're gonna change all the rest of it. Okay? And then literally in their own book it says to go talk to the Jews and Christians to get their full story. But then it says that the Bible had been corrupted, and then when you ask them what fucking part of the Bible has been corrupted, they can never fucking answer that part. Fantastic. Wow, great. Absolute fucking idiots. So, I digress. Again, if you want that portion of why I do feel that strongly about it, please watch this video. If you guys are wanting to jump ahead of me in that regard. But we're going to get into this one from Nux. Let me actually go ahead and pause my music here. Grab my headphones. Alright. Also, I do want to finish this up really quick, just so that way I can get this off the table and out of the way of the camera. Then I'm gonna load my pipe while we start this video here, and start lighting it up. Actually, I might either light up the pipe first, or I might light up a cigar, since I got that enclave, and it's really calling my name right now with that cup of coffee I have. So, I'm telling you, man. Hmm. Okay, that's at least off the camera then. Like, I don't want to keep trying to force myself to start that any further.
Dearborn, Michigan is currently in the midst of some sort of
Oof.
civil war. It is a Christian versus Muslim battle to the death going on in Dearborn,
His
Michigan right
mouse,
now.
his mouse cursor kept fucking with me. I thought it was mine, so I kept moving. I'm like, why is it not moving? Oh, I was like, okay, it is moving. I didn't realize it. All right, you guys can't see because it's behind me. All right, but there's the little hand cursor. Here, let me do this real quick. Oh, is the microphone in the way? Hold on. Why is this? Okay, there we go. I was like, wait a minute. That seems like it's a little too big. All right, there we go. There we go. All right, you guys see that right there? A little cursor. Yeah, that was fucking with me. It kept making me think that my cursor was there. I was like, where the fuck? Why is it not moving? And then I realized, oh, it is. I'm an idiot. So, so I ain't too proud to admit that shit. I'm a
Now,
fucking idiot,
one
apparently.
pretty insane thing that's going on is the fact that Jews have nothing to do with it. This is a colossal W because normally everything that happens is the Jews' fault, but this one, it's the other guys. So
Yeah, can we stop with that bullshit? Let me ask. This is a good question that actually Nux even points out too. He's like, if you want to say that the Jews are the sole in charge of everything, and then like that's what's controlling all this shit like that, wouldn't you have to say that they're doing a pretty shit job of it? They're obviously not doing too well for themselves out here. Like, literally, guys, can we kind of start thinking about this a little bit here? If you really want to start saying shit like that, can we start at least admitting that they're not doing a good job? Because if they're in control of it, why would the Muslims be literally controlling 53 countries?
this is huge. Anyway, let me just show you a clip of an example of what happened on the Dearborn Muslim versus Christian battle.
Why do you do that? He gets killed because you him? What? You know if he gets killed because you don't like him? Yeah? Is that what Muslims believe? Oh, well, you're a Muslim, right? And you believe it? Why? Do you think maybe it's a value problem? It seems that way. You're not representing your people very well right now. Yeah, so you want him dead because you don't like him. You want him dead because you don't like him. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, so this dude,
Fuck yeah, dude, get the fuck out of here.
going on because Dearborn, Michigan is falling into the hands of certain relatively unruly people.
Mm,
And,
yes,
well,
because they're an inferior culture. That's why.
they're going out and calling for protesters and journalists to get Charlie Kirked. I hope Jake.
As I just said.
Kirked. I hope you get Charlie. This is what they're yelling and screaming in this mostly peaceful protest. So anyway, this is the Dearborn lore. All right, because
It's only said by inferior culture and inferior people. Just saying. If you believe that, then yeah. If that is your line of thinking, just because you don't agree with somebody's, like thoughts or what they're saying or anything like that, is that you think that they should be, as you say, Charlie Kirk, which fuck you for saying it that way. Which they're just saying, please, somebody, assassinate us if they don't like us, right? They'll call us Nazi, they'll call us whatever, in hopes that somebody else will kill us. Like, that is utterly disgusting, dude. Like, at which point, you know, do the intolerant left start to admit, that they really have fucked an entire generation of people's brains up with this shit, this propaganda, and then literally created. this absolute, death by fucking empathy, type of mentality of like, oh no, we gotta let in all these criminals and all these fucking dangerous fucking foreigners from like fucking the Middle East or you know uh Hispanic countries where they're all coming from their their prison systems, all this other shit like that, and then they're like, I'm afraid to walk at night in my city. I fucking wonder why. Holy shit! Did you think about that for a fucking moment?
You are not for what you're about to witness. You're about to witness a battle where the police are actively defending the Muslims that are beating the shit out of Christians. All right, there's no other way to say it. This is
Yeah.
an insane story, and it's basically not being covered on any part of the mainstream news. This is a massive brawl with
Yep.
thousands of participants.
And the reason why it's not being covered, right? The one part you'll see that where it is, which it's weird because it was covered by a Fox News anchor, who apparently is known for being a propagandist for the left side. Like how he got in over on the Fox side, which is kind of crazy. They're usually better about that for the most part. They're not the greatest, right? They're still the fucking fringe. I feel like at times, but they do have a good set amount of people. I feel like for journalism that actually still argue about what journalism actually is. That is why I do like Nick here. By the way, I disagree with sometimes how he does certain things, like when he stands at like when he was at the Portland area, where he was in front of the ice facility and stuff like that with the crowd. And he's trying to get those shots. So I get you're trying to get the shots, Nick, but dude, like one, you are putting yourself so much in danger, but two, like honestly, the you good? Okay, I didn't know if you got hurt or not. I heard a big bang out there. Uh, but a big thing would be like, I just like when they go to like press the protesters. I feel like because he's in the front, they don't do it as hard because it's like, hey, do we want to fuck with the press and stuff like that. So I do wish that he was the fuck out of the way from when they were doing that, so that they could actually press those protesters more. Because it's like you're not protesting at that point, you're just rioting, and rioting is not a form of protest. I don't give a shit what people try to say. That is not how it goes. Um, one of the other things too is that when it comes to this idea of like, the way these, pro Palestine, pro Islam, all this other shit like that, things are coming up. It's like, how many of them have you seen Hamas flags at though? How many of them have you seen people actually saying death to America in them? That's should not that legitimately should just get you fucking deported. I don't care if you are a citizen or not. You should be then denaturalized. Send the fuck packing. Because obviously you don't want to be here. Okay? You obviously hate this guy. Oh, no, you love our country, but you just hate the government. Oh, okay. Get the fuck out. Don't care. We don't want it to turn into the shithole you came from.
Well, in 1786, see right there on the sign, either a Catholic or a church next to a big.
No, that's clearly a Muslim church.
It is ironic, though, that the guy does look like he's wearing like one of those long fucking whatever the fuck dresses that those dudes wear over there.
Nearby where Ford was started.
And I don't give a shit. You're like, that's kind of culturally, wrong and insensitive of you to say. That's a fucking dress.
Now is largest, if not one of the only towns here in America where the population is majority Muslims.
See why I brought up the whole minority thing earlier? This is a point, okay? We as a minority, we didn't struggle like that. Or even in the area, we didn't have issues like this growing up in Detroit. No, 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 no. Well, literally, Dearborn, you had to be the special fucking case of retard out here.
That's right, baby. Majority Muslim city in the United States of America. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong.
Like, no, there's stupid. There's beyond fucking stupid, and then there's fucking retard, and that's these idiots that have let in an entire race of people who will rape your women, fucking kill your dogs, and on top of that, they will try to stage terrorist attacks on our holidays, such as Halloween. And if you don't believe that, let me just point out this here. So this one, oh yeah, right here, November 1st, 2025. This happened, right? With Canada 2, if you don't want to be there, here, then get out. Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, and technically that's why Nux did it because he didn't like how Canada is going with the way that it's the importation, the importing of all these migrants that are not there to mesh with your country. They're not there to assimilate, to become Canadian. They're there to bring, you know, fucking, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iran, all that shit, all the way over there. And then it's like, excuse me, we have a problem here. When you come to this country, like if I was to go to your country, I would fully, acknowledge all the rules that I'd have to do to be in that country. Why? Because that's the rules, right? That's respect. But if you come to our country, you do the same fucking thing. Okay? If you come to our country and you are not, if you're fucking from these like backwards fucking ass countries, so that yes, you come here and you learn to assimilate. Okay? It might be a little hard for you. We get it because it's not your the thing that you normally do. But I kind of have faith that you might be able to do it. Fuck, all these other people have been able to do it for how many years? Why the fuck can't you? You know what I mean? Well, why is it just these group of people? And then before somebody says Islamophobia, which, by the way, why is that the only religion, if you ever think about this, that has that? There's no Christianophobia, Buddhaphobia, or anything like that. No, fucking no. There's none of that bullshit. Okay? Because it's a fucking fake ass bullshit excuse to call out, when you're actually calling out the terrorism, you're calling out the radical bullshit that they talk about, death to America, Allah Akbar, when it's always around a terrorist attack, but yet you don't hear anybody say Jesus is king when they're committing a terrorist attack. No, fuck, that's never happened. So we start to see the problem here. It's not a fear of these people. It's called a hatred of this fucking bullshit ass identity. It's kind of like the whole victim mentality. Okay, if you hide behind this shit and you try to make yourself constantly the victim, then obviously nobody can ever say anything. You can't ever do anything wrong because you're the victim. That is how they try to portray this. We're never allowed to say anything bad about when they do a terrorist attack. Oh God, no! That might cause fucking Zohran Mamdani's fucking aunt to get some Islamophobia. Oh goodness, she might not sit down in a fucking train in Tanzania. Yeah, the bullshit about the fucking when she was riding the subway and she wasn't even there. She was in Tanzania. Okay, and I'm pretty sure that's where she still is. So again, these people are fucking liars. They're snakes. And it is actually in their culture allowance to do so that it can benefit to form a caliph state somewhere. Because since the Ottoman Empire, they have been homeless. Since the fall of the Ottoman Empire, they have been homeless. They have been trying to find a place to establish a new caliph, and they have not been able to fully establish it anywhere truly other than maybe the UAE, but it's still kind of not exactly what they want there. Yeah, that's why Nux always makes a joke whenever somebody has an oh, see, I just think of the joke right now. I just said somebody has a Canadian accent. When they have an Indian accent, he goes, "Oh, they're speaking Canadian." I can't even say it normally now. Holy shit. Oh, fuck. I can't even say it normally, dude. It's so bad. Like, whenever you see somebody, like, speaking Hindi or something like that, you're like, oh, hold on. Let me bust up my Canadian here. Like my Canadian translation. Hold on. So, yeah. But yeah, this happened, though, just this Halloween that we had one on November 1st. There was going to be an attack that happened. Let's see here. Yeah, right here.
Local 4 News starts now with a alert.
Yep, right here. 2 weeks ago.
And police vehicles, all sorts of stuff carried out of at least 2 homes in Dearborn. The feds say they stopped a potentially violent attack planned for this Halloween weekend. Thanks so much for joining us at 6 as we come.
So see, yeah. Literally, so a couple weeks ago, that was actually finally posted. More evidence about all this stuff that was come out. There was like I think like 5 or so people that were involved with the thing. This is what I'm getting at, chat. This is what I'm getting at. This is the problem we're having. These people do not want to assimilate. They're like, oh, that's a pagan holiday. We gotta go kill people for doing it. Look, I get, like, there's certain Christians who don't like, Halloween either. But guess what? They don't go out and kill people for doing Halloween. They just don't participate. They don't let you knock on the door. They don't usually have their lights on. They don't go trick-or-treating. All that kind of stuff like that, Like, whatever, fine. I'm all about getting that candy, dude. It's like the one time a year that you're allowed to get candy from strangers and it's legal. Fuck yeah, dude, totally. Sounds so bad. It sounds so bad. But come on, as a child, I loved Halloween. You get to dress up as a fucking weirdo. And I didn't ever do the whole thing of being disrespectful and dressing as the dead. I would always dress as like as a movie character, right? I'd be like, most of the time I dressed as Ghostface or I did like Star Wars shit, right? That was primarily the main things I dressed as I was a kid growing up, you know. Yeah, there was one year my mom dressed me up as the lion from Wizard of Oz, and then there was the other year I was dressed up as a pumpkin and a scarecrow. So, yeah, all right. So legitimately, never was I dressed up as the dead. That's what they consider disrespectful in the Christian sense of that. But I was all for that whole knocking on the door. Can I get some candy? Give me candy. Like, come on, as a kid, that's the best shit in the world. You get to knock on somebody's door, like, give me candy. Like, it's the one time of year where you can just do that to all of your neighbors. You can do that to everybody around town, and it's completely fucking fine. Nobody bats an eye at that shit. Yeah, it's a weird shit that usually does happen on Halloween. And unfortunately, in this case, we had a terrorist attack that almost happened. But thankfully, the FBI finally thwarted an attack before it happened. A little nudge nudge there on the whole, like, how the fuck does that happen? But we can't get them to thwart all the other shit that has happened. Like, I don't know, like the Charlie Kirk fucking situation, Thomas Crooks, or how about any of the other types of violent attacks from people that have been obviously like been like, oh hey, that person probably a little unstable. Should probably look into him.
With that, their teachings definitely align with a lot of Christian teachings, especially where it says in the Quran to kill Jews and Christians. That is a very Christian style teaching. So
The sarcasm, I love it. I love him.
And if you think there is a problem, then you're Islamophobic.
Being part of the religion of Islam right now, 55% of the population here inside of Dearborn belong to the Islam religion.
It's
50,
kind of weird how this keeps
55%. That's insane.
happening. Now, again, this is cancel worthy, and I'm scared to say this out loud, or I don't want the Muslim Mossad to come after me for this one. But you'll notice that when the Muslims are a minority, they're always being oppressed, and it's a true tragedy.
Thank you. Yes, exactly what I just said earlier. That is what I'm getting at, chat.
How they're being oppressed. Everyone needs to gather together to fight for the rights of the minority Muslims. And then once the Muslims become the majority, they start kicking the Christians out of their.
It's like the mayor told the fucking pastor that he was Islamophobic and he doesn't belong in Dearborn and that he's going to work on like kicking him out of the city. That right there, yeah, that's called being a colonist. All right, that is literally a Muslim being like, no, 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 we don't want you white people here. We don't want anybody here unless you're gonna, put your woman in a burqa and fucking, bow down to fucking Allah. Which, by the way, that's just Baal. A little fun fact. There's actually evidence of proof of this. If you look at the time of worship and stuff like that, back in the old days when they were Zoroastrians and stuff like that, they would also have the belief in Baal, or Baal, however you want to pronounce him, Baal. I pronounce it Baal. We get that from Diablo. That's kind of why I pronounce it that way. So he was ideally like their god of rain, da 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 da. But if you look into like the history of who he would be considered, that would be considered the devil at that time. Excuse me. Baal ultimately changes his name, tells these people like, oh, let's just change Baal's name from that to Allah, and that's who we'll make as Allah. And it's like, oh, okay, so you just more or less profess that you think that the devil is God. Okay, good, good. So you're Satan worshippers. So when somebody literally tries to explain to you that somebody who is practicing Islam is in fact a Satanist, there's a reason for it, because the person they truly believe in is the devil. They don't believe in truly anything that's divine. I mean, do you really believe that a person who calls himself a prophet who marries a 6-year-old child is really divine? Supposedly the most perfect holy person, right? Supposedly Muhammad is, but he's not even real. Which, with that being the case, I've actually had this discussion with some of my fellow Christians about this. Like, so if that means he's not real, where did those stories come from? I believe those come from priests that did do those things, but in order to make it okay, they then said, well, you see, Muhammad did this, when he wasn't a real person. And it actually comes from the term Mahmet, which means the anointed one, or the holy one, the leader, things like that. So, and again, that's when we get to this whole video here. That'll have more sense made in it. Okay, so.
Cities, like in Dearborn.
Yesterday, protester and Islam protesters, as things got pretty wild, man. Even brought out bacon and slapped the Quran with bacon, and
Yeah, so it got pretty crazy.
did try to light the Quran on fire. Muslims obviously came in.
They should have let him. That's different. One's actually a holy doctrine, and one is a fucking false made-up doctrine. Just saying. So here's another example of this false made up doctrine. In the Quran and in Muslim belief, they believe that it was all written on vellum and everything like that. Which, if you don't know what vellum is, it's animal skin. So if this is the case, okay, where the fuck are your ancient copies, dipshits? Those preserve better than papyrus. And yet there's not a single fucking one. Oh, well, that's just so fucking coincidental, don't you think? So, yeah. Just gonna point out that little fallacy there. That's kind of like, wait a minute, hold on. Where's all the ancient text then? You claim that they're on vellum, so this would mean that they would predate, almost all the other text. But yet, there's nothing? Interesting. I smell some bullshit here. So,
For a while, had a man who for government a few weeks ago. He was then talking about not liking Islam, Sharia law, and all that, and then he switched his position on that. As
Obviously, no duh.
Came here to Dearborn and realized that there are some really nice members of Islam.
True.
And he
True.
had a clash with.
so I have an issue with that. I don't. I mean, I'm all for having some crusades again. I'm just saying. But I think that they need to be done properly. Actually, more holy style, not this rape and pillaging shit. But I think that legitimately, like, if you have somebody who claims that they're good members of Islam, they're just snakes in the grass. They're going to be sitting there. Their goal is to lie to you and be nice to you until the Caliph state comes. Once the Caliph state comes, and they can put you to the fucking sword, and they can behead you because you're a fucking Christian or you're Buddhist or you're whatever, and you don't want to conform to Muslim. Well, fucking ring. There you go. And if you think I'm fucking joking, that's not a joke. That is literally what they are trying to do. So again, I see it kind of being like the whole, like, you know, it's almost kind of like how the LDS are like really shittily snakes too, right? So like, if you don't know this about the LDS Church, which they've gotten in trouble for this with the fucking what you would call it, with the Jews themselves, but during like World War II, they were performing what's called baptisms for the dead. Now, some churches still do this stuff, some churches don't. But primarily the church that does it or does do this and stuff like that is the LDS Church. But other churches that do it only will do it to members of their faith. They have to have been of that faith or been family members of that faith. They won't go outside the church. The LDS Church was baptizing people of the Holocaust as members of the LDS Church, which it's like, because their belief is that you do this, right, as a way to give somebody a second chance in hell to come to heaven, right? Now, they won't go to the top kingdom or the second kingdom. They'll probably go to the third kingdom, but at least they won't get cast in the void because then they're at least in the third kingdom, you know what I mean? So that's what their belief is, right? Their belief is that they give you a second chance by doing baptism for the dead, and that also at the end days, that when you die as an LDS member, that you go to God, and God then tells you to go to hell to pretty much be a probation officer for lost souls and demons and shit, and then try to convert them and bring them back to heaven. Interesting thought. Interesting thought. I will say. I mean, I am of the belief that once we do die, that it is going to not be just this whole resting and you're just gonna have fucking martinis on a Palm Beach and all that other shit like that in your afterlife. No, no, no. I do think that in the afterlife you still work. I know some people are like, I don't like that idea. I don't understand why. I think that's the people that show that they don't love what they do. They don't love working. And there is something to be said to love what you do and to love working, right? It's not this idea that you love being a servant or a slave, right? There's that people who go, oh, so you don't love making your, like, no, like, work. You could be making your own money. You could be making your own dollar, right? That you fucking, actually create by either making your own business, being a streamer, doing whatever, right? You can do that and feel good about doing that. You can enjoy working, right? There's nothing inherently wrong with that. But there is a point to which I think that people they hate what they do, and so it inherently makes them hate working. So.
So George Lang is a Gen 6er who decided to show up in Dearborn to the protest. It's a pretty diabolical situation. Anyway, I gotta catch you up on the lore. So this is the mayor.
Yeah, see, you do not belong here in this city, Islamophobe. Get out. And this was to a fucking Muslim or Muslim, sorry, pastor from the Muslim fucking what is it mayor, and literally Abdullah Hamoud, and it's just like, dude, fucking what a fucking name. Like, I'm sorry, I don't think they should be allowed to be fucking members of Congress, senators, mayors, governors, anything like that.
Mayor
Unless you were a Christian, sorry.
Abdullah
Fuck, I'd take an atheist, but this idiot, no.
Hamoud of Dearborn, Michigan, and this is a Christian pastor.
Yeah, this poor guy.
Bombed the embassy.
Yeah, because they're naming streets after Hezbollah terrorists. Not just like they go, oh, you're mad because we're naming streets after Arabs. No, you're specifically choosing Arabs that are Hezbollah terrorists. You fuck.
And Americans, so I just feel it's quite inappropriate.
So basically, what this pastor was saying, this pastor said, "Yo, let's not name the street after Hezbollah terrorists that have killed Americans." This is the response.
You're an Islamophobe, and although you live here, I want you to know, as mayor, you are not welcome here.
No. You're not welcome there.
And the day you move to the city, will they launch a parade celebrating the fact that you moved out of the city?
That is disgusting, chat.
Because you are not somebody who believes in coexistence.
So then Mayor Abdullah
Oh, no. He doesn't believe in coexistence, right? But he puts the name of a Hezbollah terrorist on a street. Right. We see a common theme here, chat. Are we starting to see a common theme?
Hamoud, Christian pastor out of the city, for saying, "Yo, actually not be naming streets after Islamic terrorists." Now, another thing that you will notice if you pay attention to what's been going on the streets of Dearborn, Michigan, is the very common chants of "Death to America."
Yep.
Al-Marg to America means death to America.
Deport every person saying that.
Yeah, that was Dearborn, Michigan.
Oh, and this dumb bitch. This ugly dumb bitch. Dude, she looks like she got hit in the face off the ugly tree of every fucking branch on the way down, and then got hit in the face with a shovel.
Spoiler, she doesn't condemn it. Anyway, I didn't want to get too into the weeds of the past. So this is that same Abdullah Hamoud. He just went on a podcast. This is a podcast that I think was released yesterday. And let's just say some of the things he said on this podcast were a little bit scary. Dearbornistan is growing.
Yeah, Dearbornistan, yeah.
Death to America is mostly peaceful. It's a critique of American imperialism. It doesn't literally mean death to America. At least that's what
Yeah, that's the Hassan and Tucker Carlson take, which is so fucking
I
cringe.
was told by Hassan Piker and Tucker Carlson. Pretty weird that they decided to work together on that one.
Yeah, what the fuck happened to Tucker Carlson, dude? What the fuck happened? Dude used to be so anti-Islam. And then all of a sudden, he's all like, yeah, Sharia law sounds great. Yeah, we should have Sharia law. And you're like, what? Tucker, whose dick are you sucking over in the Middle East that you are literally like, yeah, we should totally be all like that. And he was all like, oh yeah, in Abu Dhabi they have no rape because they don't consider when a woman gets violated like that to be rape. Because they don't have that. Again, we see a fucking problem here. These people do not mesh with Western civilization.
You must assimilate to the country.
Yes.
That makes sense. I mean, you're an
Yes.
immigrant, you should assimilate to the country.
I shouldn't put out two languages. Why can't you speak English? Why are my videos subtitled in Arabic? Why is my caption both in English and Arabic? People get frustrated by this. But to me, it's like, I actually disavow the use of the term the melting pot. I actually don't like it. Why? Because in a melting pot, when you're talking about like a soup, everything looks the same, right? We're the salad bowl. The lettuce is lettuce, the tomato is tomato, the cucumber is cucumber, and they all complement each other.
In other words, we refuse to assimilate to American culture. In fact, we are going to remain a thorn in American culture's side, and we refuse to.
And as a thorn, we need to remove, okay? We need to actually start thinking about how we need to break down the actual Islamic faith. Well, I mean, legitimately, though, like, I think it's kind of sad that they have been together for how long? And she is not allowed to tell people that they're together. He does not tell anybody that they are together at all, right? It's always just kind of been inferred, right? But this way, you got these, these thirsty ass fucking, uh, cringy ass bitches like fucking, what is that? What is the newest one? The blonde one, who literally said she couldn't get her fingers through the fucking collar of Kaya's collar, and then all of a sudden she goes, no, that's not true. What he said was totally true about the neck meat and blah blah blah. It's like, oh my gosh, dude. And then you have Taylor Lorenz, who's also known for constantly wanting to sleep with Hassan, and is absolutely goo goo gaga over him. So it's just like, it's absolutely ridiculous to see this shit and then be like, oh, okay, so because you want to sleep with this dude, you don't see anything that he does is wrong, like shocking his fucking dog, to the point that our vice president even makes a joke about it. Like, that's impressive. That's impressive. You know what I mean? Like, if you actually have to become a joke at the actual level that the fucking vice president makes a joke about you because you've shocked your dog, and which it's illegal in fucking California to have a shock collar. How is he not behind bars yet? How is he not fined? Anything? Like, seriously. You know? Like, when he comes back from China, do not let him back in. Deport his ass. He doesn't like it here. He hates it here, he says. So fucking foreclose on his fucking $3 million mansion as a communist he has somehow. Take away his fucking Ferrari and then be like, oh, sorry, we had to do that because, we gotta deport your fucking ass to fucking China since you love it there so fucking much.
Become homogenized in any possible way. And, we're going to sit here. We are going to be different.
And I honestly believe that any person who is part of these fucking pro-Palestine movements, anything like that, they need to be denaturalized and sent to Palestine, okay? Let them go see how it is over there. Especially like the whole like gays for Palestine. Oh, yeah. Why don't you go see how good you'll have it over there? Fucking idiots, dude. That's like literally fucking chickens fucking be like, I'm for KFC. The 7 years for what, the shock collar thing? Dude, like, he hasn't gotten anything for that yet. And it's like, there's blatant evidence of it, though. It's like, what's his face? That went into the women's bathroom claiming that he was a woman, and then legitimately is videotaping in there. Well, yeah, well, it's not even so much that, right? It's that he's a communist. Okay, he's a communist who believes in that you should take down rich people and make them, redisperse the wealth, right? What is he doing? How is he redispersing his wealth? His millions of dollars that he has, all the Gucci he wears, like all that shit is not cheap. Like that's the problem. He's rich and he's a communist. Like I shouldn't even say that's the problem because that's the thing. That's the actual thing itself. If you're rich and you're a communist, you then have slaves. Especially go look at China. If the lower class is an actual slave to the upper class, okay? So if you're rich in China, sure, you don't see the problems because you're rich. You can afford not to have those problems. But if you lose that income and you become poor, you get to become somebody's slave. And they would not have that. No, those are the type of people that would actually probably kill themselves before becoming somebody else's slave because, how dare they couldn't do that. That's beneath them. That's the fucking problem. And that wealth will always be at the top 1%. Yet they claim that, that all that is, it's the major wealthy and then the government. That's who's going to have all the wealth. But then they claim that the capitalism is the problem. No, capitalism says that if you work hard, you will be rewarded, all right? That if you go out and you want to try and make a business, and so long as you try to actually do right by the customer, right, you're competitive with the rest of the actual industry that you're around, or maybe you get lucky and you start an industry, right, and you have no competition. But so long as you hear a customer say, hey, I love this product, but could you do this? Bam, you try to find a way to innovate. You keep trying to do these things to make your product as best as possible without it costing the consumer, but Also, try not too hard to let it cost you too much. But at the same time, though, you got to spend the money in order to make a good product, right? It's the cost of business. Sometimes you got to spend a lot of money to make a shit ton of money, okay? Because literally, those that have actually been committed with their businesses, that have gone full in, that has said, you know what, I will be homeless on a couch if I have to be, in order to make sure that my business is still going before I take a single cent from that place, until I know for a fact that if I take any money from it, it will not hurt the business. Boom. Those people are who succeed. Those people are the ones who have been made it and then have become actual, like, icons that we have looked at as be like, damn, if I build a business, I want to be like, this person XYZ, and it's that there's a great saying by Napoleon Hill in the book Think and Grow Rich. He says, I write this book not to tell you how these people spent their money or what they did with their money once they became rich. I only write this book to express to you how they became rich and how they got to that point and where they came from, right? To show you that any person could make it. That's what this book was all about. However, though, there are people like J.P. Morgan that he says, where he actually writes as being a protege to Andrew Carnegie, and says that literally when Carnegie fucking met with J.P. Morgan and sold him the steel industry, that he said, man, I feel like I just made a deal with the devil himself. Because when he asked J.P. Morgan, I asked you for this much money. Yeah? What would have happened if I asked you for this much money? Okay? And I always get the numbers wrong, but I do believe he was given $1 billion, and then he asked me what would happen if I got $2 billion or asked you for that, and JP just snarks and goes, well, you surely would have gotten it then. That is the type of person that Carnegie was like, I don't like that. That's weird. But Carnegie was the first person to actually realize he was fucking up at his, with his workers and be like, fuck, I need to do something here. These people hate me. What's going on here? So then he starts walking the factory, starts talking to the people, and realizes what they want and realizes what they need, and then delivers, and does so at a cost to himself, but so that his workers will be beyond happy and want to come to work, so that they want to create a generation of workers. And then therefore, he has now people that have pensions, they have benefits, they have all this stuff, and they're being taken care of, so now they want to go work for him. And now they're happy. So the product is better and they actually produce more of it. That is what happens. And that's actually something we see at the cigar industry, actually. Funny enough. So it's very very ironic that that's actually something you see in the cigar industry. But it's that drive to want to go to work, right? That was created by that. But then you see somebody with Morgan who's just like, I just want the steel industry because I know what I can do with it. Right, I can go further than what you will, but I'll cut corners and I'm gonna break the American workers' back in order to do everything, in order to get where I want. And that's what he did. I mean, dude, the dude was the original Wolf of Wall Street. I mean, he created Wall Street.
That's kind of what it sounds like he's saying. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading a little too deep into this, but that's pretty crazy. That's pretty insane. Anyway, this is why Americans are protesting the Islam invasion of Dearborn, Michigan. Now,
Yes.
Before I show you the actual riot, I have to show you the reason for the riot. The Dearborn chief of police proudly spoke on replacing Americans' Dearborn police forces with Arabs. The police force went from 3% Arabs to 45% Arabs, Muslims. Dearborn chief of police spoke in...
So now think about this. If you try to call a crime on somebody who's Muslim or Arab, they're not going to report it. You'll see firsthand of this too later on.
Saying, Alhamdulillah, all praises due to Allah. In America's first Arab majority city. Dearborn is renaming American streets after not just Arabs. That's fine. Who cares?
Yeah.
Islamic terrorism.
That's the problem.
The Dearborn police enforce Sharia law against a YouTuber.
Yeah.
Make a public apology. Published for 3 years doing it. All right. Police badge features Arabic script. Dearborn has confirmed planned Muslim terrorist attack planned for Halloween stop by the FBI. For the record, this is a true fact.
Yeah.
Basically didn't get used.
Yeah, because literally they were trying to claim that the FBI were lying. They were trying to claim there was Islamophobia from the fucking FBI, and then all of a sudden, oh look what happened! It was real.
Coverage either.
This is why Hollywood did the movie the Wolf of Wall Street. No, that movie is based on I think his name is like Belfont or Bell. Hold on. That is not the Wolf of Wall Street movie is not based on him because it would have been much older time, much older time than that. Who was Jordan Belfort? I said Belfont and I was wrong with that. So Belfort. So Jordan Belfort, which is this guy right here. Okay, he's still doing scams today. By the way, do not worry. CoffeeZilla has actually done a lot on him. So let's see your early life, career. Where's it? Yeah, cryptocurrency. Was previously a skeptic of cryptocurrency, having called Bitcoin freaking insanity and mass delusion. As he learned more about cryptocurrency, the price has skyrocketed. He changed his mind. Yeah, wolf themed non fungible tokens. Despite saying that he could easily make 10 million, he also said that he was also immensely looking forward to regulation. Cryptocurrency. Uh, he's been in a lot of shit right now, a lot of controversies, a lot of other like issues with uh, other like crypto scams and stuff like that. So yeah, Jack Doherty getting arrested is absolutely like love that, right? Sure, I love that. But yeah, I'm irritated because yeah, no, the reason why we haven't seen anything happen with his son is because his dad's a billionaire. His uncle is Cenk Uygur, who runs the Young Turks. So I feel like that I think the government knows that if they were to do something too harsh to him, it could make him a martyr, right, to a cause. So I think that the government is trying to get away because I mean, Nux has said that they are talking to him about uh actually like doing something with the FBI against Hassan. So there is that, but at the same time though, my only problem with that is that he has such powerful connections with his family that could totally easily get swiped under the rug. He has a lot of money himself. Um, there's a lot that is very peculiar about the Hassan situation, and I think that there's also a lot of lawsuits that people don't realize, right, that are going to pertain to him. All right. Um, they need some guy that's still doing scams and not getting caught. Like, dude, yeah, no. Right here, let me uh right here.
Jordan Belfort has responded to my allegations, and I want to talk about it. Some of you may know Jordan from The Wolf of Wall Street, which is based on his life as a scammer. More recently, he's in hot water for being involved
A
in
Mega
another
Pro.
scam,
Yeah.
Mega Pro, and having money in a $500 million Ponzi scheme.
Yeah. So see, that was 2 years ago, by the way. There. By the way, so if you want to watch this video later on, it's a great video. Great video. Definitely check this video out, chat. Everybody who wants to check it out, I'll post it across the board. It is a really good video. I love CoffeeZilla. He's a great journalist. Like, and again, too, like, just because I also have who I vote for doesn't mean that I can't still enjoy somebody who's like this, who makes content, and stuff like that, because somebody goes, well, he's really critical. I'm like, yes. And I actually would like people to be that way. So that way he can still answer for the wrong things that he does, but then we can also acknowledge the good things that he does. You see what I'm saying? These things are okay to do. I think it's weird that people get so weirded by these things, too. So yeah, definitely go check out, though. He ends up reaching out to him, though. This goes to, I want to say, yeah, I want to say this is the first one right here, the $500 million scam.
And by the end of this three-part series, we will expose offshore money fraud and confront the man behind it.
Cardone's team, Pete Vargas, came to me and said, "Hey, I've got this thing.
Domain, and it looks like he's claiming it's
This is where the rug gets pulled out from underneath us, man. I
Okay.
felt like something was wrong."
So, okay, I thought this was the one that was to it. There's, oh no, there's this one.
I'm sorry.
Uh, So yeah, I'm trying to remember which one it is. There's so many of these that he's done, dude. It's so fucking hard to find all these, chat. I'm literally trying to find the one that links to that one. But yeah, like, look, there's all these, right? There's this one here, which I'm glad he's actually done, the exposing the gambling epidemic, which I think that's honestly a really big thing that he's done. Then yeah, Logan Paul is still suing him. Yeah, he got bribed by casinos. This is what I mean. This is the stuff that I love that he does, dude. Like, I love that he's done so much of this type of content, and the scams that he's exposed is fucking unbelievable, dude. That yeah, he was like, this is where I actually started, not gonna lie, really getting into him too when he exposed this scam. Because I want to say before that, the only other video I had watched, if it even shows the bar on it still. Oh, it doesn't. This was one of the first videos I ever watched by him. Right here. Massive influencer scam just got worse, and that one like really got me into it. And then I started watching this stuff where oh my gosh, what is that? Theranon, whatever the fuck it's called, from the lady that does that with the modulated voice afterwards. She's fucking weird. She's scamming from the fucking prison, by the way, with her husband now. So yeah. And I guess yeah, he has the a thing on Netflix now, all that stuff like that, which is dope as fuck. But yeah, dude's a fucking legend out here. Literally, yeah, Trader's Domain, that's the big one right there. Um, so it is that. Okay, so it was those two videos. So those two are connected to this one here. So it's all part of the Trader's Domain. So I wasn't sure if it was or not. But okay, so it is. So definitely check that stuff out, though, guys. It's insane, the scams that have gone on.
Thank God nothing happened. But on a bunch of Muslims were planning a terrorist attack. They gathered a ton of weapons, and their stated goal was that,
Ah, and of course, now I gotta go take a piss. Alright, be right back here, chat. I gotta go take a leak real quick. Okay. I am back. Oh, whoops. Fucking might help if I hit the live screen though. Here. Okay, there we go. All right.
Halloween is a pagan holiday, and
Also, before we start up the cigars, let's start the pipe bowl actually. Let's get my tamper tool over here. Oh, that one's too new. I don't want to use that lighter just yet because I got some lighters over here that definitely need to be used up still. Yeah, like that one. Yeah. Fantastic tobacco. Okay.
they wanted to, attack people on Halloween. Thank God the FBI stopped that from happening. But anyway, Wall Street Journal wrote an article titled "Welcome to Dearborn, America's Jihad Capital." The mayor Abdullah Hammoud tells Americans to get out of their city if they don't like street
Fresh hot
being
coffee.
named after, Hezbollah terrorists. The mosques in Dearborn, Michigan broadcast the Islamic call to prayer blasted throughout the city 5 times a day starting at 5 a.m. Dearborn, during the April 2024 International Al-Quds Day rally, protesters chanted "Death to America," with speakers labeling the U.S. as one of the rottenest countries. Dearborn, Michigan, ladies and gentlemen. So that's basically what caused this protest and slight scuffle. So Fox
Dude,
News,
deport all those people.
This is wild. Fox 2's David Kinchin claimed that the violent mob of Muslims throwing rocks, punching, pepper spraying, shoving, and robbing protesters last night was actually promoting peace. Of course, obviously, it was mostly peaceful lynchings. This is crazy. So thank you, media. Very cool. Now, I'm going to show you a couple of clips that I gathered from this because there's hundreds of hours of footage from multiple perspectives. I gathered what I thought was the most epic.
I don't want to get close. I can't hear you. I don't want.
Right, so you got all these guys out there behind the fences. They're yelling, they're screaming. You got some Antifa as part of the crowd, like with the inflatable dinosaurs and shit. So far, pretty peaceful, right? Yelling Allahu Akbar, very cool. God is pretty great. Anywho, so it gets a little wilder.
Yeah, yes, he is.
Ham Higby. He's like boots on the ground journalist, and essentially he got pepper sprayed for no reason at the anti-Islam protest.
Sir, why is he not welcome on a public sidewalk?
Get the camera out of my face. Get that camera out of my face, or I will take it from you. Okay.
So he got assaulted for filming in public.
Phone right here. Is this his phone? All right, guys. He just got pepper sprayed for attacking and assaulting someone. No, you're not gonna get your phone. Actually, you get it. Here you go. There we go. Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Come on in.
So they literally just pepper sprayed this guy for no
For
reason.
attacking, assaulting somebody, which he didn't even attack or assault anybody. Here's somebody screaming, "Go home!" I'm like, fuck.
So that's insane.
Guys, as you can see here, the jug that was water, we got a bunch of.
Bro, poor guy. So, for the record, this is a YouTuber, all right? This is a YouTuber that went out there and, he was filming the protest. He was there for less than 30 minutes, and he got pepper sprayed. Antifa terrorists harassing a Christian protester in Dearborn. I asked him why he didn't have the right to be on a public sidewalk, and then he immediately pepper sprayed him for no reason. Absolutely no reason. Mostly peaceful pepper spraying. Zero actual violence occurred. This wasn't self-defense. This was just pepper spraying the guy for no reason. Very cool. So this.
Oh yeah, this bullshit right here. Look at this pussy ass shit right here.
As you can see, this is a random Muslim fellow that joins the protest to make believe he's on the side of the protest, and then he just beats the shit out of this guy for no.
That's what I mean. Get rid of these fucking pieces of shit. Get rid of these absolute parasites.
MAGA domestic terrorist Jake Lang was punched in the face today while leading his racist march in Dearborn. Congratulations on proving them right. You just punched a random man for expressing his opinion. Now, I know a lot of people. I know if your family fails to punish you for your bad behavior, someone else will. Yeah, well, Mrs. Watermelon, let's try to use that logic against Palestine.
Oh yeah, he does that. Muslims violently invading and colonizing us is good. Actually, you. Hope you have a burqa ready.
So this is the insanity that we have to deal with, man. Like, this is the actual crazy situation. Because the reality is, it's so frustrating. This is happening in America. I'm not gonna lie. It's actually so frustrating that this happens in America. But
It is. It really
anyway,
is.
So this is basically what we have here. A guy just gets assaulted, punched in the face for taking part in a completely peaceful protest. All right, this isn't bombing anybody. This isn't blowing up cars. This isn't keying Teslas. It's not throwing bricks at police officers. It is none of that whatsoever. This is literally the most peaceful of peaceful protests. And this dude punches him and runs away. He gets praise from the retards in the audience. And the craziest part of it all is, this is coming off the back of 2 years of radical Palestine protests that are being done by jihadis. Like, that's the craziest part. Like, dude, you conquered the protest game. All right, you have colonized the protesting sphere in America. All right, now this dude walks with an American flag, and they beat the shit out of him. Like,
Exactly.
That's the craziest part. It's like, oh.
Because again, it wasn't a Hamas flag walking down there, you know. This is what I mean, chat. This is what I mean. You have these idiots out here who come from a shithole country, come here, and then do shit like that. And even if they're born here, you are part of an inferior culture if you think that that is okay to do.
Oh my God, I can't believe the Jews control the government. Anyway, meanwhile, Palestine protests on every college campus in America constantly. Right? So a conservative protester got arrested at an anti-Muslim protest. This is insane. So you have a Muslim guy attacks a conservative Christian guy. The Christian gets arrested.
You have to say they arrested a conservative. Officers, what are you arresting him for? What are you arresting him for? What's the probable cause? What's the probable cause? You have to state.
Look at that Muslim bitch right there, too.
What is it? What is
Good question. Bro refused to pay the jizya tax.
What is the legally recognized reason for arresting this man? What's the probable cause?
Look at all these Mohammed-looking pieces of shit.
Name and badge number. Name and badge number. They won't arrest a single Muslim. There's been multiple attacks, but of course they'll arrest somebody on the other side immediately.
Yep.
What is the probable cause for arresting him?
Pretty weird.
Officer, were you here just a second ago when the guy got arrested? Habeas corpus. Articulate suspicion for arresting that man. Name and badge number, please. Name and badge number. Name and badge number, please, sir.
This is
name
crazy.
And badge number. I want your name and your badge number. Are you denying me your name and your badge number? Are you denying name and badge number? Get out of my face. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Stop.
Look at that fucking freak. Look at these fucking freaks.
Name and badge number. I have a legally recognized reason to ask him his name and badge number.
Got a fucking penis and a trans Tifa over there.
And harass our people right here. Officer, he's following me. What are you gonna do? Who took my hat? He just took my hat.
Bro stole his hat in front of the police. Nothing happens. Guy protests against
Yeah, this is what I mean.
You know, freedom of speech. He's allowed to do it. And Officer Mohammed bin Laden Hussein decided to arrest that guy instead.
Yep, exactly. Because again, when you have 45% of them being their fucking people, what do you fucking think is gonna happen? We ain't gonna get shit done.
This is tiring. So now we have Antifa defending cops. Cops arresting conservatives. The cops are a majority Muslim police force. Pretty weird how that keeps happening. This is insane. This is absolute insanity. Now, they're not revealing their name and badge number, but remember, the ICE agents that are literally getting shot and harassed, and they're trying to assassinate ICE agents and their family members, those guys are getting blasted by the media for not identifying themselves to illegal invaders when they arrest
He's not
them.
wrong.
These police refuse to show their name and badge number while they arrest people without ever expressing a reason for why they're arresting people. This is just so frustrating. Dude, if there wasn't a double standard, there would be no standard at all. Do you see how insane this is? So ICE will arrest an illegal invader. Everyone loses their mind because he's not identifying himself. Here you have a police identifying someone for freedom of speech purposes without expressing the reason why they're being arrested, and refuse to identify themselves too. This is absolute insanity. And you have these guys literally committing crimes. Like, look at this guy smiling in the back.
Yeah, because he knows he's not going to get in trouble. He knows he's not going to get in trouble because he knows that, you know, that cop just saw it. He's not going to turn around and arrest this guy. They're on the same fucking side.
This dude stole his hat in front of the police. No one does anything. He's just giggling in the background. Chances are bigger that the conservative guy is going to end up getting arrested. It gets worse. It gets a lot worse. So, Wall Street Apes Twitter account says this is a national emergency.
I believe they're going to cancel the 6:30 City Hall meeting because everybody's being out. They're cheaping the fuck out. I don't have bananas. Chill out.
How he just surrounded these journalists? Like, these are all journalists. This is Jake Lang. This is Nick Shirley. There are a couple of journalists. And they're being surrounded by a whole group of guys.
This is not America. This is an insurgency.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
They're taking over our country. They want us all dead. Let's go.
Wow, what's happening right now? People are pushing. Whoa.
That's crazy. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, it's wild. Anyway, check this out. This is awesome. This is a Christian who gets spit on by a Muslim. So the police.
And then he gets arrested. Yep. Make that shit make sense, chat.
Did they spray you? He spit on his face.
Bro.
Green keffiyeh right over here. Spit right in the guy's face.
For the record, spitting in somebody's face is actually considered assault. It is assault. Some would argue it might be even considered assault with a deadly weapon because AIDS. No, this is actually a real thing.
He's not wrong. That is actually they consider an attack with a biological weapon, or however they could phrase it. Most cities have it. That if you spit on somebody, you are going to be going to jail.
Genuinely, it really. Like, I'm not joking. A real actual law. So now guess if they're going to arrest the guy that just spat on someone.
No! Green keffiyeh. He spit on his face. They're gonna arrest him. Watch this. They're gonna arrest him.
Where the action is.
Yeah.
Officer's pushing me.
Bro, this is America.
He got his face. He got spit on. He didn't touch anyone. He got spit on.
All right, so dude gets spit on. Let's see.
They're literally gonna arrest him.
He's lost. He is lost. He is lost.
Did you find that guy? Did you shit?
No, because the police didn't do anything, so I couldn't have him arrested. They wouldn't.
So dude gets spit on. They refuse to arrest the guy that spits on him. Instead, they take the guy that gets spit on.
Yep.
And they interrogate him. Holy crap, bro. This is wild, and this is crazy. This is the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, this is going to cause so much Islamophobia to Zoran Mamdani's aunt. I don't even know how we could stop it.
I know, wow.
It's like, dude,
That's a tragedy.
People decided they had enough.
We've taken the streets of Dearborn.
Bro, is this dude holding up a pig? That's crazy. That's crazy.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
Yelling that they're fascists, obviously. Classic. So it gets even hairier. Yep.
This is what I mean, chat. This is the shit we're fighting back now.
Yeah, break it up, guys. Go back to Europe. They're telling the Christian guy in America.
Yeah, go back to the smelly desert, you bitch.
That's crazy. Bro, listen, look.
Fucking inferior ass culture. Dude.
I got used to this, bro.
I mean, fair point. Yeah, he's got a point. He's doing a thicker skin than me. I'm just like, dude, fucking, just go back to the fucking desert, you smelly bastard.
Alright, so I hear they go back to Europe shit from time to time, you know? But, like, this is wild.
What's wrong with being 5'2", baby?
Alright, so the police finally get involved after this dude got sworn by, like, 24 guys. Guy threatens him. He says, I know what your face looks like. Cool. Yeah, well, that's what we're doing. Now, a lot of you might not be aware of this, but if you see this crowd, there is about a 50% chance that every individual in this crowd is inbred. Anyway, moving
Also, 50% chance that one of them might have a bomb.
on. I'm not trying to be racist. This is not racist. This is statistics. Okay, I'm just being real here.
Exactly. Just being real.
Very honest. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying, like, there is a high
It is legal to fucking marry your first cousin in Islam. That is why he's saying this.
likelihood of inbreeding.
And they have a very high statistic of them being inbreds. So, and then of course, you know, anybody who might be Jewish or might have, even if they've converted from Judaism to Christianity, which I don't care if you are Jewish, I believe that Israel has the right to live. I do not think that Palestine is a state. I think it's fucking false. If you actually take it in their terminology, that Palestine, that sounds like the Philistines. So, I'm cool with being, you know, us biblically taking out the Philistines. Kind of was one of those calls from God.
So this is wild, bro. This is a crazy protest.
Jesus Christ is King of Dearborn. Pick up yours and walk, America. Not be asleep. Not before the giant of Islam crushes you.
Bro. So that's wild.
That is badass.
Yeah, and he's going up against all the first cousins. It's crazy. So anyway,
That was great.
Oh, I totally forgot about this. There's an entire group of people trying to turn this into like a Jewish psyop, right? Like the people that blame everything that happens in all of history on the Jews. They blame this on the Jews. Also, you'll see soon, but this is like, oh my god, this one guy that's saying Jesus Christ is king, he once went to the Western Wall in Israel. He must be a secret plant to turn the Christians against the Muslims that are directly threatening to kill the Christians.
It's really tiresome with the fucking anti-Semitism.
Anyway, so
It really is.
It keeps getting wilder. It keeps getting wilder. The story. I'm gonna show you some of the crash outs about that. So this is awesome. This is also in Dearborn, I'm pretty sure.
Narratives that you're getting from Dearborn is completely false.
Dearborn narrative is false. The guy says about Dearborn, the place that is throwing Christians out and
wow,
Christians for getting spit on by Muslims.
Like really?
So the
as we just saw, that's the opposite of that.
Okay.
And legitimately though, you say that none of that is the narrative. Which no, we're seeing the narrative, buddy. God is great. Yeah, he is.
What do the terror attacks were foiled so far? Literally, why are you worried?
Jesus is, yes. So the way I say Jesus is God, Jesus is the Son of God, is while we say Allahu Akbar. Okay. It means there's only one God and
it's
one.
So weird, because like
that's not what that means.
Jesus is king and stuff. I've never like seen that happen like in the context of terror attacks. I mean, I've seen Jews saying Baruch Hashem, which means praise God. I have not seen that in the context of terror attacks either.
Exactly.
Allahu Akbar specifically. not trying to be rude. Specifically, there's like a historical context there.
Exactly.
That makes it different to some people.
True God.
Yeah.
You guys.
It's not any, because I think a lot of people would interpret that as a threat or something that happened.
Right,
before.
because of 9/11, and
yes.
who created the narrative of 9/11? It's the
Probably
Jews, not the Jews.
The government.
The Zionists.
Who created the narrative?
He let it slip what he actually believes.
Of 9/11, the Jews. I mean, the Zionists. Bro has all of his Hassan Piker talking points. Yes. You see, this is just another classic of Jews manipulating people to feel like it's actually bad when the Muslims crashed planes into the Twin Towers and killed 3,000 people.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
To being like, whoa, those 3,000 people maybe shouldn't have died, actually. Maybe the real victim isn't Zohran Mamdani's aunt. I mean, the Zionists. I love that the mask just slips like that. It's like, no, we're not. We don't hate Jews. No, not at all. We just hate Zionists, the ideology.
No, unfortunately, it's the Zionists. It's the government and the Zionists together.
It's the Zionists. 9/11, the narrative was created by the Jews.
Wow, the stupidity of that. The stupidity of that chat.
They formed that narrative and destroying the name of Islam the same way we are.
To be real, I think the Muslims that flew the planes into the Twin Towers and then killed 3,000 people, and the mass partying and celebration over the entire Islamic world in the Middle East, I think that did more to ruin the name of Islam than the Jews, I mean the Zionists, that said actually it's bad when you fly planes into towers and kill 3,000 people in one day.
Not wrong. He's not wrong, chat. Yeah, true. Perspective.
Hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people celebrating in the streets of Iran and Syria and the United Arab Emirates and Palestine. It was probably all those guys celebrating.
Yeah.
That made people think that actually it's not very nice that they flew planes into the Twin Towers.
You guys are scared that Islam is going to destroy the name of Christianity.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen, never will happen.
I mean, it says in the Quran that that's the plan, but I guess the Quran is wrong.
We won't allow that if we get any extremists out.
I mean, it is.
Both sides. Both sides. Literally both sides. Islam has committed 48,000 terror attacks since 9/11. Christians have committed, what, 10? Both sides.
Both sides. Yeah.
Cover your hair, blonde whore.
Yeah, I mean, props to the Muslim talking to a woman who's not covered from head to toe.
Every single American Italian Jew, anything you like, they all tell you the same thing. We are united. Some generation here, I don't know. I mean, what's happening? So yeah, this young generation,
I go nobody smoking weed. I like that.
I mean, Zion.
Oh, you don't? Yeah.
Someone literally just assaulted it, punched him in the camera, and people celebrated it. So, no, you do take offense, clearly.
Yeah.
Jake playing in his little proxies.
Yeah, you know who else might take offense? Let me see if I can find it again. Yeah, So this is Jake Lang saying Christ is king. Yeah, so obviously someone did take offense. But again, that's just a matter of perspective, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. Just a matter of perspective.
Violence isn't violent. That's what the left taught me. So anyway, no, obviously I don't think, I think this lady's just like interviewing. I don't think she's like evil or anything. But I think this is one of the greatest lines of all time.
The false that is God is the greatest. Don't you say God is being Jesus as God, Jesus son of God, is why we say Allahu Akbar. It means there's only one God and one true God.
Yeah.
You guys
It's not any, because I think a lot of people would interpret that as a threat or something that happened.
Right,
before.
because of 9/11. And
Yeah.
Right. So this is my favorite part of this entire video.
the narrative of 9/11. It's the
The
Jews.
Jew, the Zionist, the fuck, and she laughs at him too because she knows she just caught his ass.
That's a banger. So anyway,
This is great too. This right here. You gotta love these fucking cops named Muhammad.
Higby over here, he decides to go to a police officer. This is after he got pepper sprayed, for the record. So he got pepper sprayed for no reason. He was assaulted.
And also had all the cash in his pocket stolen. All of his cash stolen out of his pockets.
If he can make a report on the person that literally just assaulted him.
My main issue here is that you said I can go into the station later and file a report. He's in black bloc. You're never gonna find him again.
Right? Because this is a dude in Antifa masking or whatever that assaults this guy. Right?
Yep.
Just pepper sprays him for no reason. And he's like, yo, I would like to file a police report against this guy.
Exactly.
That guy, pointing at him.
I mean,
the police
that's
officer,
fair.
Well, why don't you just go to the station and make a police report in the station? It's like,
This is insane.
show me his social security card, okay? Like,
Right? So it's gonna be kind of hard to track him down.
just make a police report against some random guy. Like, he's right there, sir.
You will never find him again. The detective will not find him. I promise you, I've been in this situation before. You're never gonna find him. He's masked head to toe. You will never find him again. Yeah, that is shitty.
Just go file a police report, sir.
The smile that he gives him.
Police report. There's nothing to see here.
Police work. It's lazy. So you know that a crime happened, and you're gonna let it slide because why? Then go arrest him.
No.
Exactly.
Letting it slide. My brother, my friend, Bubba. I would never let it slide. Just go to the police station and make a police report. I can't leave my post, he says. I cannot leave my post.
Stay tuned because he leaves his post.
Just go to the police station and make a police report.
Okay, yeah, find the police report after he's gone, and you'll never find him again. This is lazy police work. You are a lazy police officer. Or you just don't want to get him.
Correct.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm gonna be reporting that police officer.
And everyone's like, all these, look at all this Zionism that's happening in Dearborn, Michigan, guys.
You know, I'll get his name and badge number real quick.
So dude's like, he walks away from
Literally, 30
the
seconds.
You know what?
30 seconds.
Name and badge number immediately, because now I'm not just gonna file a police report against the guy that assaulted me, but also I'm gonna I'm gonna see if this officer can actually face repercussions for being a complete wanker. So he goes back.
Oh, that.
The badge number, the police officer. Can anyone guess what happens when he returns to the guy that can't leave his post? Epic foreshadowing. Like, I feel like this was literally written by like J.R.R. Tolkien. All right, you got the guy, the Muslim police officer.
I love that. I love that.
Arrest the Muslim guy that assaulted him, and dude's like, he cannot leave his post.
Yeah, he cannot leave his post, chat. Remember, that was the main point that officer says why he couldn't go arrest the other the guy who just pepper sprayed him and everything like that. He couldn't leave his post.
That's why he's not arresting the guy. All right, let's see.
Before we leave, I'm gonna get his name and badge number.
Makes sense. What?
Oh, I thought he couldn't leave his post.
Wait,
He's not even.
But where did he go?
Oh.
Literally within 30 seconds. But 30 seconds later, bro disapparated out of there.
Here anymore. Said he couldn't leave his post.
Gonzo.
He like fucking Goku transmuted all the way over to the other side.
Bye. Went into one of the Jew tunnels, brother. That's how he escaped.
Fucking damn it, Ducks.
He went on a secret magical Egyptian plane that Candace Owens was talking about.
Hey, officer!
So he's chasing them down.
Couldn't leave his post. Here he is running.
I love that part. Officer who couldn't leave his post. Fucking beautiful.
Officer, I thought you couldn't leave your post, sir. No.
Officer who couldn't leave your post. Can I get name and badge number real quick?
All right, he found him.
Officer.
He found him making a personal call in the parking lot.
Probably calling one of the other fucking Muslims to tell him like, hey, we got somebody that's getting all butthurt and recording all this shit.
Can I get your name and badge number before I leave? Name? Thank you.
Well, he knows nothing's gonna do to him because all of his superiors actually support exactly what he's doing.
You can leave your post to take a personal phone call, but not to make an arrest, apparently.
Yeah, well.
File an attack. You can't leave your post. Personal phone call? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Baby.
Yep.
Is that not absolute insanity? Like, we are so cooked. We are so good, and it's spreading like right.
That right there is when I'm like, defund the police. Okay, none of these officers, defund them. None of them deserve a pension. None of them deserve anything. These are absolute scum fucks.
Crazy. So this is the guy, Akbar Alabd, obviously a Zionist.
Yeah, a
So
Hakmar,
this
fucking
is
Schmeasel,
Zionist
Pete.
Akbar Alabd, classic radical Christian, straight white Christian.
Yeah,
male.
yeah. Look at the whiteness of that man.
Dearborn
Gleaming.
Police chief, and this is the actual report saying that yeah, this is awful, it is cooked, and this is the guy. Nice little. So anyway, one thing I noticed.
Hey, Mini Fox, appreciate you still in here, fam.
Showed his footage. When you call Muslim figures of authority out and plead for help, they will politely smile at you. But
Yep, they do.
Just racist. That's hey guys, this is literally not indicating anything. This is just
Oh, no. Yeah, exactly.
of inbreeding. Okay, maybe it's a lip curl because their parents are also first cousins. All right, listen, we don't know for sure. Actually, we don't know for
That's
sure.
good. Oh, it's so good.
There was a Dearborn City Council meeting right after this pro. So I'm gonna show you some banger. But before I show you what actually, it's like Pam Higby, the guy that I was just showing his clips. Also, Jake guy. This Jake Lang.
They all roast the shit out of these idiots up here, chat.
Like they both.
And rightly so. Rightly fucking so.
What a very nice kind.
This fucking moron.
Gentle Muslim fellow wanted to say to clear the name of his people.
I want to say a few things before I start. First of all, the word Sharia just means law. Saying Sharia law is saying law.
That's right. That's why we call it Sharia law, because law is a totally normal sentence. Exactly right. I knew it all along. I was bigoted. It
Right.
says in Sharia that you're allowed to beat your wife and kill Christians, but it simply just meant law. What a bigot I was.
Right. I must have been a
It
bigot.
seems like there's quite a large group of individuals here who are intellectually inept, and if that word is too big for them.
No. We're gonna show this firsthand because I want to show you guys because they did this on a tweet below it. But yeah, what is the definition? The system of Islamic moral and legal guidance based on the teachings of the Quran and traditions of the Prophet. So, still means what we're saying. You absolute fucking moron.
Intellectually inept. I'll say it again.
I'm not sure who he's talking to. I assume it's not the people that come from the countries with an IQ average of 70. I assume that that's not.
Which, by the way, is the Middle East.
What he was referring to in this speech.
Google it later. But other than that, it is
I love how this dude is like, law, you fool, you absolute buffoon. Then why is it called Sharia law? Why isn't it just called Sharia? Interestingly enough, if you decide to like Google it, what does the word Sharia mean? It'll be like Sharia, the system of Islamic moral and legal.
As I just showed you.
Teachings of the Quran and traditions of the Prophet, prescribing both religious and secular duties. It's generally been supplemented by legislation adapted to conditions of the day. Blah 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 blah. That's what Sharia obviously means.
Yes.
Right? It means law. You fool.
credible.
It means literally Quran law.
Charged with beating cops with bats are allowed to come to the city and say that they are going to take a holy book and burn it.
Oh, so you're against freedom
I mean,
of speech? All right.
not really a holy book.
What he's basically saying here, in case you were
It was a very unholy
he's
book.
saying here is there was a guy who was at a January 6th protest, this Jake Long guy, and Jake Long showed up in Dearborn.
Like, you know what the biggest difference between the Quran and the Book of Mormon is? The Quran is an unholy book written for Satan worship, and the LDS book, Book of Mormon, is a love letter to Jesus Christ. I would argue that. Literally. So you have devil-worshipping demon dipshits over here, and then you have people who have a love letter to Jesus but couldn't actually accept the actual religions of Jesus. Because, you know, they had to make it better because, you know, man knows it better than Jesus, apparently. Yeah, well, of course. You know.
Now this should be illegal, he says. The right to speak, that should not be allowed for you. That's only allowed for us when we decide to light cars on fire. Lighting cars on fire, that's freedom of speech. Your words in my city, that is an illegal hate crime and you should go to jail forever.
Yep.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
This is not free speech.
I'm really glad we're on the same page.
That is literally peaceful protest. protesting.
Yes. Yes. Again, some people might be like, no, no, that's violent. No, it's not. If you are not enacting violence upon somebody, then it is not violence.
Now, you know what's not peaceful protesting? Beating up people in college campuses because they don't have the same political ideology as you.
Exactly.
That's actually not freedom of speech.
Locking them in libraries.
Promoting and
Also, what is this bullshit recently of these fucking retards blocking literally library entrances, literally when their fucking room of prayer is right next door to it, so that way they can pray. I honestly at that point just step over them or step on them, fucking kick their shoes. I start taking all their shoes too and hide them. Seriously, let's make this a fucking game of hide and seek. They gotta go fucking seek their fucking shoes after they're done being a complete retard and completely fucking up and being like, oh, let me just be in the middle of this fucking, sidewalk or the mall in Japan. Again, these people are doing it on purpose to be annoying, so let's be annoying back. That's all I'm saying.
Supporting? No, that's actually not.
And again, if anybody who thinks that I'm not basing any of this on truth, again, you can go fully watch this fucking video before coming back in here and everything like that if you want. Like, I'm saying this in the sense of, like, if you guys want to go and actually watch this whole video before, coming back in here and then making any claims that I'm just being, Islamophobic, which, again, I don't have fear of Islam itself. I have fear of terrorists, sure, but I primarily just dislike Islam. I have a disdain for Islam. That's what it is.
But all that is totally cool for these guys, right? They wanted to deport that whatever his name was, Hamoud, that guy Mahmoud Khalil, for literally being Hamas supporter, like a direct Hamas supporter, a guy that caused riots that were violent, that beat people up, that barricaded and locked people into libraries and classrooms, like that guy. They defended for freedom of speech, but
send his ass back.
Going to the street and protesting, that is violence. Get on the same wavelength here.
I hate speech. This is speech that will initiate violence. That is correct.
You mean like, let's say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free? Well, what is between the river and the sea that is preventing Palestine from being free right now? Oh, all the Jews. Oh, it literally means kill all the Jews in Israel.
And the Christians.
That's not inciting violence. Absolutely not. What about death to America? Does death to America count as inciting violence? You had mass riots and protests.
Yeah, it sounds kind of suspicious. Dearbornistan. Dearborn. Damn it, that's good.
No, that's crazy. Now saying Christ is king, on the other hand, well, that's inciting violence. That's obvious.
Yeah, fuck these idiots.
We could see. I say death to America and globalize the Intifada, which means stab people across the world in a global jihad. That's all fine. Saying Christ is king, on the other hand, that is not freedom of speech.
This will initiate
we see the stupidity of that chat.
Ironically, the violence happened specifically on the other side. Like, think about it. All these protests and riots, you didn't have a single Christian protester assaulting a Muslim guy. Not one. That's pretty weird.
And burn a book.
Burning a book? Again,
how dare we?
Don't get me wrong. I would never burn a Quran because I think it is disrespectful. But it's free speech.
Fuck it. I don't.
That Muslims hold
exactly
dear to their heart.
Yeah, it's offensive. Yeah, they offended you. You are offended now. Grow up. Put on your big boy pants.
Exactly.
Like, what are we talking about? This is crazy. Yeah. Inciting violence. Last time a Muslim died in New York, it was on 9/11. You burn the American flag. That's the exact same
thing. Another thing.
Oh, fuck's sake, that was good. Damn, that was good.
Dearborn is historic. It is.
Dearborn is historic.
So when he says that, but yet when we say it's historic about the Allah Akbar, no, we're being Islamophobic. So when the fuck are we allowed to use that shit against it, right? Like this, do you see we see this issue here? Whenever they want to use that, it's okay. But if we were to use it, no. Now we're being, hateful. We're being Islamophobic. We're being all this shit. But it's like, no. Like, we're just trying to call you out for your dumb shit.
Guy is intellectually deficient.
Done many great things. In 2023, it received a silver award for environmental friendliness.
Environmental.
Michigan.
Wow.
It has one of the largest.
You mean Michigan is appeasing a population of people that they need to vote for them? That's crazy.
Indoor historic museums.
Wow.
And to say that individuals can come and
individuals can come to the museum. You are selling me on law right now.
You are selling me a law right now. I love it.
You've been doing constantly. Like, come on, dude. Like, dude, it's like the reason why this is like so funny is because these people monopolized. These people absolutely monopolized violent protests. Like the entire radical left, radical Islamic intersect over there, they monopolized violent protests, and they are now bitching and crying about peaceful ones. One peaceful one.
And who have beaten
Yes.
the cops. They want to talk about the protesters didn't respect your cops. No, in fact, that is false and is a two-way. It's a logical fallacy.
A logical fallacy, he
A
says.
logical fallacy
Like Islam is?
because they themselves not respect the police officers here.
Huh?
One individual was policed. He was put into jail for 4 years because of that.
Wow, a guy was arrested on January 6th because he was a political prisoner because of some shit. And now they're
Exactly.
should not be allowed in our city?
It is pathetic.
Like, so let me get this straight.
What's pathetic is you're fucking no balls to let somebody come in and protest you.
At any point, they should never be allowed to speak in public ever again. I totally agree. We are on the same page.
I mean, he's not wrong on that one. Exactly.
Very bad for you guys specifically. I'm not trying to be rude here or racist. I'm just saying that statistically, this is a great idea. You are cooking right now.
It is pathetic, and it should not be allowed. By no means necessary. And
we should prevent him from speaking because he did things we don't like. Okay? He didn't do
Okay.
something cool and hip, like raping your little cousin. This is crazy, man.
For us as Muslims, we believe in justice, and we also believe in saying justice.
They believe in justice, they say.
Whether it be against yourselves or anyone.
I agree with him. I agree in justice. Across the board justice.
Each one of us should look whether or not we are being true individuals.
Their justice is not blind. Their justice is not blind. Let's just be honest about that. Let's be fully fucking honest on that. Alright? We all know that. You know it. I know it. We all know the fucking Muslims are not blind on justice. Alright, give me 1 second. I need to be right at the back. I need to go grab some paper towel and everything real quick, so I shall be done. Okay. Give me 1 second here, everybody. I'm also gonna put this back here some, so that way when I do play it again, it doesn't. Oh, Lord, that's a lot of my ears. Okay. I want to have that go in there for a second. And also, let me actually go ahead and take care of my coffee cup, so that way I can have my third cup of coffee will be the sweet vanilla donut shop here, chat. So, un momento, por favor. I shall return momentarily. I'm just trying to move shit around too, so I can clean out the pipe and everything like that. So I can also maybe load up. I think I'm gonna load up either the corn cob or Little Rammstein, some sanctuary from the Refuge cigar lounge that we have locally in the Pacific Northwest here. Love the cigar lounge, and I love their pipe tobacco they make themselves, the sanctuary. It's a red Virginia with a distinct touch of black Cavendish in it. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and load some of that up while we finish up the video. Actually, you know what? No, we'll probably smoke up the cigar, then we'll do a bowl of that. So, but we'll do. But give me a few moments here, just trying to rearrange some stuff real quick too in the room, and I'll be right back, guys. More so trying to get the lighting to be adjusted in here because the little lamp is not quite lighting up enough of the room for this, and I really don't want to use that big ass studio light that I have. Otherwise, it's just so fucking obnoxious on my eyes. But I might need to set it up in an area where it's not going to be in the way if anybody's walking by or anything like that as well too. So. All right. Yeah, so I apologize there. I was trying to set up the lighting here. Let's see if it looks a little better here. Yeah, okay, yeah, that looks a little bit better. So I got natural lights on both sides here going, so that way it's going to come out a little bit better on the stream. So this way, hopefully, you know, I would be illuminated a little bit better on this stream. But I'm trying to also use the backlighting too, as well for when we're smoking here, so it'll also illuminate the pipe smoke a little bit more majestically. So. And also wipe out all the excess ash and moisture that's in the pipe. Do the stem really quick. That way we can make sure this bad boy is nice and clean. Free of any excess moisture. Yeah, take care of that in a second. Ugh, my nose. Just trying to blow it. I'm gonna wipe it. Ugh. How's Meld Studio? I actually, I've been liking Meld, alright, so far. So, but I've been going through the, RTMP, like just like we do like the whip connection usually, through the ingress, versus like going through the direct RMTP, through Rumble Studio, and this way, I've been able to actually go live on Kick still. So the Kick stream has been able to maintain, and I'm actually happy with that. Because otherwise we've not been able to go live on all three. It's only been two, you know, Rumble and YouTube. Otherwise I can now go live on Kick, Rumble, and YouTube, all three at once. And then potentially, once we get Flashy going, then I'll use Flashy as well on there. And then we'll have 4 sites for live on, and that'll be a big net to be able to throw out there for everybody to kind of check out the channel, whether it be on YouTube, Rumble, Kick, or on Flashy. That gives everybody a good, you know, chance of like, or choices of like, oh, what platform do I use the most? Boom, just come to that one, you know. And I figure most people are already on YouTube, so this helps us reach the abundance of people that maybe are over on Twitch that don't want to come and watch on Kick or anything like that, but they can come and watch on YouTube for fuck's sake. You know, it's like everybody's got a YouTube account. You know, everybody has one. So. We're going to go ahead and smoke the Enclave Broadleaf. With earthy, leathery notes and espresso, which can develop into a rich combination of dark chocolate, black cherry, and molasses. Ooh, that sounds fantastic. So we're going to enjoy that while we're doing this. Here, chat. Goodness. The beautiful cigar we got right here, chat. The Enclave by New World, and hand rolled by AJ Fernandez. So, this looks amazing. We use our 10mm punch out on this guy. There is a perfect cutout on that one there, chat. Like, boom. Go. Maybe this is a little bit thicker of a cigar. I'm going to go ahead and use the quad. So, no, again, and Voodoo's in the YouTube chat with you as well, by the way. If I remember, Voodoo claimed that he bought that PC because he wanted to do content like the rest of us. The problem is that he can't do that when he's doing the VTuber model because it's taking too much or not bandwidth, but too much headroom off the off of the PC, so he can't properly make content when it's still lagging, just like it was when he was using his laptop now, because now it's just that he's got too much things going on, and so I was trying to tell him he needs to do a dual PC setup, which he has a capture card, obviously, for capturing his, game console. So what he needs to do is, instead of it capturing the game console, unhook it from the game console on the HDMI cord, and plug that HDMI cord into his fucking laptop, or into his, PC, desktop, and then have the capture card hooked up to the laptop as the actual OBS running device, and just be playing video games off of the main actual PC now, instead of trying to stream and do that. And then at that rate, if he's doing it like that, then he could actually do a VTuber model. He could run it off the laptop while doing the stream, but then playing the game off of his main PC. He could totally do that. But he hasn't listened to me when I told him to set it up. He thinks he has to buy all this extra equipment. And even Voodoo, or Jacob was like, dude, don't you already have all this stuff? And more or less he said yes, but then he didn't want to unhook it from the fucking, PlayStation and all that stuff. It's like, bro, just unhook that shit and plug it in. Stop spending money. Like, after you spend the money on the PC, it's like, stop spending the money. You don't need to spend money on anything else now. And honestly, he really, again, I mean it with love, the PC is not going to help make content better if you aren't, as a content creator, getting better. He does too much of the lull time. The BRB screens are ungodly. That last one I just did, I felt bad about, but it's like, at least I've been trying to get better and better about mine, whereas I feel like, I am very few and far between leaving them up super long. Now, the other night when we had my best friend show up, I was trying to get him to come onto the stream. That's what I was trying to do. That's why I was on BRB for so long, because I kept trying to coax him to come in here. He was standing in the living room. And I wanted him to come in here because everybody loves him on the stream, so. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, he could use software instead of hardware, to do the exact things he's looking to do. But at the same time, though, I think that he's trying to emulate certain things of all of us without understanding why we are the way we are. Maybe why, you're neurotic with certain things that you do. I'm neurotic with certain things I do, same with Jaco. We all have our neuroses. But instead of him trying to figure out why we have those neuroses, he goes, oh, I'm just going to try to emulate those neurotic behaviors and try to see if that'll benefit me in some way. And it's like, it could, but you also have to have that energy, though. You've got to have that energy at all time. High tilt, full time. Just go, 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 go. This isn't a job we just go. Yes, in today's video, we're going to discuss how Islam is fake, and that doing something like that, nobody's going to watch that. No one wants to watch something that's that slow, that mundane. I mean, sure, there are going to be some people that go, yes, maybe I speak too fast. And to that, I say I am sorry. I do try to slow down at times. It is really hard for me to slow down with my speaking because I'm used to speaking quickly in debates. Unlike, what is it, pedo scene, Destiny. Fucking literally being fucking cracked down on Adderall. Instead, I do it naturally. Or sometimes with the help of coffee and caffeine. I got a little Mountain Dew in me right now. And I've had 2 cups of coffee so far, and I plan to have a third one once I make the sweet vanilla cream one. Ugh, it was... Look at those. We're gonna light this up with the refuge here. It's, the Caesar refuge letter I got here. The quad flame. Oh, come on. Alright, come on. Little air bubble there. There we go. There you can see the 1-inch mark from it too. All right. Bam. Ooh. That is very delicious on the start there, chat. Ooh. Espresso notes right off the rip, that leather on the exhale. That is fantastic. Maybe I'll turn my fan on for a second. Oscillate so that smoke in the air so it won't just be stagnant. I heard him complaining on his YouTube channel and to his mods that how he's not getting any new followers or revenue from his Rumble streams. Well, yeah, you have to, once you get kicked out of the program, you have to get back in, and once you get back in, then you get your money, because otherwise the money just sits there. They don't give it to us. Otherwise, which is kind of shitty on Rumble's side. But the other big thing, though, too, with that regard, is that originally how we all thought he wasn't supposed to do the premium streams. Apparently, actually, that's kind of how you're supposed to do it, but he wasn't doing it the right way. It's not you go live only doing a Rumble Premium stream. It's in the middle of your stream. You tell everybody, hey guys, this portion of the stream will be Rumble Premium only. So now we got to go ahead and switch over to Rumble Premium. Boom, it goes over to that. And then it just stays there for about an hour. And then you go back to doing your regular content. Then that way, if they want to see that 1 hour of content that you're doing exclusively only on Rumble Premium, they have to go over to Rumble, pay for Premium. Boom, there they go. So not like last night where I had a little issue with the airflow. This one, perfect airflow. I smoked the Churchill last night of the Cameroon selection. Well, me and my little sister watched a bunch of Godzilla movies all day. The Churchill was pretty okay towards the end of it, but the beginning of the cigar was really rough. Like just getting the airflow through it. So, but this one is perfect. Even this is about the same size. It's about a half inch shorter than my Churchill. This Toro is beautifully wrapped though. There we go. I forgot to also turn off that there, and I was going to get back into this.
True. And Muslims are indeed peaceful. Indeed
No, they're not.
Peaceful. Islam itself means to submit.
Yes, to submit to God, but yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I love how it's like, listen, I just label myself peaceful, and that's it. It's over. It's over. It's literally over.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Proud Boys are just proud. Well, why do you hate them? Huh? Why are you complaining? Antifa is just anti-fascist.
Exactly. Exactly. What do you mean?
This is awesome. Oh God. Islam comes from Islam, which means submit, which is the same exact thing as peace. So submit to us, and we will.
I just want to say a few things.
If you don't submit, on the other hand. So anyway, let's just say that was a very nice and respectful speech given in City Hall. The next few are not nearly as peaceful.
This is such a delicious cigar, though, Chad.
This is my badge. Okay. Today on the streets of Dearborn, I was pepper sprayed, maced by protesters because I asked them simply why they were harassing and touching another individual who had stated repeatedly that he was only on their side of the street to
Delicious.
talk to them and have have a dialogue. My phone was smashed. You can see the broken camera right there. They stole $50 out of my pocket, and they stole my
Also, too, real
microphone
quick,
receiver.
chat. Hold on, let me also put this up real fast. Just so that way if we get any uppity ass Karen coming in here, I'm like, it's smoking. Like, shut the fuck up, alright? I'm fucking 33 years old. Let me fucking smoke a cigar, a pipe bowl on my stream if I fucking feel like it. I'm not promoting it to children. I don't think children should be smoking. I don't think anybody should be smoking under the age of 21. But I also don't think you should be enlisting under the age of 21 either, though, because, you know, if you can't be smoking, don't be enlisting. So, yeah, you know, I'm over the age of 21. I have the right to smoke if I want to. And I'm not really promoting it, but I will say if you are of the age of 21 or older and you like cigars, this is a fantastic cigar and you should go and buy one and you should go and try it for yourself as long as you are 21 and older. Because guess what? No 14-year-old, 17-year-old, anybody like that is smoking a cigar like this or buying one of these to roll their blunts. They're going to the gas station. They're going to go buy a Backwoods or a fucking Black and Mild or whatever the case is and cut that bitch open because it's 99-cent cigars. These are like 10, 20 bucks sometimes a pop. They're not spending that much money on that when they're going to be spending that on their weed. Don't be stupid, man. These do not deserve the tax just like the fucking pipe tobacco doesn't deserve the tax. There's no fucking young person smoking is going to start off with pipe tobacco or fucking a cigar. These are just facts, too, by the way. Like 100% just facts. I'll go ahead and put that back in the ashtray for a second.
I went and I told one of your officers, badge number 3668, that this had happened. He told me there was nothing that could be done about it unless I...
Yeah, we got our Decino as well here still, too, that we're going to be smoking on later on. Love this New World one. The way it looks. I haven't got to try it yet.
And all of the people that are out here today. Okay? So he said that I could go into the station later. I told him you're never going to catch the guy if I go into the station.
He's got a point.
He's dressed head to toe in black bloc. I filmed the whole thing, but he had a mask on his face. You'll never ever get an opportunity to arrest that person ever again if you don't go and get him.
Put my cigar, I'm gonna load up my other pipe.
5 minutes later, I caught him in the parking lot.
Sanctuary.
On a personal phone call. Okay, repeatedly today, I watched people that are in this room get attacked by other people that are in this room.
Which is diabolical that they're also in that room.
Repeatedly. Then I saw somebody who was in this group, which again, I'm a journalist. I'm just documenting what's going on, and I'm here to tell you what's going on. I saw somebody in this group get arrested. I asked the officers, habeas corpus, please articulate probable cause for arresting this person. They refused to. I asked name and badge number. They refused to give me their name and badge number as a member of the press with my badge clearly displayed. They would not tell me why they were arresting this person.
Wild.
They just did it. Okay? Yesterday, I was exploring Dearborn. I came here just to document...
I was at a protest. He always said I came at a protest.
Bro, almost said I came to protest. No, I'm a journalist. Don't want you to get the wrong idea here.
Yeah, right.
Dearborn, I walked up and down Michigan Avenue. There wasn't
Right,
very many
I'll let
people
that dry out a
out.
bit.
We wanted to hear the call to prayer that we've heard so much about. So we went to a mosque. And at that mosque, I was followed by a drone. If I moved forward...
Again, chat, we got this here loaded in there. Sanctuary. Red Virginia with just a touch of Black Cavendish tobacco added to it. Where do I want to put this so it doesn't get overly heated up? Because I got the heater going now, chat, since it's that time of the year. So I'm trying to keep the tobacco in a very proper location so it doesn't get all nasty or anything like that. And it has proper time to cellar. Threw that over on the... I threw it like that because I literally have the juice sitting right here. So it's just the empty box. I'm going to put it up over there. The others empty juice boxes. But we got some of this PB and jam grape flavored. So it's peanut butter and grape jelly flavored vape juice. This is one of my favorites, by the way. Other than like strawberry cheesecake by 1UP. I just haven't been able to find that, though, anywhere nearby. And I do got an extra bottle of my Vape Tasia Royalty 2, which Royalty 2 is vanilla and hazelnut mixed with tobacco. So, because I got about three-quarters of a bottle of that, but this one's expired by a couple months. This one's a fresh one that won't expire for at least 2 more years. So, that is why I got this guy here. So, this way I can actually vape out those as well, too. I got it loaded up in the tank right there. A little cigar. No. Let's go back in just a bit. Mm. Good smoke. Such a good smoke. Did I knock off my ash a bit? I did knock off my ash a bit. That is a nicely burning though cigar. Look at how evenly burning that is. All the leaves are burning perfectly well. Mm. Appreciate you, Zara Mux. Again, if you guys aren't following Zara, be sure to follow Zara. He's an awesome human being, an amazing human being. Definitely go check him out. Be sure to check his channel out. Let him know that Debbie sent you guys over there.
Backwards, the drone went backwards. I went to a gas station, and that drone waited outside of the gas station, just above the door, for me to leave so it could begin following me again. I was followed by vehicles, and I was followed by individuals on foot. There was a lot of talk in here today about sexism. So I'd like to quote the Prophet Muhammad. Okay? One of my favorite quotes from the Prophet Muhammad.
Oh boy.
A woman's
Oh, I
testimony
opened up the game launch or something by accident.
Muslim. This is bad. You can't do that.
is worth half that of a man's due to the deficiency of her mind.
Oh boy.
God created two sexes, one superior and one inferior. That's why your women were.
Wait, is that an actual quote? Is that an actual quote?
If you okay, so there is a part in this thing I wanted to tell you guys. There is a part where it says to a degree, and then it explains to you what the degree status is, and it's like that's literally what he just said, though. There is our homies link again for you guys if you guys want to go check out Zaramux's live stream at any point.
Hold up. I gotta fact check my. Hold up. I feel like if you, they would. Wild. That's crazy. Does the Quran directly say that women are inferior to men? Holy no, they were probably like true beast. The Quran doesn't contain a single verse stating it explicitly. Men are protectors and maintainers of women because Allah has given men more strength. All right. Women have rights similar to those of men. All right. Over them in kindness, and men are.
Okay, so right there, traditional view, the degree refers to men's greater right/authority.
What do you mean? That's literal. Hold up. Women have rights similar to those of men over them in kindness, and men are a degree above them. Yeah, that means they're inferior, right? I'm not trying to be rude here. I'm just trying to get to that same, trying to get to that. All right, cool.
Hijabs, because they're inferior to men. That's why in most Muslim countries they can't leave their homes without permission of a male guardian. My time up?
Women can't leave their home without permission of a male guardian. Damn.
Yep.
30 seconds. Oh, 30 seconds.
Yeah,
okay, great.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I shouldn't feel like a dhimmi in my country. That's what I feel like in Dearborn, Michigan.
He's not wrong, chat.
I feel like a dhimmi. Second class. What Christians are in majority dhimmis. Second class citizens. In the policing in this city, that's exactly what happens. And I know
that's actually awesome, though, Fox. That's awesome, though. Like, you know, hey, again, I'm glad that your content is going and growing like that, brother. Honestly, that's absolutely awesome for that, too. Yeah, you know, do some more Japanese builds, you know what I mean? Like, if that's what they're asking for, do it with the, you know, you gotta go with the, you know, with the off, or what they ask for. To a degree, you know, you gotta build what you want to build, too, but, like, you know, sometimes you gotta satiate the crowd a little bit, you know, give them a little bit what they want, and then, you know, go back to what you're doing, you know? It'd be kind of cool to see what you build for the Japanese builds, too.
Usually want to take care of these guys definitely want to do something about them.
Oh,
They're
damn.
business. Look at them. These guys are all business.
Oh boy, this is getting hairy.
Orders. I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
God damn, bro, this is getting hairy out here. All right, so apparently the next guy goes off even harder.
He's got to keep it down. In 1900, the world was
This idiot.
100% white.
This idiot right here just smiling like a complete moron. And then as he starts ripping apart the Muslims, his smile goes from that to...
This is the guy that everyone's like, actually, he's technically ethnically Jewish, so even though he's Christian but ethnically Jewish, he's therefore evil, and he is the instigator. I'm going to show you the deep dive into this retard situation. It's going to be fun.
We are down to 7%. The Islamification of Europe is particularly aimed.
What a shit-eating grin on the face of Mr. Mustafa A. Hamoud over here. That's wild.
At the destruction of white people.
Bro, look at her face, right? She's like, not happy. His face, yes.
The Islamification of America is aiming to meet the same goal. Our people, white Christian, European, Western civilization. We built the arts. We built the Colosseum. We have ran the world into the industrial age. And now This people here, the Muslim community, is looking to drag us back. They're looking to oppress women, oppress homosexuals. They're looking to destroy everything that makes America.
He nods.
President Trump, send ICE.
He nodded. Watch this.
Bro, look at her face.
Watch this though. Watch Mustafa. He ends up nodding when he starts saying what they want.
Our people, white Christian, European, Western civilization. We built the arts. We built the Colosseum. We have ran the world.
He raises the eyebrow like.
To drag us back. They're looking to oppress women, oppress homosexuals. They're looking to destroy everything that makes America great. President Trump, send ICE. Send ICE into Dearborn. These people are overstaying their visas. They're H-1B chain migration invaders, and they have come to this country to destroy our way of life.
Oh boy!
We know exactly your laws in your book about lying to our faces, pretending to be Americans, wearing your suits, but that doesn't happen anywhere else where you guys are in charge.
Okay, I think it's actually right here. I thought it was at the first part.
Noticing he's not smiling anymore.
Oh, I guess maybe it wasn't. So okay, I think it was at the beginning. It's really hard to notice it, but you watch him go from like this, kind of like the whole like yeah, and then like kind of so like oh shit, I'm nodding. Cam's like, dude, are you fucking kidding me? These fucking idiots behind us. Oh, right there. That was the little head shake. He said, yeah, when he said 4 or 5 women. Watch his little head shake he does. Like, yeah. Does that little, like, kind of like, yeah. Fucking A, dude. Yeah, 100%, dude. Get the fuck out.
So, like, I mean, to be fair, what goes around comes around. Bro's ulting.
He's ulting. I love it.
And the people, the veteran, the World War II veteran, it's blood.
Get these fucking idiots out of here.
Are taking a look around Europe. They're taking a look around America, and they're saying, "What the hell did we fight for? We have been taken over without a single shot fired. You guys are outbreeding, insidious parasites on the American way of life. You will never."
The look now, he's so pissed. That is true. Only the Zoroastrians and then the Christian Middle East actually built what was in the Middle East. So.
America only. God bless America. The Middle East, buddy. Jesus is
Oh my god, bro. This is the craziest pop-up I've ever seen. Oh boy. And the police all escort him out, obviously.
Damn.
Holy.
That dude was pissed.
It's wild. So everyone's like shitting on him for being ethnically Jewish, I guess, despite the fact that he's clearly a Christian guy, which is definitely a weird hill to die on, I would say. Again, I would say, like, if you're simping for the wrong team, I think. But that's wild. So anyway, so this is the guy, you know, holding the cross.
Yeah, exactly.
Jake Shields, if you're not familiar with this guy,
yeah, this dude's a fucking idiot.
everything on the Jews.
Yeah, which I'm so tired of seeing this shit, chat.
Shows up and is like, Muslims don't hate Christians, so I'm not sure what the point of this is.
Oh my gosh, yes they do. What the fuck?
I can sit here and debunk forever exactly why this is unbelievably retarded.
Yeah, 100%.
They do hate Christians. It's in the book, all right? May Allah curse the Jews and the Christians, for they took the graves of their prophets as places of worship. Sahih al-Bukhari, 1330, Masai, Muslim, whatever. Like, what are you talking about? You do realize there's, like, multiple Christian genocides going on throughout the world right now, perpetrated by Muslims. Saying that Muslims don't hate Christians is wild. It really is wild. Look, man, Jews, a lot of Jews, do not approve of the Christian religion. There aren't Jewish terrorist attacks against Christians literally anywhere on the planet. Literally anywhere. In fact, ever throughout all of history, I don't think there's ever been instances of, religious Jewry gathering together to massacre Christians. I don't think it ever happened in all of history. There were Christians that massacred Jews, 1,000 years ago or whatever. But if you look at modern day, bro, Nigeria used to be a Christian majority country. Now it's not.
Yep.
125,000 Christians were murdered there. Libya, Syria,
Yep.
Egypt, Jordan,
Yep.
Lebanon. These all
Yep.
used to be Christian majority countries.
100%, chat.
Anymore. Now they are vastly, vastly Muslim majority countries. I wonder.
And it just surely happens after the Crusades too.
Over the last year, Israel.
Yep.
Thousands and thousands of Christians moved in there and outbred there, compared to any other place in the entire Middle East where the population's dwindled. I wonder why that happened. Anyway, so this is such a wild tweet, and this guy is obviously he's super all in on the grift of how actually Jews are the problem in a protest of Christians and Muslims. So this is awesome. I love the Abrahamic religions, man. So anyway, Jake Shields, let me just prove to you.
I love that. I love that line. I love the Abrahamic religions.
Denies the Holocaust. That's literally his pinned tweet. This man's entire personality. His entire personality is Jews are all evil. They're controlling everything. Every time a Muslim kills a Christian in Nigeria, it's secretly because some Jew is pushing a button somewhere else. That's how this dude runs his life. His literal pinned tweet is Holocaust denial. Which again, I believe everyone has the right to speak. All right, I believe everyone has the right to speak. I believe in his freedom of speech. This is not trying to cancel him or anything like this, even though he always claims that people are constantly trying to cancel him. I just think he's retarded because the Holocaust is one.
Yeah, they always say you can't criticize, the Jews and everything like that, otherwise you'll be taken down, canceled, blah 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 blah. Look, this guy's still promoting shit though. He's still talking. Obviously, that's not true. So tired of the anti-Semitism.
Owned by Jews. How long ago was that? 2,000 years ago? During the days of the early church, Jews hunted Christians. Yeah, that's true. That is true. That's fair. Jews did kill Christians in the early days of the church, for sure. That is true. I'm talking about terrorist attacks, within the last 2 millennia specifically.
Yes, that's fair.
That's a bar. Anywho. The point that I guess
He was willing to take that admission though, Chad. That's big of him though.
Dude obviously has Candace brain syndrome of some sort. It's pretty wild. It is pretty wild. I mean,
Yeah, anybody who's still following Candace Owens, you're an idiot if you are.
Years old instances of Christians killing Jews, but ultimately that's not relevant, here in 2025. But anywho, so that's this guy. Matt Walsh calls him out. Muslims have been killing Christians for 1,400 years. They're killing Christians across the world right now as we speak. Islamic countries are flooding our countries with immigrants who hate us. This is brain dead nonsense. He's like, wait a
Of course,
second.
now I gotta go take a piss. Of course. I swear to God. So let's start drinking Mountain Dew. Bladder, instantly. Alrighty, chat. Sorry about that. I almost forgot about my cigar there too, chat. I was like talking there. I did that. Hits off the vape and everything like that for a moment. Voodoo, this is why I call you an idiot, dude. That's why I just said it. If you're listening to Candace Owens, you're an idiot, and you just proved my point. You literally just proved my point. She never says any truth about anything, dude. She's the same person that just tried to go from fucking Turning Point USA, kill Charlie Kirk, to the Jews kill Charlie Kirk, to Erica Kirk. What truth do you want to talk about, Voodoo? Don't be an idiot, bro. Stop being stupid. Stop being stupid. The same woman who says, "Oh, by the way, the Jews made up the dinosaurs and that they're gay and lame," and I'm like, who hurt you as an ex-boyfriend that was into dinosaurs that broke up with you that you hate them that much? Because quite honestly, that shit makes no sense. But she's literally that type of person, bro. Okay, so nothing that Candace Owens says anymore is at all truthful. Okay. Candace Owens has claimed, and I said Clandis, yes, that's her name. Clandis Owens has claimed that dinosaurs are not real and that their existence was faked, but there is no evidence specifically that they were invented by the Jews. Oh, funny that the fucking this is literally throwing her a fucking bone here. Literally. Here we go.
Overhearing, we don't really Candy Owens. But having really checked out.
Have your instinct. I always say, like, your gut is divine. Like that, somebody tells you something and you just go, doesn't really make sense, right?
Yes, this is called personal incredulity.
Freud, and then Edward Bernays, who was considered the father of propaganda in America, who was Sigmund Freud's nephew. They realize that if you just keep saying to someone something, it becomes true. And again, the bigger of a lie, people will believe it.
I don't know about that. Flat earthers have been saying that the earth is flat for decades and still people don't believe them.
And so what we have is what Scott Adams refers to as the non-expert problem. So your gut tells you, like, sounds pretty crazy that we went to the moon all these times for a couple of years, and then we just didn't go.
So again, Voodoo, she's smart. She says some truth sometimes. What fucking truth is she talking about? She's talking about we faked the moon landing. Dog, she's a fucking idiot. She's an absolute fucking moron. So no, nothing that Candace Owens says is smart. And if you want to argue the stuff that when she was actually arguing with Charlie Kirk back in the old days, sure, maybe. But it's like, I can't ever really take anybody's credit or serious when they flip-flop. But again, she flip-flops though, bro. But she also claims that it's the Jews that are doing that though. Like, again, I watch enough of the Nux videos to know that he has had to call back so many of these things that when she's all like, oh, it's the Jews pushing this narrative, it's Israel pushing the whole LGBT because they're Satanists and they're trying to destroy America. That's what she claims. So do you understand why I'm still saying that they're, just because she says one part of it, sure. But there's other people who are saying smarter shit. You don't have to go listen to her. You could go listen to anybody else that says the same exact thing, bro. That's what I'm saying. There's no truth in that. That's just her being like, yes, yeah, this part that's true. Let me go ahead and say this. But guess why it's true? Because the Jews. And it's like, oh, of course. We had to go down that road, didn't we, Candace? And again, that's all I'm saying, dog, is that she will literally, no matter what you say, like about, like, like, oh, like about what she says that, that might be true, that somebody else that's like got knowledge that says it, she will then use that though as a ploy to be like, no, see, this is why this is true though. And it's like, those two things do not connect. You know what I mean? That's what she does. She'll say, well, you see, this is why. Da, 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 da. So, you know what I mean? It's like that's the way she works with that. R-worded, one, I appreciate that. What's good, bro? Mr. Cigars, this right here is the New Leaf Enclave Broadleaf here, which is absolutely fantastic. Um, so it is absolutely a delicious cigar. About halfway through this Toro, and honestly, I gotta say, even after almost forgetting about it, I was able to revive this straight from like the dead, and just with a few puffs, not even had to relight it. And it's held up amazing. The construction on this guy is also amazing, super delicious. So, and then with that, it kind of makes it easier to go about dealing with the stupid shit we're dealing here with this type of news and stuff. When it comes out from Dearborn, I'm from Michigan, I'm from Detroit, but Michigan's still my home state, so it's sad to see what's going on over there like that. So, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. She's piggybacking on whoever actually has a good point, but then she uses that to be like, "No, see, this is how the Jews did this. This is how Israel is doing this," and you're like, none of that makes sense. And it's like, look, okay, yes, is George Soros Jewish? Yes. Is he a really shitty person? Yes. But does that mean all Jewish people are doing the same thing? No. That's literally like that's profiling and literally saying, oh yes, one black guy does this, now all black people are bad. Or one Mexican does this, now all Mexicans are bad. No, that is racism. That's not okay to do. And that's ultimately what she does when it comes to the Jewish people. She's like, oh, well, because George Soros is bad, then all of them are bad. It's like, no, George Soros is a complete piece of shit. No fucking qualms about that. But that doesn't mean all Jewish people are bad. Also, Arward, what's the one thing you miss more about cigars then? Since you were saying missing cigars, I take it you must have quit smoking cigars, or you either had to, maybe because of like your marriage or whatever the case is. But I'm curious, what's the one thing you miss the most out of cigar smoking? Yeah, no. So instead of gathering her own information, and then the information she does gather is like unverified documents, leaked notes, text messages. She's like, okay, so she'll act a lot like the so there's these people during the whole Idaho 4 murder where they would be like, our evidence is that this person said it in a YouTube comment. And you're like, holy shit, if that's your evidence, you are the shittiest fucking investigator I've ever seen. Just because somebody says something in a fucking chat, of all things, a YouTube of all things, that doesn't necessarily mean it's evidence. No, she'll claim that like, obviously she doesn't say about that though. She shits on on her own people, on black people all the time. By saying some really fucking mean shit. But instead of trying to build these people up, and I actually like it because even though I actually fucking hate Nick Fuentes, he had a point, and even Nux gives it to him too. That when she tries to tell him about like marriage, all this stuff like that, he goes, so do you think that maybe you aren't the best person to give me advice about that? And I was like, oh shit. Yeah, and also her husband happens to be best friends with Andrew fucking Tate too. Oof.
In the past 30 years than Muslims have killed Christians. What? Christians have killed more than 20. I didn't even read this like through before. I just saw you replied. Christians have killed more than 20 times as many Muslims in the past 30 years than Muslims killed Christians? This
No.
is like just completely untrue. What? I don't want to bring more over, but this is a diversion. That's right. The Jews are doing a diversion by getting Christians
As always.
to fight on the streets of Dearborn, Michigan. Hey, compare Muslim persecution of Christians versus vice versa. Which one is worse?
And it literally says Muslim persecution of Christians is far worse and more systematic, driving Christianity near extinction in the Middle East and killing thousands annually via Islamist groups like Boko Haram and ISIS. Open Doors tallies over 5,000 faith-related Christian deaths yearly. Huh. Well, I mean, dude, honestly, okay, that's so dumb, dude. Bro, you're telling that's literally two retards fighting. Dude, again, Voodoo, you need to start thinking better about how you speak, bro. This is why I say you need to read more. Go read books. You need to educate yourself more. Because if you're like, oh, let her talk to somebody like, God, he said, she with their, bro, if that is your state, like, yo, let her go talk to, like, no. How would actually have an actual debate with somebody like, I don't know, Nux, who would be actually an intelligent person? You know what I'm saying? Like, Kai is not intelligent. Sure, he might be smart, business savvy, but that doesn't mean he's intelligent. And if I'm not mistaken, I think she has, and he agreed with her. Like, let me double check this. I'm pretty sure they have had an interview together. Oh no, he hasn't. Okay. Oh, okay. So, okay, that's where it was. They were both participants, but he didn't do like an interview with her. I thought like he did an interview with her on this one. Okay, so see, uh, I thought that was one where he did do an interview with her. That would have been kind of crazy had he did. Yeah, that's what I thought he did. I thought he did. That's why I had to double check to make sure to Google that shit. But no, I just don't think Kai's. I think honestly, Kai's probably one of the dumbest motherfuckers out there. Like, I'm sorry, when he talks, he sounds like a complete moron. What? Oh, okay, that's gonna go on Facebook. I don't want to do that.
Muslim persecution of Christians is far worse and more systematic, driving Christianity near extinction in the Middle East, killing thousands annually via Islamist groups like Boko Haram, that's Nigeria, and ISIS. Open door tallies over 5,000 faith-related Christians deaths yearly, mostly in Muslim contexts. Reverse persecutions by Christians lack equivalent scale or intent in the past 30 years. Jake's 20 times claim.
But it also my big thing too with Kai, the reason why I think he's also just I think it's like yeah okay, so you got somebody who's smart business wise, right? He is not somebody who I think would be an intelligent person to actually like debate her, right? I think you would need somebody on the level of somebody like okay, if you want to go with somebody like influencer wise, Voodoo, here's one for you. Asmongold. Zach is actually a very intelligent person. I think that he would be a better person that would tear her ass apart because he actually does deal with facts. Kai doesn't have facts. He's got hot takes, hot topics. You know what I mean? He's gonna only know the buzzwords and like the BuzzFeed news. He's not gonna know the real in of that shit, right? He might have a certain perspective of it, but he's not gonna be able to critique her as like somebody like Zach would, you know, or maybe even CoffeeZilla, or hell, even somebody like Joe Rogan, right? He's had her on a few times, and he's pushed back on her quite a few times. Like, wait, Candace, really? Come on, you know? And she's like, no, Joe, you don't understand. And it's like, no, you're just fucking stupid, and you're a Karen.
Miscompares geopolitical war casualties, not faith driven, to targeted religious killings. Yeah, so obviously retarded. Obviously retarded. Obviously retarded. So Matt Walsh says, this is full-on anti-Christian propaganda, totally indistinguishable from the far left. Muslims are persecuting Christians across the globe and have been for thousands of years. You're literally giving me Antifa talking points in support of the Islamization of American cities. Embarrassing. You know, you almost
Yes.
start to realize what these people think when you actually start to talk about them. It's pretty insane. Okay, I have my chat debating the Crusades right now. If you want me to actually discuss the Crusades, I think that the Crusades were largely justified. That said, a lot of Jews were killed anyway. From a Jewish historical context, the Crusades were bad. From a Christian historical context, the Crusades were justified.
Exactly.
That's my opinion. So anywho, this Cam Higbee guy that I was just showing, he has been doing these debates, these Charlie Kirk inspired debates, and he actually debated a couple of Muslim people. And this might be one of the wildest debate prompts ever. Someone just sent this to me in chat, but apparently this is from a week ago or something. I help Muslim understand why children are off limits. Oh my God, I can't believe we're living in this time. This is in America, right?
Yeah, we have to say this to fucking adult Muslim men. I'm sorry. And females.
That applies to today's time because that's what's socially acceptable right now.
No, it was never socially acceptable to marry a 6-year-old, you dumb bitch.
Touche. All right, let's see. Now the obvious logic is, people got married young, like really young, as kids back in the day, right? That's one point. All right, that is one point.
I don't think that it should have ever been socially acceptable to have sex with a 9-year-old, and especially if you believe that Muhammad is a reflection of God.
Explain something to you really quick. There's a lot of context to what you guys are saying that is not being addressed. So if we're talking 1400 years ago, when you're talking about Aisha marrying the prophet, okay, and having sex with the prophet, at that time period in history, the life expectancy of humans was very different, and the age that people were having sex or getting
9 years old is still not okay, you dumb bitch.
married or having babies
He was like 60 years old, supposedly.
was a lot different than today's time period.
That's not true. Women were actually menstruating. It took them longer to reach the age of maturity because they didn't have as much nutrients. The age of
I feel like we have evolved as a society to recognize that actually getting married at an older age is better. The reason why this is like such a retard argument is because like there are still children getting married at the age of 8 to this day.
Yes,
Like,
in Middle East
this is
countries.
an insane argument because like if it would actually be like, yeah, it used to be like that, it's not actually a good thing, then it would have stopped, right? But they're still marrying 8-year-olds in Yemen and Syria, for example. So
maturity and the reaching of puberty and menstruation is actually sooner now than it was in the past.
At that time in
Yeah, they had less nutrition. All right, I have a scientific source right here. If anyone wants to take a picture of it, go read it.
it was very normal for women to get married at that age and to have children at that time.
Well, okay, first of all, if it was normal, that doesn't mean it was right, okay? We're not doing a cultural relativism, right? Just because it was normal. But if we're talking about biologically,
the context of the society.
These are two different claims, all right? So one,
this is a weird defense from her perspective. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie, this might be
It's a very weird fucking defense. By the way, Fox, thank you for the love over there on YouTube, brother. Appreciate that, dog. Appreciate that. Yes. That's what I mean. That's why I'm saying the 6-year-old part. And everybody's...
because they were maturing. That one is they were maturing.
Well, right to you, what you're saying is right is what's socially acceptable. That's what you're saying.
No, I don't believe
In what society is raping an 8-year-old?
Thank you! Fucking thank you!
His line of attack. This is diabolical.
Dude, yeah, what is her fucking defense, dude?
What are we doing?
You're saying in our time period right now, it's not socially acceptable.
It's never been socially acceptable.
What you said, 14, 13.
In what time period is it acceptable for 8-year-olds to get married? And also, by the way, it's still happening now.
10-year-olds to have sex. It's not socially acceptable, right?
That's because we know more. That's because we know more about.
Yes or
That's
no?
because we know more about reality. We know that this
Yes or
harms
no?
children when you marry them off.
All right, someone told me that this isn't even the best of his debates on this specific topic. They just linked me this one instead. Oh my God, dude, this is a rabbit hole.
He is the most revered man in the entirety of the religion. He a 9-year-old girl and married a 6-year-old.
So, what defines a child? Because in Islam is defined.
I'm not going to define what a child is for you. A 6-year-old is a child. She was playing.
Yeah, she was playing with dolls, which in Quran is idolatry, and they don't like that.
What's that? A 6-year-old is a child. She was playing with dolls when he raped her.
Exactly.
What's that?
Like, how are all these Muslims here in the United States?
Sorry.
How are all
all the Muslims here in the United States?
Well, they either follow our laws or they go to jail. Yeah, most Muslims in the U.S. are so assimilated into Western culture, which is great and is against pedophilia, that they are also against pedophilia. I would imagine most of you are against it, and that's good. To the extent that some of you are even stretching and saying, actually, Aisha was 19. It's just not true. You're stretching because you believe in Western values, right? You recognize yourselves that American and Western values are not compatible with Islam. You agree with us when you say that. When you say Aisha was 19, you agree with what we're saying. You recognize your own religion is not compatible with our values.
Exactly.
Bros really like, actually define pedophilia.
A child. What is a child? What is a child?
The fact that they have to define a child. This is retarded.
Alright? I don't think this is working, man.
Let's start at 6.
When someone says, what even is a child, though? That's over. It's over, bro.
Listen, in the United States, under 18 is a child.
I'm gonna read you a hadith real quick.
Another hadith.
Another hadith. Sahih al-Bukhari 5134, highest rated hadith, Sahih rated. That the Prophet Muhammad married her when she was 6 years old and consummated his marriage when she was 9. He's a 9-year-old girl, Aisha.
Yes.
He is the most revered man in the entirety of the religion.
He's a fucking scumbag. He's not even real. What defines a child? You fucking retard. These fucking morons need to be sent back, okay?
A 6-year-old is a child. She was playing with dolls when he raped her.
No, a person who enters into puberty in Islam is defined as an adult. That's why 13.
So let's get this straight.
Go into war.
So let's get this straight. You think it's okay to have sex with people who had puberty?
Right now, I'm saying.
But you're acknowledging that in Islam, it's okay to have sex with people who have had puberty.
I'm not acknowledging that. I'm saying in Islam, and the adult is defined by someone who has reached the age of puberty.
So you are.
So at 9 years old, I doubt she was at puberty.
To marry and have sex with people who have reached puberty. Yes. Okay. So
not being explicit. Oh, dude, I hope Cam over here has security.
I also believe that having sex with people just to have hit puberty is incompatible with the West. 14-year-olds hit puberty all the time. You can't have sex with 14-year-olds. I'm sorry, Muslims.
So why was the age of consent so low inside the United States? It was like 14 or 12.
Yeah, and it changed.
Up until
at any point that the age of marriage was 14 or 12, that's wrong, and we changed it.
So who defines it as wrong?
Who defines raping?
These people are retarded.
Bro, this dude, they did not send their best.
Do you reject the fact that marrying 14-year-olds is wrong?
I'm not rejecting anything.
So you think it's okay to marry 14-year-olds?
What a fucking retard. You just said you just refused to reject it, you retard. What the fuck? That was a bad fucking say. Dude, that dude was a fucking retard.
Okay, so here we have uses to condemn zero surprises.
I'll be real here. Like, not trying to be racist or anything. I would not want this dude to be anywhere near, like, my family.
Exactly.
Like, him as an individual. Like, on an individual level.
Yeah, exactly.
This guy personally. Wow, alright.
This is like the thing where like, actually, I'm not a pedophile. We don't, like, it's common in the United States.
And all these guys are shitting on, like, Trump for Jeffrey Epstein shit. Bro,
yeah.
Jeffrey Epstein, like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like, these guys will call Trump a pedophile with zero evidence that Trump ever did anything.
However, there's tons of evidence of Muslims being pedophiles.
In the West, used to encompass a range of things like hebephile. Okay, Muhammad was a hebephile. Okay, that's so much better. It's actually that's also bad. That's also illegal.
Consent so low up until a couple years ago. Then
It wasn't a couple years ago.
That was evil. That was wrong. And also, we had
changed it. I don't understand. They literally changed it.
Hold on. We had advancements. Yeah, that slavery was a thing too, and you know they stopped it actually.
Except over in the Middle East. Exactly. Wow.
So young. There's so much research out on this. You guys can watch Daniel Hakikachu's debate with Inspiring Philosophy on child marriage. It's on YouTube. He cites all sorts of.
Next, you have to watch Daniel Hakikachu's debate with Andrew Wilson. I don't think I have time or patience. All right, we'll do it real quick. All right, so someone sent me the timestamp of this debate. All right, this timestamp.
A feminist and egalitarian.
They said watch Andrew Wilson's opening statement. That's what my chat said.
That's for sure. But he's far weaker on politics than myself and the nature of the world. The second is that he's an above average debater, but he ain't quite God tier. See, if I were Daniel and fighting from his worldview, I'd point out Christianity is fractured and weak. That Christianity is totally.
So this is a debate on what creates better societies, Christianity or Islam?
Incapable of fighting back against the degeneracy of our time. Its impotence has led to social categories of degeneracy at levels nobody could have predicted, especially with the advent of the internet. I would point out Muslim societies don't work that way. That Muslims have feminism and degen.
You said 2224, someone said, is the good part. All right, that's where we're going to wrap up the video, man.
Islamic society.
Oh my God, he brought out a PowerPoint. Oh my God.
I wasn't prepared for that. I wasn't prepared. I was not prepared for that, chat. I was not prepared for that whatsoever.
Someone in my chat says he just calls him inbred for over an hour straight. Are you serious? That's the craziest debate tactic I've ever seen.
That's fucking beautiful. That's fucking beautiful. Alright. So, to give it a little touch of what's going on over in Japan, this is a 2-hour long video. I have not watched this all myself yet. I kind of want to get into the other part of this video real quick. I really do feel like we need to kind of go over this. This is important, chat. This is the reason why I am so feverishly against Islam. Again, if they want to convert, awesome. But I'm not going to be doing this shit anymore.
To engage with the Muslims in London. London has 1 million Muslims. In a city of 10 million, 1/10 of the population are Muslims.
That's big.
They are some of the best Muslims. Why? Because they come from any country. India, Pakistan. That's my background. I was born in India. My father was born in India. My grandfather's grave is in India. My family have been in India since 1913, over 100 years. My sister still lives there. It is where I was born. I grew up. And I grew up in a school where most of the Muslims that came to that school, goodness sakes, they were my roommates, they were my classmates, and almost any big discussion we had was about the Trinity, the divinity of Jesus, the authority of scriptures. I had it in the neck, and I grew up with this, and that's what prepared me for what I'm doing today, having grown up with those great Muslims. When I left India in 1971, I left high school there, I wanted nothing to do with Islam. I was fed up with all this
Aren't we all? Aren't we all?
Huge amount of discussion and really aggravation from these Muslims. But what was fascinating is it was those Muslims that really prepared me for what I'm doing. It is those Muslims that really were the ones. And I could not get over the fact that they absolutely believed that Muhammad was the prophet, that the book Quran was his revelation, that it was the eternal revelation, completely preserved, never being created, and that Allah was God. Fascinating that they knew those three things, and no one really could question those three things. So when I came to America and did my undergraduate and was going through my graduate course, finishing off my divinity, my wife and I went to a seminar, just a one-day seminar in Philadelphia on Islam. And we were told three things. We were told that there were 800 million Muslims. This was 1981, when there were only 800 million Muslims. Now it's almost 2 billion. But 800 million Muslims. Now, how do you compute a number like that? Goes in this year, goes out this year. You can't really compute it. It's just too big.
True. Very true.
That there were only 1,500 missionaries working amongst this 800 million, and that this 1,500 missionaries only made up 2% of all the missionaries. Those two numbers slapped me in the face. And I turned to my wife and said, what in the world are we doing wrong? Why are we sending only 2% of all our missionaries to the fastest growing religion on earth, the religion that is attacking us at our foundation? It's the religion that's attacking our Lord Jesus Christ and our scriptures like no other. And that's why I decided to get back into Islam in 1981. Because of two numbers, 1,500 and 2%. That was my Pauline call, folks. And ever since, that's the last 44 years now, I have been working in Islam 44 years of engaging with Muslims, the most beautiful people on earth, my favorite people, because they absolutely believe in everything that they say.
As I said, just like the
Unlike
Mormons.
so many Christians, and they're willing to die for what they believe. Unfortunately, they're willing to take you with them. Nonetheless,
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Exactly. For what they are told.
Behind this book, the man that received this book, the man that supposedly from 610 to 632, that 22-year period, that he received these two halves. If you just take the Quran in half, look, this is really damaged. Can you tell the Muslims have stolen from me 5 times and the police have always gotten it back, and it is about ready to fall to pieces. But this is the book I've been using for year upon year. There on the ladder at Speaker's Corner every Sunday for 25 years, I use this book. And when you look at this book, you can't even tell the printing on the outside, but it goes this direction. So it goes Arabic, so it goes from the right to left.
Yep. Also, I gotta go take a piss again, chat. Be right back. Oh, my fucking tiny little bladder here, chat. My tiny little bladder. Alright, give me 1 second here, everybody. I just had to send a message out really quick. I'm just getting my coffee cup and everything like that taken care of real quick. Some of the garbage, like the paper towel on my desk, real quick picked up. And then I will be right back. I am back. I do apologize. The cats got distracting. I was sitting there loving on the cats for way too long, and I realized, like, oh shit, I forgot. Literally wasn't even joking. I was literally loving on the cats. The Bubs Zeffy came out, and then uh, what we call it, Gimme Goo was out here, and she was doing all of her little dolphin pets. Where she jumps as soon as you put your hand out, she jumps up to your hand for the pets, and I love that. I love that she does that shit. So she was being super adorable. He was being adorable, and I got distracted, sitting there just loving on the kids. And I was like, "Oh shit, yes, I forgot what I was doing." So I apologize, everybody. I do apologize. The cats, good. Blame the cats. They're too distracting at times, man. They're too cute. The cuteness. I don't want to set this out of the way. This, 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 and there we go. Way there. Okay.
Left. So that would be Medina. This would be Mecca. Medina means that's the part when Muhammad was living in Medina afterwards, and this is when he lived in Mecca from 610 to
Okay, there we
622.
go.
This is what he
That
received
looks better
first.
too,
So
chat.
this is the first part of the Quran, though it's the second half that's written. Isn't that odd? Turn upside down, you get the right sequence. Nonetheless, let's go back to that sequence. And this is the part that really there's not too much in this part that we would have.
It looks like I have this on the 3D
There's
effect.
lots of stories here that make no
It
sense.
literally looks like I have like the 3D effect, so I can like whoosh into the screen.
This is where the violence is. This is where the misogyny is against women. Chapter 4. Chapter 2. This is the problem that we're all confronting. And I did that for 30, 40 years. I confronted this part. And I found out that the best place to do that was a place called Speaker's Corner. So I used to go down to Speaker's Corner. If you ever go to London, go to Speaker's Corner. It only exists on Sundays. And it's the place you need to go to because that's where you engage with Muslims face to face. It's the greatest laboratory in the world because you can say anything you want. I kid you not. It's the bastion of freedom of speech. It's been around for 200 years. It's where they used to execute all the prisoners every Sunday, and people would come because there was no television.
We got a little briar pipe here, loaded up with some of the Sanctuary, which is the red Virginia mixed with a little dash of black Cavendish into it. So, we're gonna go ahead and start this up while we're watching this.
Or radio back then. How did they get entertained? They would go and watch the executions on Sunday. And before the prisoners were executed, they were given their last defense, and they would get up on these little soapboxes, stand up on those soapboxes, and they would try to defend what they had done. Of course, it never worked. They still got executed, but the soapboxes remained. So when the executions were finished, the crowds were there, thousands of people, and people got up on those soapboxes and started preaching, or they started teaching, or they started yelling, or they started discussing and debating, and so it became Speaker's Corner. Now, today, we don't use soapboxes anymore, and that's where that term, get off your soapbox, it comes from Speaker's Corner. Now we use these little kitchen ladders that let you all have in your kitchen, these little A-frame ladders with 2 steps, just so your head's above the audience, so that you can be heard. That's why I feel very comfortable right now, because I'm above you looking down on you. The problem is, the higher I go, the farther I fall. And so Speaker's Corner was very violent back in the 1990s. They had not yet become the religion of peace. That only happened after 9/11. They were still quite violent. And when they ran out of ideas, they used their fists.
Yep.
And it was not a pleasant place to be. But I would go down there every Sunday, and always I would try to engage with them. And we did what we call butt stomp by the seat of our pants, because there was nothing there to help us. There was no book written on how to engage face to face with Muslims and how to debate them and how to discuss them. Everything was attacking. When I got down there, they all had Bibles in their hands. Yes, Bibles, not Qurans. None of them had Qurans. They always had Bibles with little post-it notes all the way through. And all these post-it notes were about the historical anachronisms of our Bible, the internal contradictions. Did you know that we have all kinds of scientific errors in the Bible? Have you heard about this? I hadn't heard about this. I had 2 master's degrees, one in divinity and the other one in Islamic here at Fuller Seminary, and no one had taught me this. I hope Jack's teaching you all this. No, he's teaching you how to answer those kind of attacks.
Exactly.
See, they were confronting my Bible. all these confrontations. And I remember the first Sunday I was down there, I was overwhelmed. I had no idea that I was going to get this kind of confrontation. And I wanted to get out of there. I went home and I was bruised and battered. Not physically, my ego was bruised. Everything, because I thought I knew everything.
I think we've all been there. I think we've all been there, chat.
My wife saw how disgruntled I was, and so she kicked me out the door the next Sunday and made me go back down again. What a wife. If you met her, you'd see why.
I love that.
Get back on the horse again. If you're gonna
That's a good woman.
Back up and
That's a good woman.
Take a notebook with you and just learn and hear what their questions are and then find answers. Now, there was no internet back then in 1992. And there was no Google to ask your questions. You had to find out by going to the library or calling up somebody or trying to remember what you learned in seminary. I had nothing to help me. And I noticed that all the questions were coming one way, this way. They're always attacking my Lord. Always two subjects, Jesus and the Bible. Jesus.
Yep, they always want to attack the divinity, and then they also want to attack the inaccuracies of the Bible. So.
In the Bible. Well, what two subjects do you want to talk about but those two, right? What great subjects. And these were the Muslims that were asking me, see if you see an atheist or a humanist or anybody else want to talk to you about those two subjects. Only Muslims want to talk about those two subjects. And they should be our favorite subjects. Now, to defend against that, that's called apologetics. That's defense. And I had to learn my apologetics by the seat of my pants. It was difficult. I was hard. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know where to go. And then I went to and I did a course at the University of London by this man here, Dr. Gerald Hawting. He had a course there at School of Oriental and African Studies on the origins of Islam. Well, I said, I thought I knew everything. This would be a fun course to do. Let's see what he's talking about. And there was about 50 students in the class. And the very first day, he started saying, do you know, we can't
sure it says on the
through this man named Muhammad in the 7th century.
Said, there we go. There it starts.
Not one word about this man named Muhammad in the 7th century. He said the earliest we can find about his biography is not till a man named Ibn Hisham. There it is, right there, Ibn Hisham. I just showed it to you, Ibn Hisham, right there. This is the first guy that ever wrote down his biography, and he died in 833. 833. Muhammad died in 632. Do you see a problem, folks?
A little bit there. 200 years apart.
He writes it down. That's a 200-year gap. What happened? What happened in the intervening 200 years? He says, we can't find any mosque facing Mecca at all in the 7th century. I said, I've never been told this. Why didn't I learn that in seminary? Why didn't I learn that at Fuller? Why didn't I learn that from the Muslims who I was engaging with all these years? And he said, take a look at the Dome of the Rock. Probably the most famous building that's been built by a Muslim in the last 1,400 years. The most beautiful building is right there in Jerusalem. Notice it has no Qibla, direction of prayer. That's true, it has no Qibla. It should be facing Mecca, right? Every mosque or every religious building should be facing Mecca. This has no Qibla.
Why is that?
I said, how come I've not heard this? And as he was putting out these curious little tidbits, half the class were made up of Muslim students. And they started getting up, going to the door, slamming the door, turning towards Dr. Hawting and saying not very pleasant things to him, and they never came back. Within 2 weeks, we lost all of our Muslims. 2 weeks. 25 Muslims had left. Now, if you're a professor on a university and you lose half your class, what are you going to do for your career? You cannot lose your students. And so he started toning down, and stopped coming to conclusion and stopped asking these questions. Well, I love these questions, and I saw the reaction of the students. I said, wait a minute. If the Dome of the Rock has no Qibla, then what does that mean, Dr. Hawting? And he wouldn't answer. He didn't want to answer because he didn't want to lose any more students.
True. I mean, as a teacher, yeah.
Taking this down to Speaker's Corner. And I started putting it up there. And I got beat up. I mean, physically beat up. They knocked me out. I got, one time there were
What a tolerant people.
Muslims around me, kicking me. I went unconscious. I had no idea what happened. When the police finally pulled me out, they said a black man came and laid on top of me and took the blows for me. I said, where is he? He had disappeared. I call him Barry, my black angel. I have a black angel, Barry. He saved my life twice now at Speaker's Corner in the 25 years I've been there.
That's amazing, by the way.
I realized this material is potent. this is heavy material. If this is the only reactions Muslim have is to beat you up or to walk out the door and slam the door and yell at you as you're walking out, if that is the only reaction they have, we got to learn this material. We got to know this. That was then in 1995. Some of these students came to me and they said, we can't answer this, but there's a man who can. His name is Dr. Jamal Badawi. And they said, we want you to debate him. There it is, Dr. Jamal Badawi and myself. He is the world's leading authority on the Quran. He had done 300 videotapes. You know, these old boxes, these little VHSs. For those who had gray hair, remember the VHS boxes?
Oh, yeah.
That we had to use.
Lots of VHS tapes.
300 of these videos just on the Quran. They said he's coming back from Malaysia. He's going to stop in London on his way back to Halifax in Canada. Would you be willing to debate him? Well, I hadn't done a debate before. We don't get trained up on how to do debates in seminary, not in homiletics class. We're trained just to say, make sure that you take a subject, only keep it to 20 minutes, say 3 things about that subject, make sure you support it in Scripture, and then always have a good conclusion at the end. And then as you walk out the door, people shake your hand and say, what a great sermon you've done. Nothing about debating, nothing about getting confronting or people supporting and people yelling at you and calling you all kinds of names, giving you death threats. That we weren't taught in homiletics. So I said, okay, let me try it out. And so I went up to see a woman her name was Dr. Patricia Corona. Dr. Patricia Corona is the leading authority on Mecca. She is from Denmark. She reads and writes 15 archaic languages.
That's amazing, by the way.
Read and write 15 archaic languages. Show of hands. None. She's unique in the world. And these are languages that no one uses anymore. Nabatean Aramaic, Syro-Aramaic, Akkadian. Amazing woman. She's a linguist. She studied there at the same school, School of Oriental and African Studies, got her doctorate there, and became head of department at Oxford University when I got to know her. And when I started my doctoral thesis, she was my supervisor. And she was the one that actually wrote 2 books, one called Hagerism and the other called Meccan Trade and the Rise of Islam. She shut down Mecca. And all she did was look for source material from the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, up until the 7th and 8th century, only using evidence from those centuries. Trying to find this city called Mecca. Could not find any reference to the city called Mecca at all. So I said, well, I'm going to use her. I went up to her, and of course, she knew me, and we went into it. By this time, she had a death threat from Oxford University for writing Meccan Trade in 1997, and so she transferred up to Cambridge University, was head of department at that time, and I sat in her office for one afternoon for about 3 hours as we put together this debate. She said, do this, here's a better way to say it, here, why don't you use it? I finally turned to her, and I said, Dr. Corona, why aren't you doing this debate? This is your material. You have the languages. You're the one that's done the research. Me, what do I know? I'm just going to mimic you and copy you. And she turned to me, she started laughing. She said, Jay, let me tell you something. I have a chair to protect. I have an institution to represent.
True,
I could not do this debate. I don't have the freedom to do this debate as an academic. You have no chair to protect. And the only person you represent, his name is Jesus Christ.
Amen, brother. Amen.
Here's an atheist telling me that we're the only ones that can do this debate. We have a freedom they don't have. As Christians, we have a freedom because of Jesus Christ that they do not have. So I said, okay, let's go. I did this debate. Took us 2 hours. At the end of the debate, I gave 10 historical challenges, all of them her challenges. He did not have an answer for any of them. And he turns to me at the end and he says, you know, Mr. Smith, all you've done is shown us everything you brought is based on silence. There's just nothing there. Granted, there's nothing there. Everything you've done is based on silence. And the
absence
absence
very
of
well, I
evidence
noticed.
does not prove the evidence of absence. And he hung me. The absence of evidence does not prove the evidence of absence. I had nowhere to go. He was right. I didn't have any evidence. He didn't have any evidence, so it's just silence. There was no reference to this man, Muhammad. We can't find any reference to the city called Mecca. We can't find any manuscript for any book called the Quran. None of this we can find in the 7th century. But that's just silence. Where's the evidence? How do you prove evidence for something that never existed? Do you see the problem, folks? That was 1995. This is 2025, 30 years later. And everything I'm going to introduce tonight is based on evidence. We finally have the evidence.
I like
Here's
that.
what's fascinating.
Finally, we have the evidence.
Everything's turned on its head. Because if we have the evidence, then what do they have?
Silence. They got nothing.
Nothing. Now suddenly, everything the Muslims are going to present is based on silence. They have no evidence for their man.
Nope.
Okay? Now,
This is the
nobody
important
has
part,
dared
chat.
to debate me on this until this year. And a man named Rabin Ibrahim. But before I do that, let me just go ahead. Something else I want to bring up. Because this was causing a huge wave and a lot of problems there at Speaker's Corner, a lot of the Christians were getting quite upset, and especially the Anglican Church. And I was not Anglican, and I was an American there in Britain. What is this American doing causing all these problems there in Britain? And so Colin Chapman, you can see him over on the right, he was in charge, responsible for all the Islamic work for the Archbishop of Canterbury. And so he came to me and says, Jay, you've got to stop what you're doing. Do not do this. He says, we're going to put together a debate. And we're going to be
Jay looks so much different compared to how he looks now. When he looks through there, the David Marshall picture there.
Dr. David Marshall,
You can already see their chat. Let me pull back.
From Oxford University on the Quran, so he's an academic himself. And we're going to bring in scholars. All of them are Christians, so this is what we call an in-house debate. And it's between you.
Kind of see there. My microphone was in the way too there, but again, if you go watch the video yourself, you'll see him though.
Should we use historical criticism, and should we use polemics in our engagement with Muslims? Now, you know where I stood on both those issues. I said yes to both those issues. He said no to both those issues. We should not use historical criticism, and we should not use polemics. Polemics? What do I mean by polemics? Anybody here not know what polemics is? Oh boy, okay. All right, how do I define polemics? Well, I told you what apologetics is, right? Just defending the faith. Defending means making sure that whenever anybody confronts Jesus or our Bible, we answer them. That's called apologetics. It's much like your football team.
Yeah.
You have a football team here. I'm not going to ask you which one is a favorite because you'll start fighting amongst each other. So let's just say whatever is your favorite football team, don't you have two teams within every football team? One called
True.
defense,
Very true.
Offense.
Very true. Yep.
And don't they have two different skills? The defense has to make sure that the others don't score against them and score the touchdown. They're big guys. They're really muscular. And boy, are they hard because they create walls to stop the others from scoring, right? The offense, however, has a totally different object. They have to push against the other, but they can run and they can toss, and they're a lot more exciting, and they are the ones that actually win the game, right? They're the ones whose names you hear. They're the ones who have the highest salary. And see, in Christianity, defense would be apologetics. Offense would be polemics. It's as simple as that. So if you're defending the faith, you better know everything you can about the Bible and Jesus. Those are the two things you need to know. If you're going on the offense, especially against Islam, you better know the Quran, you better know Muhammad. But how many of you have studied the Quran or studied Muhammad?
I'm not that much. Only not a hobby, but not enough.
There is no school in the world that teaches Islamic apologetics or polemics except ours. MAPI, Master of Arts in Apologetics and Polemics to Islam. And guess at what institution that is being taught?
There.
Veritas International University. That's your university, folks. It's a Calvary Chapel seminary. Did you not know that? Veritas International University is your seminary in Albuquerque, New Mexico. The only place on earth where you can learn Islamic apologetics and polemics, and I direct it, and I have 5 of us. All of us have doctorates. Every one of us have had either 20 years or more experience engaging with Muslims both apologetically and polemically. Now do you know what apologetics and polemics is? Office is defense, polemics is offense. It's as simple as that. 2 different sets of skills. And in many discussions, you have to use both simultaneously. Now, I had to do that every Sunday afternoon. I would have to use sometimes defense, and then I go on the offense. They throw the questions, I'd answer them, then I throw the same questions right back in their laps.
Yep.
And that we're not teaching anybody until now. I've just come back from England. I have to be careful. I'm not going to say too much, but there was something that happened about 3 weeks ago in England, in London, where we brought all the best.
Again, what I like though is that he has a big enough background chat that when we're dealing with the stuff that I've been talking about here, this man explaining it right gives it better context to what I've been trying to say to you all, because he has the background in it, he has the doctorates, he is an intelligent individual, whereas I'm just the fucking the dipshit here on the internet. I'm one of the retards out here fucking spouting out shit, and so I prefer it for those to actually get something more from the source, and so that you guys can actually discern your own opinions from that. I don't want to sway your opinions in any way, but I want to be able to present the facts, uh, and allow you to be able to make those decisions, whether or not you believe, as I do, that Islam is a fake religion. Now, you could not believe that maybe because you're Islamic yourself, maybe you're a member of the faith and everything like that. And maybe it's because you do feel like there's still not enough evidence just yet, as he hasn't really presented anything just yet. However, though, I do urge you just to stick around a little longer because he will actually start presenting the evidence here soon. And once the evidence starts coming out, then you start to realize, wow, there is a lot of evidence that proves what he's saying, right? That uh, that Muhammad never existed, and that Mecca never existed, and so therefore the book never existed up until a certain point, and that all this has to be done in a certain way because unfortunately, kind of like how the LDS did with the whole, how is the book translated, who translated it, and then what was the languages he supposedly translated, and could he, even translate them to, in public and so forth, so on, and all these things like that, right? So, one of the big issues that you have with this whole Muhammad character is that he wrote, or the Muslims, I should say themselves, is that it's written in a way that this character has to come from a specific place, has to do specific things, and the totality of all of this has to come from a certain way. Otherwise, it means that it's fake. You know, it reminds me there was a saying from a senator that went to go and visit the LDS church at one point, and when he did, he came back said, "I know of nothing that is more perfect and more organized than the LDS Church or of the Hitler Party of Nazis." And that either A, it had to be a work of God, or B, it was truly a work of the devil. Well, one of the greatest things that the devil ever did was try to tell us that he didn't exist. And the second best thing he ever did was try to pose himself amongst the sheep so that the shepherd may come and bring him up amongst the fold, kind of like a Trojan horse, if you will. And I specifically look at the way the LDS faith has been. And one of the things that I think is kind of indicative of how they act is that they will be super nice to you when they're trying to convert you. Okay? They actually have these little program things built in for it. That once they've gotten you to a certain extent into the church and they've converted you and everything else like that, they then stop checking in on you, stop caring really about you. And that becomes a problem because then they've just brought in somebody to the church who is still getting used to everything, still doesn't know everything yet. And then they'll be expected to pretty much just assimilate right off the get go. You know, and I'm not even joking. They really do expect you to assimilate, pretty much right from the drop. As soon as you become a member, it's like, cool, you're a member. All right, good. Now here's what you're supposed to do. If you don't do it, then you're gonna be like pretty much ostracized, you know, because of this. And it's like a lot of these new members don't understand that that happens so quickly. That's not something that's gonna happen down the road. That's something that happens within a few like months or even weeks after you've been baptized. Uh, there's lots of horror stories out there. There's even the stories from former members of the church who then explain how they were to teach and practice to converts. And then as soon as that convert they was deemed okay by the bishop to be, more or less kind of left on their own now, then ideally, yeah, you could hang out with them, da 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 da, but you were actually meant to kind of go away from them. Like you can only spend a certain amount of time with them because your next goal was just to start working on the next person, right? Whoever else was been brought to the church now. And oftentimes they would actually try to have the convert who just came into the church, they were then now tasked with now trying to bring that person into the fold even further. You know, they're now tasked with that idea of like, okay, now we have this person in here. Now you got to actually help do it because you got to show them why you join, and then that's going to make them want to join. And then once they join, then you'll get rewarded in heaven. Technically, you know. And then they always do that thing like, oh, you're not doing this though because you're going to be rewarded, right? Or anything like that. That's not what they're doing it, And it's like, okay, sure. Like legitimately, it is so obvious the way they do things that when you might be looking at it, it might seem wholesome. It might even seem legit or like, oh, that makes sense, because the way they might word things and present things. However, though, the one thing I will always give them is that they are very, very family oriented. And I think there is nothing wrong with that. In fact, actually, I think that is something we all should emulate more so. However, though, it is something that they directly have in common with Muslims, and they don't even realize it. Like these two hate each other the most, and yet they don't even realize that they are the most common amongst each other versus any other one. Right? You can look at any other religion, you can look at any other background, and those two share the most commonalities, especially with the polygamy. That's a huge commonality right there. The way they believe in polygamy, the ages of the wives of Joseph Smith and everything like that, and all the other members around that time. I'm just saying, a lot of young babies. A lot of young babies. A lot of babies having babies. And then those babies having babies, okay? Alright? Alright, are we clear there? We clear? Weird fucking times happened at that time. So, just saying.
Best polemicists in the world together in one place. I brought them all over. 15, the top polemicists in the world against Islam. And about 300 then showed up, and they all had to be people we knew. It was an invitation only. I'm not going to tell you where it was because I don't want the Muslims to find out where it was. And we went for 3 days just learning how to use polemics, how to use internal polemics and cultural polemics and external polemics. I'll explain that a little bit later. And for 3 days, 300 of us learned how to confront Islam head on. And then Sunday, we went down to Speaker's Corner and shut down the corner. It was so much fun. You'll see the videos. It is amazing. And I had my ladder, and I had another ladder next to me, and I had 50 different people get up on the ladder, the first time for most of them, and they used the best polemics they could come across, and the Muslims had no idea how to shut us down. And then we went up to a restaurant afterwards, and 150 of us had dinner together, and I looked at all these guys and gals, and they're all in their 20s and 30s, folks. They're young.
I definitely need to get some more 1Q. I am actually getting low on the 1Q. Oh, very low on the 1Q. Whew.
We're going to let them off and unleash them on the Muslim world. You got to realize we are going to take Islam down. That just happened 3 weeks ago. We're going to do it again next year and the year after that. We're raising up a whole new generation of young men and women who are quick, and they are bright, and they are fearless. There's no fear in any of them. Ooh, I love that. It is so nice. So anyways, back to the story. We had this debate, 2 hours, and there was 50...
Love some lane 1Q into the corn copier chat.
Christians.
Gravity do the work.
I was arguing, yes, we should use polemics. Yes, we should use historical criticism. He was saying, no, 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 no. After 2 hours, we finished the debate, and then they had a show of hands. And they wanted to know how many were with Dr. David Marshall and how many came with me. 25 went with him, 25 went with me. Who do you think went with him, the academics or the missionaries? Okay, I'm getting both. You're right. For those who were correct, you're right. It was the academics who went with him and the missionaries who went with me.
That's right, yeah. I had it backwards.
I thought, for heaven's sakes, the academics would go with me, because this is all academic material. It's all historical. Where else do you learn that but in academia? But they all went with him, and I didn't understand it until Dr. Peter Riddell then explained to me on the way home. He was in my car with me, and he said, Dave, let me explain something to you. I'm an academic. In fact, he was the professor for my doctorate. He was the one that helped me get my doctorate at Melbourne School of Theology. He's Australian.
Wow,
He's
nice,
an academic there.
nice.
And he said, we
I
academics,
was great about
we
that.
understand what you're doing. We understand why you're doing it, but we can't do this. Because in our institution, there are many Muslims who are on staff with us. We can't use polemics, and certainly not historical criticism, not in our academic institutions.
Oh, nice. Fat bowl of some lane 1Q here, chat, since I haven't had any others. Well, it's been cellaring in my jar here for probably 4 weeks now.
Isn't that interesting?
So I'm really curious to see how it's going to taste.
This is something we have to do. This is something we must do, those of us who are on the ground. So, since then, our material has really
It smells way more vanilla-like, I will say.
And of course, in the last
Like the vanilla and the honey have come through way stronger now, so I'm really excited for the first smoke of this. We'd like to, like I said, get some more, because it's only $4 an ounce. So probably grab like maybe a couple ounces of it, just throw it in the jar so that way we can cellar it a little bit longer. I got still some of the mocha and espresso I need to smoke up
It
too.
was kind of an audience of just made up people who walked into here, Jack Hibbs, and I was here instead. And they just kind of looked at me like a deer in front of a headlight because they had no idea what I was talking about. And
Here's everybody.
Wasn't sure that they would ever understand what I was talking about. So I just said, just look at the screen. Follow the screen. For those of you here, remember that? A lot of you who were here, you probably didn't know who I was or what I was going to talk about. And when you left, you said, what in the world did he just say? That, as John is right, 2.6 million people have watched that all over the world. On my site, over 500,000 have watched that. So it's over 3 million people have watched that. It's gone all over the world. And that's why I then had to come back and unpack it for 4 hours to slow it down. Now, since then, since 2023, no one's really taken me on. They can't, because how can you take me on? In order to take me on, you have to have evidence from the 7th century. As you can see tonight, there just is no evidence that supports that man, that book, or that place. Until April of this year, and then a man named Raymond Ibrahim, who's a Christian, put up these 2 videos in April of this year. Raymond Ibrahim, how many of you know who Raymond Ibrahim is? Okay, 1. Good man, fine Christian debater. And he's the only one that's dared to do this. And I thank God that he did this, because he put up 2 videos, one on April 9th and the other one on April 11th.
This is a classic smoke here, chat.
And he's attacking me. He says, I don't think Jay knows what he's talking about. He said, this idea that Muhammad didn't exist is not only laughable, it is probably the worst polemic at all to use. It's the weakest polemic we could ever use. The weakest polemic you can use. Isn't that interesting? So
why does he say that, though?
I'm going to shut him down. I'm going to take the 10 accusations, and he gave 10 accusations. If you're watching, Raymond Ibrahim, thank you for doing this, because finally I have an academic who's actually taking me on these subjects. And you gave 10 good questions. And these are the same questions you're going to hit if you go out in the world and if you talk to Muslims. And the number one first thing is Muhammad is one of the most historically supported people in history. So you cannot say he didn't exist, because there's so much historical support for him.
Is there, though?
In fact, Muhammad has more historical support for him than Jesus has. Ooh, well, I love that. Number 3, if Muhammad did not exist, how can you explain the Sunni-Shiite divide? The Sunnis who were confronting the Shiites.
Oh yeah, you see how thick the smoke looks from all that there, chat? That's actually from the backlight that I'm using here. To actually backlight the smoke from the pipe to actually give it a more voluptuous look to it.
Number 4, there are no incontrovertible proofs of Muhammad's non-existence. Ooh, that's a real whammy. I can see someone laughing already, because you can see it's a contradicting term. Since the traditions, that's the Islamic traditions about Muhammad, are so embarrassing, why would they write them?
Good smoke.
He's such an embarrassment.
Good tobacco there, chat. Good tobacco.
Number 6, Mecca.
I'm gonna put up this warning thing so that way the Karens don't get all butt fucking hurt. There you go.
7, no one can prove or disprove historical
This for the butt fucking Karens.
And it comes down to a matter of faith. Doesn't matter.
I do that because they butt fucking anyways.
Number 9, The claims against Muhammad's existence are merely an academic and subjective exercise. That's all it is. Just because you don't like Muslims, is what he said. Boy, wonder where he got that from. And then number 10, the best polemic is not the historical polemic. The best polemic is just to show how irrelevant Muhammad is. Confront his character. Confront his morality.
I mean, well, that's true too, though. I mean,
so tonight, what I'm going to do, let's go through each one of these 10 to see if Ibrahim or Raymond, actually I should call him Raymond. I'm going to call him Raymond from here on out because I have two good friends named Ibrahim. One is Ayman Ibrahim and the other one is Raymond Ibrahim. I don't know Raymond Ibrahim. I've never met him. I'm sure he's a great guy. But I know Ayman Ibrahim, and Ayman Ibrahim actually is head of SCS on the Islamic branch there. He's in charge of all the Islamic work, and he absolutely stands with me on this position. So rather than call him Ibrahim, because people are confused which Ibrahim I'm talking, let's just call Raymond and Ayman, okay? We'll stick with Raymond from here on out. So, here we go. This is what the Muslims claim. This is what the Islamic traditions claim. This is what the standard Islamic narrative said. Isn't that great? Standard Islamic narrative, S-I-N. This is what Sin tells us. Muslims.
How ironic that it's called Sin.
They say this, for the past 1400 years, Muhammad was the last and greatest prophet. He modeled Islam as the paradigm for the world. He received the Quran as his final revelation for the world. Therefore, the Quran, his revelation, was sent down only to him between 610 and 632. It is the greatest, the only perfectly preserved revelation, and also the final revelation. It corrects the previously corrupted revelation, in other words, our revelation. And therefore, Mecca was the city Muhammad was born.
Which ours is not corrupted.
For the first 52 years of his life.
The Bible is uncorruptible.
Thus, Islam is completely dependent on three things. Now, this you've seen before, for those of you who were here before. These are the three things. One book called the Quran, one man named Muhammad, and one place called Mecca. Since these three areas are foundational to Islam, we should investigate them at the time they all existed. That means in the early 7th century. And in the place they existed, that means the central western part of Arabia, known as the Hijaz, where Mecca and Medina are located. So notice, these three things are what holds up Islam. It's like three legs of a stool.
Exactly.
You have the Quran, you have
and if you don't got one of them, it's going to knock the stool over.
If you start to attack one of those legs and it finally collapses, the other two collapse as well. All three are needed. You can't have one without the other. One without the other two. Are you following that? With that in mind, let's
say
look
yes.
at Raymond's 10 suppositions and assess them one by one. Supposition number 1. Muhammad is one of the most historically supported people in history.
False.
How many people, just show of hands, believe that? Wow,
like nobody.
I'm already got you converted. We can go on to supposition number 2 then. No, we need to go with supposition 1 so you know how to answer this, okay? Now, to understand what he's talking about, we need to look at what they're saying. This is what he says. This is what the Muslims will say. They would believe that if you look at that map there, that Muhammad Empire included that brown area. So that's that area right there, over on this side, right there.
All of that.
To both sides, okay? That brown area where Mecca and Medina. Look where Mecca and Medina are. They're right in the central western part.
The timeline is the most interesting part of this chat.
In 632, that's as large as Islam was. Once he died, then you have Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, and Ali, the next 4 caliphs, what they call the rightly guided caliphs, then come to power, and they expand the borders out. And so it includes all the orange area from Tripoli.
Yeah, literally all this was all Christian, actually, at one point, and then it became fucking Muslims. That's why we had the Crusades. And when we stopped doing the Crusades, that's when they went back to being Muslim again. Oh, what do you know? Go figure.
Big area. So it is by far, by 6.
After they became originally Christian nations, after, being converted from the fucking heathenist fucking multiple gods that they were worshipping before. Sacrificing children and everything else like that.
Up until 749, for the next roughly 100 years, they expanded out to the purple area. So it includes Spain all the way to India, and then from Yemen all the way to Turkey. Over here, there's Spain, and there's India, and there's Turkey, and there is Yemen. So all that area comes under their jurisdiction. That's their story. And there's been no reason not to confront it or dissuade you from it, because it's a pretty good story. I mean, that's all we've been told, right? And you've always believed that there was a man named Muhammad, and there were 4 caliphs that followed after him, Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, and Ali. But I'm going to show you there's a problem with that. let's look and see where we get.
Here's the
some of this
timeline,
origin.
chat.
Let's put
This
it
is
on a
where
timeline
things
so you
get
see
a
what's going
bit
on. So
complicated
Muhammad,
here.
according to what the Islamic narrative, the standard Islamic narrative, Sin tells us, is that Muhammad was born in 570. He started receiving his revelations in a place called Mecca in 610, and then in 621, he suddenly is woken up in the middle of the night and told to get on the back of a winged horse called the Burak, who flies him up from Mecca up to Jerusalem. He goes up to the seven heavens and meets
Oh, really?
Allah. He
Really?
tells him to pray 50
Oh,
times
that
a
sounds
day.
like a bunch of bullshit.
Comes down to the fifth heaven, meets Moses.
That's literally what it sounds like, a bunch of
Bounces back and forth
bullshit.
between the fifth and the seventh heaven, getting it down from 50 to 45 to 35 to 15 to 10, down to 5 prayers. Once he gets it to 5 prayers, Moses, okay, that's enough. So he shuts back down to Jerusalem, gets on back of the winged horse, and flies back to Mecca. That happens in 621. It's known as the Mi'raj. You've all heard this before. This is nothing new. And then in 622,
Dude, that all sounds like a bunch of
from Mecca
bullshit.
up to Medina and takes over and that's where the caliphate starts in 622. He then comes back to Mecca and takes over Mecca. So now he controls both Mecca and Medina in 630, and he controls the holy places where the Kaaba is. And then he dies in 632, poisoned by one of his wives. So that's his life. That's the
By one of his wives. Yeah, gee, yeah, probably whatever one was probably Aisha.
He only lasts 2 years. He then dies peacefully. He is followed by Umar, who only lasts 10 years. He is killed. So when he is killed, Uthman takes over. He only lasts 12 years. He is killed. But while he is in power, the Quran is put together. When he
That's
is
what they
killed,
claim.
Ali
This is what they claim,
takes
but
up
this is
Muhammad,
not true.
and he only lasts 5 years before he is killed at the Battle of Siffin by Muawiyah. So what am I putting that up there? What we're saying, according to what standard Islamic narrative tells us and what Raymond Ibrahim tells us, that Islam was fully formed by 661, right? Mid-7th century.
666,
1400 years.
almost 666.
Now here's the problem. How do we know everything I've just told you? And I've not told you much. I've just told you bare bones because we have to be careful of time. That's what they tell us. Where did that story come from? That's what you want to know. Well, the story comes from the Islamic traditions, the standard Islamic narrative. This is what they tell us. And when you go to the standard Islamic narrative, they tell us that Muhammad dies in 632, and the person that
This
writes
is what they say, chat. Now again, keep in mind.
this guy, Ibn Ishaq. Ibn Ishaq. The only problem is, look when he died. Whenever you see a D, that means his death date. I'm putting their death dates because they can't write anything after they die, all right? So I'm putting the last possible time they could have written something down. 765. Do you see a problem with that, folks? Did Ibn Ishaq know Muhammad?
Literally like 132 years after him. Almost 200 years.
Do you have anything written by Ibn Ishaq? No. So I held this up. Where does this come from? That's not Ibn Ishaq. His name is Ibn Hisham. This guy is the guy that wrote it down. This is the one that took what Ibn Ishaq said, didn't like a lot of it, so he threw it out and only retained what he liked. And so that's what we have today. So these two books.
Yeah, mind you, there was shit that he threw out of that book, chat, supposedly.
Look when he died, 833. That's even later. That's 70 years later.
Yep.
And then another
So that's literally 201 years later.
They're the ones that actually give us the story of Muhammad's life, not Ibn Ishaq. So bye-bye, Ibn Ishaq. We don't need you. Goodbye. Now that's the first genre. The second
You love that? I do love that.
known as the Hadith, the sayings of Muhammad, and they're written down by these guys here. Al-Bukhari is the most important. He is the most prolific. He is the one that was given 600,000 of these stories, and he whittled them down all the way down to 7,439. So he throws out 98% and only retains 2%.
Yeah, wow.
And he does that before he dies in 870. Then we have Sahih Muslim, who dies in 875, At-Tirmidhi, 884. Look at the dates. They die. 887, 899 for Dawood, Nisa, 915. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. Did any of them know Muhammad?
Nope.
Did they ever hear him say anything? Yet they write down what he said. They all lived 240 and later, years after Muhammad. That's not the only genre. We have two more genres, the tafsir and the tahriq. That's the commentaries that help you to understand the Quran. You can't make sense of this. 25% of this, even the Muslim scholars don't understand. And if those who have read the Quran, how much of it can you understand? It goes all over the place, doesn't it? Ulta pulta, as we say in India. It jumps all over the place. Stories don't begin. Stories don't end. There's no transitional phrases to help you from story to story. Thank God our Bible's not like that, but the Quran is.
Yep.
So you need commentaries.
Why, again, why is that? Because Muhammad supposedly was illiterate. Well, it's because most of these idiots were illiterate.
And that's why the commentaries have to be written. But look who's the first man to write it down. His name is Al-Tabari, 923. That's over 300 years. That's almost 300 years after Muhammad.
Yeah.
So everything we know about who this
To
man
the T
was,
almost.
what he did and what he said, comes from 200 to 300 years later. How many of you are happy with that? You're not happy with it? You're happy with it? You're a good man. I like you. I know why you're happy with it, because that makes our job a lot easier, doesn't it? He's being smart. But let me ask you, sir, you're going to be Abdul right now, all right? Abdul, you're happy, you're a Muslim, you love that. What about Jesus Christ? Don't we also have a hadith of Jesus, the sayings
Yes,
of
we do.
Jesus? Don't we also have a siddha of Jesus, the biography of
Yes,
Jesus?
we do.
Yes, we do, don't we? For those of you who are Christian, not you, Abdul, you're a Muslim, okay? Stay a Muslim guy now. So, as a Muslim, you don't have anything for 200 to 300 years, but we have the siddha of Jesus, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, right?
Exactly.
They wrote down what Jesus did. The hadith of Jesus, what he said, that's written in red letters in some of your Bibles. Anytime Jesus spoke, that's the hadith of Jesus. So we have the same genre, right? The tafsir of what Jesus said and did would be the commentaries of Paul's letters. He would take what Jesus said and apply it to Ephesus and to Philippi and to Corinth, right?
Yep.
So there's the tafsir. So we have the same genre in our New Testament, and then the tariq, which would be the histories of mankind. That is in the book of Acts, the history of the early church. So we have the same four genre that you see up on the screen there. But when were they written? We're going to get to that. Hold on to that, because that's going to answer one of my questions. So you stay right there, Abdul. I'm going to keep talking to you. I like that. When a guy agrees with me, it's so nice, funny to have someone that agrees with me. I'm going to put up Abdul Malik's name there because he is the one that actually introduces the name Muhammad. Did I say Muhammad? Ooh, boy, slap my mouth. No, he doesn't. He doesn't introduce the name Muhammad. You're going to see why in about 10 minutes. Nonetheless, he's the first one to get up that title.
Yep.
And it's not Muhammad, as you're going to find out.
This is the catch, Chad. This is the catch 22 right here. This is the main part of this. I feel like this entire seminar, that if you only took away this portion of it, then you did just fine. Because legitimately, this is one of the biggest portions, in my opinion, right here, that is the damning proof of that, Islam is full of shit. Okay? Like, you literally have to be able to prove that something is fake, like the LDS Church, and here you go. This is your way of proving that it's fake. Okay? So, especially when you start looking at the timeline. Okay? When you supposedly claim somebody lived at that time. Okay, cool. Anybody could have lived at that time. But to say that you're writing down the parts of his life, there's all this stuff that's like, knowledge of his life, blah, 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 blah. But yet there's no actual historical accounts. There's no historical accounts that show you this man up until the 800s to 900s, AD. Whereas Matthew walked with Jesus. John walked with Jesus. Luke and Mark explained to you that they did not walk with Jesus, but they were literally talking to firsthand accounts that did. People who did live at that time.
Just put up that they are the ones that actually make him into the Muhammad that we know today. And I'm emphasizing Muhammad for a reason. I'm overemphasizing it for a reason. You'll see why. So, conclusion? Muhammad
Was a little hot.
84 years after the Abbasids created him, 141 years after he was first introduced, yet 201 years after he supposedly lived.
Get the peanut butter jelly on the vape here, Chad.
This 200-year gap as perfectly acceptable and thus not a problem. How many of you agree with Raymond? You should raise your hand. You just did.
Yeah, Abdul.
Come on, Abdul, get your hand up there.
I love that. The guy he makes Abdul. He buys him a beer at the end. He says,
that he's going to be put on the hot seat. Don't get chicken foot on me, please. Stay there. I want you to be a good Muslim tonight, all right? And here's the other problem. Look at the distance and direction. Now, everything that Muslims, including Abdul sitting here, says happens in those two cities that you see right there.
In the Hijaz.
In green. Do you see them up there? Mecca and Medina. That's where everything happens. That's where all this takes place. That's where Muhammad lived. That's where he was born. There in Mecca. He was there for 52 years, then moved to Medina, and he spent...
if he doesn't come from Mecca, he doesn't exist. And if Mecca isn't real, therefore, he didn't come from Mecca.
Everything we know that's written about him, about his life, does not come from those cities. They come from that
From
city,
Baghdad,
which is 1,200 miles away. Ibn Hisham, the man who actually wrote that, this guy here who wrote on his biography, he was born in Basra, grew up in Cairo, and wrote in Baghdad. Basra is a good 1,200
You see a
miles
problem
away.
here, Chad? You see a problem here?
Is a good 900
Just a little
miles
bit.
away,
Just
and
a little bit.
Baghdad is 1,200 miles. The guy who wrote that came from Bukhara, which is in Uzbekistan, which is 2,600 miles away. The guy who wrote down all the tafsir and the tahqiq comes from Tabaristan, which is northern Iran today. That is
Do we see a problem, Chad?
of these traditional writers lived or worked in Mecca or Medina. They were way too far to the north of Mecca and came from the west and east of Baghdad. Doesn't Raymond realize that these are Abbasid writers, all writing after 750 and way too far away? Has he forgotten about this? Or should we remind him? Abdul, you're his spokesman now. You tell me. Please knock on his door and tell him, all right? And ask him, how is he gonna answer this question? Let's continue on. But which Muhammad is Raymond talking about? Which is the Muhammad that you support, Ahmed? Or no, I'm sorry, you're Abdul. I'm gonna keep changing your name. Abdul. Okay, Abdul, which is the one you support? See, if you support the Muhammad of Islam, then there you have to agree to
Four things are required for this chat. This is the proof.
Number one, he must have the name Muhammad that looks like
It has
that.
to look exactly like that. And that is not in the fucking Quran like that, the original. There's a different spell you'll see. You'll see.
No Arabic? You're Egyptian. Okay, is that Muhammad up there? Okay, is there a Dama and a Fatah up there? Is there a Mimdal? Okay, so that's Muhammad. Okay, we got our Arab speakers down here. All right, you're going to help me out, all right? The rest of you, don't worry about it. Just listen to me say yes, 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 yes to everything I say. So that's what Muhammad looks like, right? And whenever you read it, that's what it looks like. Hugely important. You'll see why. Now, he must have lived in the city of Mecca. In order to be the Muhammad of Islam, he had to have come from Mecca.
Yep, because that's what it says. He was born in Mecca.
The Muhammad of Islam, because he spent 52 years there, folks.
Yep, that's what it says. That's what they claim.
That's where the holy places are. That's where the Kaaba is. That's
So why the fuck is he not? Why is he not from there then?
So it has to be Mecca. Number three, he must have received this Quran, all 114 surahs, from that place and from that
Use
time.
my glass
And
pipe.
everything had to
Some out
happen
of the
in
jar
7th
here.
century. Those are the four things you have to claim. Are you following me, Abdul? You're starting to get a little nervous now. Don't worry. If you're getting nervous, what about Raymond Ibrahim? Okay? So those are the four things you have to accept. Conclusion. All four of the above criteria, the man, the place, the book, and the time, must be fulfilled in order to prove that the Muhammad of Islam actually existed, that your Muhammad actually existed. All right? So let's go ahead and let's start and let's look at this name. Now, Raymond suggests that we can find the name Muhammad in a written text, just like the one I showed you. Mimha, Mimdal, Vata, Dama, Fata, and Fata. All right? But that name requires
What you just said to me?
3 vowels. Am I correct? In the 7th century, there were no vowels.
Ooh. And there's your smoking gun right there, chat.
Today there are, right? But back in the 7th century, there were only 16 consonants. How many consonants are there in the text today? 28. That's right, thank you.
I was all by 2, I was going to say 26.
Today, but 16 back then. Where did they get the other 12 from? They didn't exist in the 7th century. They had to be created in the 8th and 9th century. All right? Are you following this? You're my Arab speakers, okay? If you get it, the rest of you will not get it. But as long as you get it, that's important, okay? So the earliest Quranic manuscripts, now look at them. Here they are. I'm giving you 5 of the earliest 6 manuscripts. I want my Arab speakers to go up and read what's up there on those scripts. Can you read it? No, you cannot. It is Arabic. What's wrong with it? You can't read a word of it, can you? You can try to guess what it is, but you need 5 dots, don't you? If you have 1 dot above little bold face, that becomes a nun, right? If you have 2 dots, becomes a ta. If you have 3 dots, it becomes a tha. If you have 1 dot below, it becomes a ba. And 2 dots becomes a ya. Na, ta, tha, ba, ya. Do you see them up there? Not 1 dot. So you can't read it, can you? And yet these are the earliest Quranic manuscripts. And these are not from the 7th century. These are from the 8th and 9th century. So what Muhammad are you talking about? Where's Muhammad there? Because Muhammad requires 3 vowels. Do you see any vowels in any of those manuscripts? Do you
It's
see any
not there,
fattas or
chat.
kasras or fattas? I don't see any. And this is why Raymond hasn't done his history. Are you listening to this, Abdul? Please listen. This is for you too. I know you don't know Arabic, but they agree with me. In the 7th century, there were no 5 dots. Today, there are 5 dots. These diacritical marks had to be invented because nobody could read that. You can't read it. But that's why they had to be created in the 8th and 9th century. So with that in mind, what does the word Muhammad look like today? That's what it looks like today, all right? You both agreed with me that. But since there were no vowels back then, this is what it looked like back then. Now read it. Ooh, did you hear? Mahmad. So suddenly it goes from Muhammad to Mahmad. Thank you. Let's give her a hand. Abdul, what are you doing? You're not supposed to be clapping. This is shutting you down. You just
I do like that.
while, okay?
What are you doing, Clement? This is not for you. It's against you.
Which means this is a word. It's not Muhammad, but it's Mahmad. How do we know that? How can we prove that right now? Well, we need
I do love being able to use a glass. This here, chat.
John of Damascus. See, John of Damascus was there in the courts of.
I get so much more of the vanilla. I get more of the scotch, and I get more of the maple from off this. It's like a clay pipe this way.
For Abdul Malik. And so he was watching what was happening, and he was seeing that this dispute was happening between the Ishmaelites and those who come in the line of Isaac. The Jews and the Christians come in the line of Isaac, but the Umayyads were Ishmaelites, and they did not have a prophetic line. They didn't have any scripture like the Jews and the Christians had. And yet they controlled now from, by the time Abdul Malik comes to power, from Spain all the way to India and from Turkey all the way to Yemen. So they were the second biggest superpower of their day. The problem is they had no identity. The Byzantine Empire, the other biggest empire that there was, the biggest competitor, they had a prophetic line. They had a scripture.
Yep.
They had a whole series of prophets. What did the Ishmaelites have? They needed a prophet, and they needed a book, a revelation that would equal what was going on. So he was watching this, right? He sees this all happening. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't write anything because he's under their employ. So when he retires in 730, now look at the date, 730, we're well into the 8th century. We're 100 years after Muhammad had died, if Muhammad had existed. He then writes his greatest masterpiece. And what does he title it? Look at the title. The Heresy of the Ishmaelites. Ooh, I love that. Why does he say Heresy of the Muslims? Because there were no Muslims that early.
Exactly. They were called Ishmaelites still.
We can't find any reference for anybody.
Exactly, chat. See what I mean?
So he calls them Ishmaelites.
See what I mean?
Ishmaelites. Now we see what's going on. And he talks about this prophet that these Ishmaelites have. What does he say? He says that from that tonight, a false prophet called Mahmad. Now notice he's writing in Greek. In Greek, the vowels are there. Look at the Greek, those who can read Greek. What does it say up there in the top left that's circled? Mahmad. It's Mahmad. John of Damascus tells us what it is. It's Mahmad. So this Mahmad, who after
is an Aryan monk.
Aryan monk. Who are the Aryans?
Yep.
They didn't believe that Jesus was God. They didn't believe in the Trinity, and they didn't believe that Jesus was the Son of God. They didn't believe Jesus at all was divine. Arius is the one that brought this up in the 4th century. The Arian controversy has been around ever since, almost from the 2nd century. You have the Ebionites bringing up the same problem. Arius brought this up in the 4th century. Athanasius was told to shut him down at the Council of Nicaea, which he did, and here it raises its head again. And there is John of Damascus watching this. He's ringside seat, and he writes this, his greatest piece. And he says, this Mahmad, this new prophet, this Aryan monk, who get your material from, and he goes on, he fabricates his own heresy, and then he talks about that this monk has 4 books. The book of the cow, ooh, that's Surah 2 in the Quran today. The book of the women, that's Surah 4 in the Quran today. The book of the table, that's Surah 5 of the Quran today. And the book of the camel. There is no surah called the camel. But what are 4 books doing when there's supposed to be only 1 book called the Quran? Isn't that interesting? This is 730, well into the 8th century. But now we know who this Muhammad is. His name is not Muhammad. His name is Mahmad. So who in the world is Mahmad? Wait till you find out. Here we go. What does Mahmad mean in Arabic?
Yeah,
It
they
is
got
not a name, it is
the
a
Cornell and
title.
Deal
It means
pipe
the
tobacco out of
praised
this
one,
glass pipe, the
the
Sherlock's I got here
blessed one,
this autumn
the
evening.
anointed one.
It's so good. I just gotta
Even
run
the
through some hot
Messiah.
water through it after I get done, clean it all out,
It's a
and it'll
title,
actually get
folks.
all those loose bits
Have
out of
any of
there.
you heard this name before? You have? Where have you heard it? Okay, in Arabic, but where did you hear it before Arabic? How about Hebrew? Anybody here speak Hebrew? Anybody studied Hebrew? Have you looked at the Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament? You will find Mahmed 11 times in the Old Testament. Mahmed is well known in the Bible. You didn't know that, did you? Well, here we go. The Ugarites were the first to introduce this word in 1400 BC, the Mahmed, the praised one, the anointed one. It was then borrowed in Hebrew in 1000 BC and put into our Bibles 11 times. Song of Solomon 5:16, the Mahmed, the altogether lovely one, the praised one that Solomon's referring to. There's the Mahmed we're looking for. Now, by the 4th century, St. Ambrose, the early church father, took it. Remember, Arabic comes from Aramaic, which comes from Hebrew. So therefore, it's all the same letters. They use all the same letters. They're all Semitic letters. They use the same consonantal text. And therefore, St. Ambrose, writing in Syriac, talks about this Mahmed from Song of Solomon 5:60. And he says this is a title for Jesus Christ, the anointed one, the Messiah. That's what the anointed one is. From that time on, from the 4th century AD,
Exactly, chat. Exactly. That is why it's such a absolute bastardization how they do this. Again, it's to take the things that the Christians and the Jews have made, and then again change it and adjust it so that it fits the Muslims in their way. I'll be right back. I gotta take a piss again. Okay, chat. Sorry about that. I am back. All right. Okay, let's see here. All right. So, I think what I'm gonna do though is gonna go ahead and wrap it up here, guys, just because it's already been about almost a 6-hour stream. We have 5 hours or so on the stream here. It has been a lengthy one. I am actually really glad with how lengthy it's been. We've had a great stream so far. Uh, oh wait, yo, never mind. Hold on, hold on. We're gonna continue. Actually, I'm sorry. I just saw there was a host. Yo, my bad. We'll continue this. We'll continue this. Welcome in there, Wise Wolf. Welcome in. I was so sorry about that. I was just kind of like, oh, it's been kind of quiet. I guess we'll go and wrap it up then and everything like that. And then, of course, as soon as I come back, I see that we've had a host. I apologize. I was there, used the bathroom, taking care of a few things there, and then I come back to that. So, that's always a surprise right there. I do apologize for the lengthy little bit there. I do apologize for that there. So sorry about that, everybody. But thank you very much for that host there, Wise Wolf. Thank you for that. And of course, oops, if I could fucking type properly, that would help me out here a little bit. Shout out to that, and then grab this and post this across the Rumble and YouTube as well. Drunken Mustard and Smoking in Peace, appreciate the follows as well. Thank you so much for that there. And whatever it is over on YouTube, no, I do not. Let's bring it. Yo, I appreciate it. Drunken Mustard. I like the name, Drunken Mustard. I love the name. Love the name. love the little Mungus going throwing it back. I like that. How we all doing, everybody? It's good to have you all in here. We were just actually smoking some pipe tobacco off of the last pipe I have here, my Sherlock's here, because I was using some of this Cornell and Deal Autumn Evening here from their pipe tobacco company. So an absolutely lovely one here. It's got a maple, vanilla, citrus, and a Scotch taste to it. So you're a mustard chucker. Damn, that's dedication to some mustard, dude. That's some dedication. Damn, that's like some true dedication. I don't know if I could do that. I don't know. That'd be a little bit gnar, man. That'd be a little gnar. Oh, yo, JJ. Oh, yo, how's it going, JJ? It's good to have you over here on the YouTube side. It's good to have you on the YouTube side. Which, by the way, guys, we are live on RoboKick and YouTube, so if you guys do hear me talk to other people that you may not see in the chat, it is why. Unfortunately, whenever we do this over on Rumble Studio, it only gives me YouTube and Rumble. It doesn't pull in Kick. Also, the viewership stats, it doesn't even pull those in. It'll say 0. Yeah, when we go over to Kick, it says we're at 13. What a lucky number. So, it is one of those things I'm still trying to work on, trying to get all that kind of fixed up and doing all that stuff like that. It's your thing. Dude, have you actually chugged some, like mustard on stream? That's nuts. That is nuts. Dude, that deserves its own shout out just for that alone. You know, I use mustard with fries. Dude, I do too. You know what? I actually do too. I actually think that mustard with fries is much better than actually, ketchup. Because I feel like the ketchup makes it too sweet. You know, it gets a little too sweet. And then it's like, I don't know, the sweet, the saltiness, it can go a little bit, but it's like, unless it's like McDonald's ketchup, then that's a little different because it's extra sugary. You know, that's that extra sugar that makes it worth it, you know? But otherwise, it's just got to be, plain, mustard and fries. I will say, it's very rare do I see somebody who actually says that they actually enjoy mustard with fries. That's actually kind of crazy. Because I'm definitely a big fan of that. That and like, I'd say, those like potato rounds, like tater tots and stuff like that with mustard. Those are also much better too. How's it going, Debbie? It's going well there, JJ. It's going well. Well, to a degree. I mean, we are dealing with some dumb shit, house-wise. But I'm not gonna burden everybody with all that crap and whatnot. So, we're here to relax and hang out and stuff like that. You know what I mean, guys? We're here to relax and hang out. So. I even have a kiddie pool full of mustard and sat and rolled around in it. Holy shit. That is gnar. Did you get any chemical burns from that at all? Like, I would almost wonder if, like, you would get, like, some massive chemical burns from doing something like that. I guess it also depends on how long you leave it on the skin, but I have heard of people getting chemical burns from, like, leaving mustard on the skin for too long. Like that's absolutely insane. No, holy crap, man! You're lucky then. You're lucky. Holy shit! Mustard on the body like that. That is a whole nother level. Yeah, your mom's here. Yeah, there goes Effie. Goes your mama. You recovered him, dude. I bet. I bet. Was it like for a sub goal or was it just like for like a random challenge you were doing? Like like holy crap! That is some dedication too. I love it. I love that. That is some dedication. Like for whenever anybody like subs or anything like that, I would I jump on the chair and I would throw it back and stuff like that for people. That was always my little gimmick there. It's like while on Kick, you actually have a clip of me getting caught back at the vape shop that I used to work at by customers as I was literally in the middle of throwing it back. And I happened to just lock eyes with the female customer. She walks in. She's like, oh, I'm sorry, did I interrupt something? And I was just like, no, not at all. She's like, what are you doing? I was like, I was streaming and I got subs, so I was throwing it back. She was like, okay, at least you're not like a weirdo just doing it randomly in the store for no reason. It's like, yeah, no. All right, let's load up the pipe there. Okay, got that one loaded up. Sam. Oh, but how is everybody's evening going? How was your stream there, Wise Wolf? What were you playing there as well? By the way, does it show on here on Kick what you were playing last when I do the shout outs? It does not actually. I wish it would. I wish it would show me those. And then also, for anybody wondering too, the video we are covering here is this guy here, this reactionary too. This is a video that I kind of I always find it to be one of the best like defense videos I've ever used when I've been trying to you know try try to express this to people that that the Islamic faith is about as fake as a LDS Mormon's faith, right? And a lot of that has to do with the where it comes from, everything like that. And so I find it actually interesting that there's actual evidence to prove that this person doesn't exist. Muhammad, as they would call it, Mahmed, is the actual name for that. And that would be what you would have seen in the Quran, the writing of it, instead of it being Muhammad, because it needs to have the vowels that it does not have. So it was from a challenge to my viewers. I did a week-long stream for subs, and the goal was 75 subs. And if we got 75, I would do a mushroom pool. We hit 75 in 3 days. Damn. Damn. I would have probably been like, okay, wait a minute, hold on, guys. Like, wait a minute, you all wanted to see me in mustard that badly. Wait a minute, should I have raised it higher? Should I have put it higher so we could get a little bit more before I had to go cover myself in mustard? Hey, for 75 subs, that's a hell of a deal right there. That's a funny challenge right there. I approve of that. I approve. That's better than somebody doing the whole like, hey, let's do 50 subs. I'm gonna get smashed on stream. I mean, which again, it's fun to do once in a while, but you see too much of it every often. It's fun to see something like that, which is random. It's just random like that. You know what I mean? You love having fun streams. I agree with that. I don't try to be, in a sense, somebody who's like bringing. I guess some people might consider the podcasting style that I do or the news things that I cover, maybe to be considered a little negative, or depressing in some ways because of the stuff that it can relate to. I like to try to have fun with it still. I mean, that's why we use a lot of the reactionary stuff we use, like from like Nuxador over here. If you guys are not following Nux over on Kick, this is his channel, by the way. I highly approve of Nuxanor. So if you guys are not checking out his channel, you definitely gotta go check it out. So I go for the shock and awe effect. I like that. I go for the shock and awe effect. Next pool party will happen. I hit verify. Oh shit. Okay. How close are you to hitting verified there? Oh, you were playing some Fall Guys there, Wise Wolf? Nice, nice. Yeah, I haven't played that in a hot minute, man. How's it changed? Like for the better, or is it about the same still? Because I've been meaning to think about getting back into some Fall Guys because I just has something fun to play with people on the stream because I think it would be fun to play with something like that. Let's see here, where you at, Drunken Mustard? 1.4. Damn, you got 1.4K followers too. Shit. All right, all right. Drop you a follow there. So definitely check out the content too. Yo, sounds good there, Wise Wolf. Hopefully the food you cook is delicious and amazing. And we're also gonna drop that back there too as well. Especially for the appreciation for that as well. Check out Sonic Rumble. Okay, okay. Main game is GTA RP. Beavis and as Beavis and Butthead. Oh my goodness, that is amazing. All right, all right. I definitely gotta check that out. I will definitely be checking that out. I fucking love Beavis and Butthead. Huge Beavis and Butthead fan. Like Beavis and Butthead Do America was like probably my crack when I was a kid, other than South Park. You know, like it's just one of the greatest lines, or whatever. Why does everyone want to look at my schlong? Like just that line alone, she's like, chef's kiss. That's also the birthplace. That show is the birthplace of Hank Hill's character. That's butane, as he would say that day. The Beavis and Butthead, the butane and butane accessories. Those other funny characters. I like that. I like that. Oh, dude, I love the emote. I love the emote. I love that he actually started doing some new stuff with them too. I love that. Mike Judge has been probably one of the best creators out there. One of the most underrated content creators of his all time, man. Like think about literally Idiocracy. Songs game to compete with Fall Guys, free to download play. Oh, okay. See, I like that. I like when games are more free, but they're doing something that's similar to that. That way you get more of an audience that way too. I don't mind paying for skins if it's actually a fun game and you want to just enjoy something like that. As long as the skins are reasonable to pay for, like not like $30 skins. Blizzard. Uh, sorry, I coughed there before I said Blizzard. I like the old ones because it reminds me of like when they saw their dads in the middle of the desert. That was so good. Holy crap, that is an emote I definitely did not think I'd ever see. Wow, an ICP. Is that Violent J or is that Shaggy? Who we got for the emote there? Because that is crazy to see. Dude, I also love when he just rips ass and blows up the whole area. It kind of reminds me of the fucking South Park when he blows it up. Oh, it's Jay. Okay, it's Violent J. Oh, I thought so. I thought so. But fucking him doing the dad farts on the fire and explodes it up. It reminds me of when Kenny puts all the fucking gasoline on the cootie catchers they had, and, and they're telling him like this is too much power for one person to have. They blow it up. He's like a nuclear bomb. He's like, damn, Ken. Yo, that is crazy. Okay, yo, that is crazy, yo, because I haven't seen many peeps from that type of from scene in a long time. Like, I actually have a good buddy of mine who has a Hatchman tattoo on his arm, and then he actually has a one on his back, actually, a much bigger one. But it's a mural of all of the members of the Psychopathic Records done inside of the Hatchet which I thought that was actually really cool. Uh, like there is definitely some of the tracks I was definitely really a big fan of growing up. Like I think Great Milenko. Um, there was one other one too. Actually, there was a song, and it was about like them like more or less abusing the fuck out of a guy who had abused his wife and kids, and that was like actually like a very fucking crazy song. I thought it was actually really really cool because it's like here these guys are usually portrayed as being like domestic violence and all this other stuff like that because of the shitty sometimes shitty community that would be involved with that. And then it's like, no, these guys are very much actively against that shit. You do not want to be caught doing that in the group because they will fuck you up for that. Oh, okay, that is dope. That is dope. It's funny, it's funny too, because actually, my lady got me this for Halloween. Hold on, it's stuck to my Joey mask. Hold on, I have a Joey Kabaki mask as well. Control unit was stuck inside the this control unit for this guy was stuck inside this mask. So this is one of my all-time favorite masks because I'm a massive Joey Jordison fan. So I love this. I have a boiler outfit for Slipknot because I would be considered an old school maggot, not one of the newer ones because I don't know, it's not as cool as it used to be. And then she bought me this though for Halloween. I thought this was sick as fuck. So speaking of Jokers, this was definitely a dope mask to have for Halloween. And as you can see, without the lights, it's creepy as shit. With the lights, it adds so much more to it. But yeah, this was and like I'm not gonna lie to you, I've been wanting to do some stuff like this for the streams where we actually put them on. I used to do streams where I'd be dressed up as, full on in what you call it, in the Joey mask, boiler outfit, everything like that. Dressed up as a maggot on stream too. So, oh yeah, Voodoo, I appreciate you, dude. I appreciate it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He did it a couple minutes ago. Thank you for that, though, Voodoo. I appreciate that. My boy Voodoo was the one that told me that. Apparently, he was, I guess, recommended the stream for the raid and everything like that. And he was over on YouTube right now. So since we multi-stream across the board, so I appreciate that, Voodoo. Thank you, man. I do appreciate that, dog. I end up busting Voodoo's balls a bit. I won't lie there, chat. I do bust his balls a bit, and he knows it's out of love. He knows it's out of love. He's a good friend. He's been around for long enough that he knows it's not a good sport. It's a good sport. So like, and honestly too, like I've been wanting to do more of the Joker masks. I wanted to be doing a lot of the other stuff like that. I used to do goth makeup too, as a way to stand out amongst the crowd, right? Uh, and it's one of those things like, when you have something that is your niche, your stick, right? That's what you want to keep with. You want to stick with it as a way. And then as I've kind of gotten older, right? One, makeup is expensive, fucking expensive. It doesn't matter if you're buying theatrical makeup or if you're actually buying like bougie makeup to do the gothic makeup shit on stream. It was expensive. Masks, they can get expensive too, depending on you want to get a good one, especially one that doesn't going to affect your face. But then it's hard to get one that doesn't muffle the voice, so I have to shout into the microphone constantly. Then it's peaking constantly all the time. Your throat gets all dry and raspy at the end of it. A lot of that type of stuff like that. So then I ended up going with something I find myself kind of going with now more so. And my shtick is that I'm the pipe guy, the pipe and cigar guy. So I usually got my cigars here, or I got my pipe. So that is now my shtick, right? I do the pipe. We do pipe tobacco. We talk about it. So the other shtick too is, I guess you could say, is I'm still a stoner tuber, a content creator that makes stuff about being a stoner as well. But because I have epilepsy, I have 3 forms of epilepsy, so I do use cannabis as a medicinal form of medicine. I'm also one of the first people to try to tell you that you can also use tobacco for the same kind of effect too. I have been a big proponent of using tobacco for my epilepsy as well. It has helped greatly in that regard as well too. So, actually, give me one second, guys. I gotta use the bathroom. Fucking my tiny ass little bladder here is killing me. So I shall return momentarily. I'm gonna throw some music on for you guys in the background, though. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Oh, whoops, whoops, whoops. I forgot to hit the screen. I was like, wait a minute, something's missing here. Something's missing. There we go. There we go. But yeah, so and again, like for today's video too, like I said, really just was trying to go over kind of some of the stuff like this, because of the fact that as a person who has been trying to kind of push against the crazy colonization of Muslims that are trying to take over our lovely country, uh, I have been trying to kind of push out there some of the things that people have not understood. Some of my arguments that Islam is actually a fake religion, kind of like the LDS Church, if you will. It's kind of ironic too, in a lot of ways, that the LDS Church is a church that is built upon lies, and lots of lies. Um, but so is also the Islamic faith as well. So it was a lot of the stuff I wanted to bring up, especially because like I come from Michigan. It's a fun fact, especially talking about juggalos, right? Uh, which is always weird. I always found it weird that Fago got so butthurt over the free publicity that those guys have always given them for how many years now. And they know that Fago hates them, but they still give them lots of love. And I think that's absolutely great. Just to be like, you know what, we don't care that you hate us. We're still going to love your product. We're still going to keep using it in our music, our marketing, and all that stuff like that. And yet, the Fago has never like sponsored a fucking what are their fucking festivals called again? I always forget about their festivals. What are they called again? Uh, I was calling it a Juggalo Con, but it's not that. It's like a Comic Con, though. You know what I mean, though. It's like all the pieces meet up, all the bands are there. They usually got a bunch of vendors to do like makeup. They got vendors to do buy your merch and stuff like that. All kinds of cool shit like that. Usually monster trucks are there as well. Not the actual monster trucks, but like Monster, the energy drink trucks. For those that are like thinking like I'm talking about actual monster trucks. Uh, there might be a few people like that there. Who knows? But yeah, no, like they usually got those big events and stuff like that. I can't remember what they call those. Like, is it like Juggalo Fest or something like that? I fucking can never remember the name of it. It's where they all meet up though and stuff like that, you know. But like so over in Michigan, we've got a big thing over in Dearborn going on. If you guys don't know about it, I'm sure most of you all know about it, and especially with 5 calls prayer a day blasting over there. ICP has a new song called Cinnamon Pigtails. I'll have to listen to it off stream. I'll have to check that out. That sounds fucking hilarious, actually. That sounds fucking hilarious. I'll have to check that out. Oh, that's funny as fuck. Uh, and so, like, a big thing, too, uh, uh, Gathering the Jungle. Thank you. I knew it had like a specific type of name. Thank you. I knew it was like, I'm like, it's not a con, it's not a fest, but it sounds kind of like a fest. Thank you. Thank you. That's what it is. I was trying to remember the damn name of it. Thank you for saying that. The Gathering of the Juggalos. Thank you. Uh, I was literally like, I know there's a fucking specific name. All right. Like, I know there's a specific name for this type of convention. Yeah. So I was like, I don't want to do it disjustice by, not saying the right name for it. But so yeah, we got this. There was this video I was gonna react to a little bit later on because I wasn't sure. But the lady's here, so I do plan to hang out with her here in just a bit. So I'm actually gonna try to also find somebody on my list as well that we can try to line up to do a host out to afterwards. Because I'd like to be able to host out to somebody. Go to my following list. Let's see who's alive too, real quick. Okay, I think I know who we'll go to if as long as he's still alive. Once we go to drop him some love here. He's been live for a little bit. Yeah, he looks like he's gonna be live. Okay, good. Because I wanted to wrap it up here a little bit here. We'll go live though, or go host out to a good buddy of mine over on Kick there, Mercani. Mercani's a fucking legend. Great content creator, by the way. If you guys like Counter Strike or you like shooter games, you like high energy, my boy Mercani's a fucking beast, a legend too. So, oh, does he have a? Oh shit. Okay, you know what? Damn it. I think it goes right to my page. I don't know why he does that. Wait, is this his podcast one? Oh, this is albums and singles. Go and link me his Hey, Wise, go and link me his what you call it as a podcast channel, and I'll check it out. Wow, Fox, dude, was a dog. Damn, bro, like what an ass, what an ass line to say to him, dog. What an ass line. What an ass line. But yeah, honestly, like, my big thing to Shaggy. Okay, uh, my big thing too, like I was saying with everything that we were trying to go over today and stuff like that. Pause me that too. So I'll check out some of these here at some point. But the big Muslim invasion that has been going on everywhere, right? That's been going on over here in America, especially over in Dearborn. But it's also been going on in Japan, and arguably, like there is actually a point in this video that I wanted to bring up to you guys just really quick. And it's this guy here who gave the annual budget of several million dollars to a person to go into like a bunch of fucking Muslims to go into Japan to convert Japanese people to Muslim. And in that entire time, they only converted one person. He was a foreign worker. So they were pissed off. Yeah. And now look what's happening. The fucking badass fucking prime minister is like, get the fuck out of our country. So, I do highly recommend, if you guys haven't checked this out or haven't looked into this, definitely give this a look. It's a great video. It is a great watch so far from the start of it. I've only watched part of this so far. But the homie Nux here is fucking amazing too. I absolutely love his content. He's a Kick streamer as well. If you guys actually haven't checked him out on Kick, this is his channel over on Kick. Boom. So go check out his Kick channel as well. Dude is fucking legendary, dude. He really is. I absolutely love the content that he produces. I think that Nux is probably one of the few people out there who will give it to you straight, no matter what side of the fucking aisle you're on, and what side you believe in. It's definitely refreshing. It's refreshing to have somebody with such a a drastic such a set of opinions too, the way he does. So let's see here. I want to. Where do I click on this? Yo, Wise, thank you for the follow there as well, brother. I appreciate that. So we're gonna host out to my boy Mercani here, chat. We'll give you guys some gaming content to watch here for anybody who maybe relax for the rest of the day here. This way you don't have to listen to a bunch of ranting and raving and stuff like that. Like I said, I'm gonna go hang out with the ladies, so we're gonna play some Silent Hill F. Eventually, I want to start streaming this on stream. I've been doing it in the Discord. I actually been doing a little private Discord session. I started a brand new game because again, I'm far enough ahead where she's at with it that I could easily start up a new game, and I will not catch up to that anytime soon. We literally only started at the beginning part. I just got to the fucking store. That is it. And that took me like 2 hours to do because we were constantly talking about the lore, the art style, all that stuff of the game, looking at all the little notes that we're finding and stuff like that. So if you guys want to be part of the Discord, definitely join in a part of the Discord there, guys. I will be doing some of that at some point this week as well. Some more that content from there. So definitely be on the lookouts for that. And then also, I do believe this works if I do it this way too, through the... Yeah, okay. So there is a link across the board. So if you guys want to jump into the Discord link, be also sure to follow me on X because I will be letting you guys know when we will be doing the Discord live of that as well too, because that is another area where we usually primarily do the content there. I'm also kind of seeing that that's not posting the... Okay, hold on. Let me do this really quick. Copy. All right, that wasn't posting over there on YouTube, so I'm going to post it that way for the YouTube side. So that way you guys have it over there as well, so you can go ahead and jump in on the Discord as well. And again, we'd love to have you guys in there. It's a lot of fun having everybody in there. Like I said, we've been doing some of the Sound Hill F in there. I've also been doing some of the Outer Worlds and some Cyberpunk in there, as well as private streams for everybody. Mainly just because right now we're just primarily streaming off of the laptop at the moment, because for whatever reason, whenever we're here at the house versus when we were at the shop at one point before the shop closed, the Wi-Fi there never had an issue with the MacBook. Now here, I have an issue with my MacBook streaming all the time. So what we're trying to do is get it set up so we can actually do it Wi-Fi from this, capture the game, and then do it that way, chat, so we can actually enjoy playing the game like that. So that is the hopeful thing there, but we'll see how that all goes. I am not seeing the raid button. So I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to do it the old school way over here on Kick. First, I'm just going to make sure that his link is in there. So that way, if anything, I can do it that way. But I want to say... Beefy, channel points, host channel. There we go. Boom. Okay. All right, we're going to go host out to my boy Mercani, chat. Again, hope you guys enjoy him over there on the Kick side. Over on the YouTube and Rumble side, I'm going to drop his link in there as well. But we're going to host out to him and show him some love, guys. There's his channel over there. And I will see you guys all over there, fam. Go show him some love. Tell him that Devi sent you over there. Go show him some love, chat.